Greetings, dear viewers. Welcome to Proxima What If. Today's featured story is what if Harry used Addams' family rituals to become an immortal Shadow-Lich at age 11. Love what we do? Show your support by liking, commenting, and subscribing. Every little bit helps us create more content for you. Let's get started with today's story. Chapter 1, The boy who became the crypt. Beneath the Addams estate smelled of old stone, candle wax, and something older than both, the deep mineral scent of earth that had been holding the dead for centuries. 11 generations of Addams lay in the walls around Harry, their names carved into brass plates gone green with age, and every single one of them was watching. Not metaphorically. Harry could feel them. Great-great-grandmother Calpurnia, who'd poisoned a Prussian duke for insulting her orchids. Uncle Balthazar, who'd wrestled a bear to death at 73 and called it a fine Tuesday. Cousins and aunts and unnamed bones from before the family kept records. The dead Addams didn't rest. They attended. Harry stood barefoot in the center of a circle drawn in ash and salt, wearing a black shirt 2 sizes too large that used to belong to Pugsley. The stone floor was cold enough to ache. 13 candles ringed the circle, corpse-fat tallow, hand-poured by Grandmama, wicks braided from a hanged man's hair. Each burned with a flame that was more violet than orange, and the shadows they threw didn't match the objects casting them. Gomez Addams stood at the north point of the circle. He wore his best suit, the one Morticia had sewn from fabric so dark it seemed to eat light, and his mustache was freshly waxed. His eyes, usually bright with manic energy and delight, were serious. Not solemn. Gomez didn't do solemn. But focused, in the way he got when fencing or when one of his trains was about to spectacularly derail. "You're certain, old man?" Gomez murmured to the figure beside him. Uncle Fester, bald head gleaming in the candlelight, nodded emphatically. "Circuit's clean. Checked it 3 times. The salt's Himalayan, none of that table salt garbage. I meant about the boy." Fester looked at Harry across the crypt. Harry looked back. He'd been with this family since he was 15 months old, carried through the front door of Cemetery Lane by Morticia herself, who'd arrived at Privet Drive with legal documents, a blood claim through the Frumpheaven's magical line, and a smile that made Petunia Desley faint. Harry was 10 years old now, and he knew what he was about to become. He'd read the grimoire. He'd spoken with the ancestors. He'd asked every question he could think of, and when he ran out of questions, Wednesday had asked the ones he'd been too afraid to voice. Will it hurt? Will I still be me? Will I still be able to love? The ancestors had answered, yes. Yes. More than ever. The boy, Fester said quietly, is an Addams. Gomez's mustache twitched. He looked at Harry and winked. At the south point of the circle, Morticia Addams waited with her hands folded. She wore a dress that moved like smoke and her hair fell past her waist, blacker than the shadows in the corners of the crypt. Beside her, Wednesday, 9 years old, white-faced, dark-braided, holding a crossbow, stood guard at the crypt door. Not ceremonially. She'd loaded the crossbow with silver-tipped bolts in case anything from the other side tried to slip through during the ritual. "Pugsley's on the roof with the mortar," Wednesday said flatly. "If anything gets past me." "Nothing will get past you, my little storm cloud," Morticia said. "I know. The mortar's for Pugsley's morale." Grandmama shuffled to the western point. She was ancient, hunched, and her fingers were stained with ingredients Harry had learned to identify by smell: mandrake root, nightshade, the rendered fat of a consecrated serpent. She'd taught Harry his first poison at age 4. His first antidote at 4.5. She believed in balanced education. "Moon's right," Grandmama croaked, glancing upward as if she could see through 3 feet of stone. "Stars are willing. The space between is thin tonight." She fixed Harry with eyes like wet coal. "You eat dinner?" "Yes, Grandmama." "Good. Can't become immortal on an empty stomach. You'll cramp." "Thing," the disembodied hand that served as the family's most versatile member, skittered across the floor and gave Harry a thumbs up from outside the circle. Lurch stood in the doorway behind Wednesday, his massive frame blocking most of the light from the corridor. He groaned something that might have been encouragement. Harry took a breath. The air tasted like lightning. "I'm ready." Gomez drew his rapier, not for combat, but as a conductor's baton. Addams' ritual magic was part incantation, part music, part sheer audacity. He raised the blade, and the candle flames stretched tall and thin. "For the family," Gomez said. "For the family," Morticia echoed. "For the family," Grandmama rasped. "For the family," Fester boomed. Wednesday said nothing, but she lowered the crossbow half an inch, and that was Wednesday for "I love you." Gomez swept the rapier down, and Morticia began to speak. Not English. Not Latin. Not any language Harry had encountered in Grandmama's library or Morticia's private collection. This was the tongue the Addams family had spoken since before languages had names, the vocabulary of shadow and threshold, of the space between a candle and the dark. The words didn't so much travel through the air as displace it, pushing reality aside to make room for something underneath. The candle flames turned black. Not dark, black. They burned without light, each one a tiny hole in the world, and the shadows in the crypt began to move. Harry felt it first in his feet. The cold stone floor grew colder, then stopped being cold entirely and became something else, a depth, a pulling, as if the ground had opened beneath him and the only thing keeping him from falling was the salt circle. His shadow, thrown in 13 directions by the 13 candles, began to consolidate. The 13 shadows slid across the stone, silent as oil, merging into one dark shape at his feet. His shadow stood up. It rose from the floor like a man climbing out of a pool, first the head, then the shoulders, then the torso. It was his shape, his height, his messy hair rendered in living darkness. It had no face, no features, just the outline of a boy made of nothing. Harry looked at his shadow. His shadow looked at Harry. Morticia's voice rose. Gomez's rapier carved symbols in the air that burned silver and vanished. Grandmama threw something into the nearest candle, powder that smelled of grave dirt and cinnamon, and the flame roared silently upward. Fester pressed his palms together and conducted, channeling the family's collective will into the circle like a human battery. The shadow reached for Harry. He didn't flinch. He'd been raised by Addamses. You didn't flinch from the dark. You opened the door and offered it a drink. The shadow's hand met Harry's chest, and it was like being embraced by winter, not the cruel winter that killed, but the deep, honest winter that said rest now, the world will keep turning, and you will wake in the spring. The shadow pressed into him, through skin and ribs and the beating heart beneath. Harry gasped. His vision went dark, then darker than dark, then past darkness into a place where light had never existed and never would. He saw the other side. Not clearly, the ritual wasn't meant to send him there, only to connect him. But for one impossible moment, he stood at the threshold and looked through. He saw a vast space, not empty but full, churning with shadows that had depth and texture and something that might have been memory. He saw shapes moving in the distance, things that were too large or too old to have names. And far, far away, at the bottom of everything, something looked back at him. Something with the patience of geology and the hunger of a dying star. It whispered. Not words. A feeling, like hearing your name called from very far away in a language you almost remember. Then the ritual pulled him back, and the shadow wasn't outside him anymore. It was inside. It was him. He was it. The boundary between Harry and darkness dissolved, not violently but the way morning dissolved night, gradually, inevitably, completely. Harry opened his eyes. They were black from corner to corner, depthless, like looking into a well with no bottom. Then the green came back, bleeding through the dark, and his eyes were his again, green as killing curses, green as his mother's love. He was standing in the circle. The candles had gone out. The salt had turned black. 13 Addams ancestors whispered their approval from the walls, a susurrus of dead voices that sounded, more than anything, like applause. Morticia crossed the broken circle and cupped Harry's face in her hands. Her skin was cool, she always ran cool, but against Harry's new temperature, she was warm as a hearth. "Welcome home, darling," she said. Harry smiled. His shadow stretched behind him, long and deep and subtly wrong. It moved when he didn't, twitched at sounds, reached toward things Harry hadn't looked at yet. It was alive. Part of him, but also its own thing, the way a heartbeat was yours but you didn't choose each beat. "I feel." He searched for the word. "Full." Gomez sheathed his rapier and grabbed Harry in a hug that lifted him off the ground. "Of course you do. You're an Addams. We don't do things by halves." He set Harry down and held him at arm's length, eyes bright with pride and unshed tears. "Your mother, your first mother, Lily, she'd be so proud." Harry touched the scar on his forehead. The lightning bolt was still there, but something was different. It felt empty. Clean. Like a house that had been exorcised of a bad tenant. He didn't understand what that meant yet. He would. Wednesday approached, crossbow still in hand. She examined him with the clinical detachment of a surgeon assessing a patient. "You look the same." "Disappointed?" "Immensely." She paused. Then, very slightly, the corner of her mouth moved. On anyone else, it wouldn't have registered. On Wednesday Addams, it was a beam of joy. "Happy birthday, Harry. My birthday's not for 3 months. Consider it an early gift. I won't try to kill you until at least October." From above, muffled by stone and distance, Pugsley set off the mortar. The boom rattled dust from the ceiling. Grandmama cackled. Fester cheered. Lurch groaned what was almost certainly the opening bar of "Happy Birthday." Harry stood in the crypt of his ancestors, immortal, shadow-bound, and loved. He was 10 years old, and he had forever. The letter arrived 11 months later, carried by a barn owl that landed on the breakfast table between a plate of scrambled eggs, prepared by Lurch with his signature funereal precision, and a vial of something Grandmama was testing on a nervous-looking lab rat. The rat took one look at the owl and made a break for it. Thing caught it mid-leap and deposited it back next to the vial, patting its head with 2 fingers. "Hogwarts," Morticia said, reading the emerald ink on the envelope without picking it up. She took a sip of her coffee, black as sin, no sugar, served in a cup shaped like a skull. "Right on schedule." Harry wiped marmalade off his fingers and opened the letter. The parchment was heavy, expensive, and smelled of old magic. He read it aloud. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "Potter," Pugsley said around a mouthful of sausage. "Not Potter Addams." "The British wizarding world doesn't know about the adoption," Gomez said. He was reading the financial section of the Obituary Gazette and circling promising investments. "As far as they're concerned, Harry vanished from his aunt's doorstep and hasn't been seen since." "Isn't that right, Querida?" Morticia's expression was serene in the way that a frozen lake was serene, beautiful, still, and concealing considerable depth. Petunia Dursley chose not to report his absence. "I believe my final conversation with her was persuasive." "You showed her the carnivorous plants," Wednesday said. "I showed her the small carnivorous plants." The persuasion was entirely verbal. Harry turned the letter over. A supply list. Books, robes, a wand, a cauldron. Standard equipment for standard wizards. He wasn't standard by any definition, but that was rather the point. "The prophecy," he said. The table went quiet. Even the rat stopped struggling. Morticia set down her coffee. "Yes." Harry had learned about the prophecy 2 years ago. Morticia believed in preparing children for reality, and reality for Harry included a dark wizard who'd killed his birth parents and marked him as an equal. She'd explained it the way she explained everything, clearly, completely, without softening the edges. The world had edges. Addamses didn't dull them. They learned to grip. Voldemort is still out there, Harry said. Somewhere. And the prophecy says one of us has to end the other. Or the other ends you, but we don't consider that option, Gomez said brightly. Defeatism is for the Vanderbilts. The point, Morticia said, silencing her husband with a look that somehow communicated both love and a threat, is that Hogwarts connects you to that world. Your parents' world. The prophecy exists whether you attend or not. Better to enter it on your terms, with the skills we've given you, than to wait for it to find you here. Also, Wednesday added, I've read about Hogwarts. It sounds dreadful. You'll love it. Harry looked at the letter again. A school. Children his own age who hadn't been raised by the Addams family. Teachers who taught magic with rules and textbooks instead of midnight rituals and ancestral whispers. A world that thought of him as the boy who lived, a symbol, a savior, a dead man's orphan. They didn't know what he'd become. They didn't know that the scar on his forehead was a cleaned-out wound, that the dark wizard's soul fragment had been consumed like a candle in a bonfire during the becoming. They didn't know that their savior was, by every technical definition in their books, undead. This was going to be interesting. I'll need proper stationery, Harry said. For correspondence. Naturally, Morticia agreed. I'll have some printed. Black parchment, silver ink. Green, Harry said. For my mother. Morticia's smile was small and real and worth more than the entire Addams fortune. Green it is. The man arrived 3 days later, and he was enormous. Harry heard him coming before he saw him, heavy footsteps on the gravel path, the iron gate creaking open with a protest that sounded almost musical, and then a knock on the front door that rattled the windows. Lurch answered, as Lurch always did, with the slow grinding inevitability of tectonic plates. The door swung open. The man on the threshold was nearly twice Lurch's width and almost as tall. He had a wild black beard, beetle-black eyes, and hands like dinner plates. He wore a massive overcoat with too many pockets and an expression of cheerful determination that lasted exactly as long as it took him to register what Lurch looked like. Blimey, the man said. You rang, Lurch groaned. Harry watched from the top of the stairs. The man recovered quickly, which was admirable. Most people took longer. Right, well, I'm Hagrid. Rubeus Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I'm here about Harry Potter. Come in, Mr. Hagrid, Morticia's voice floated from the parlor. We've been expecting you. Hagrid entered the Addams house the way most people did, with the growing awareness that every shadow was slightly too dark, every portrait's eyes followed you a bit too intently, and the stuffed bear in the corner might not be entirely stuffed. He navigated the foyer with surprising delicacy for a man his size, ducking under the chandelier, made from actual bones, Great-Uncle Mordecai's femurs, donated voluntarily, and stepping carefully around Thing, who scuttled past carrying a tea tray. The parlor was Morticia's domain. Dark velvet, ancient wood, flowers that were either dead or deadly, and a fireplace that burned with blue flames year-round regardless of the season. Gomez stood by the mantel with a cigar and a brandy, radiating the focused enthusiasm of a man who'd been waiting for a guest to impress. Hagrid. Come in, come in. Brandy? Cigar? Both? Gomez thrust the snifter toward the enormous man. Aged 40 years in a coffin. The brandy, not the cigar. The cigar is fresh, rolled this morning by a fellow in Havana who owes me a considerable favor. Hagrid blinked. Bit early for brandy, innit? It's never early for brandy. It's merely early for weak brandy. Sit, sit. Hagrid sat. The chair, a Victorian antique that had survived the deaths of 6 Addamses and 1 very aggressive poltergeist, groaned under him but held. Morticia poured tea from a pot shaped like a raven. Thing offered sugar. I'm here, fair Harry, Hagrid said, finding his footing. Dumbledore sent me. We knew he was here, well, we figured it out eventually. Took a bit. The tracking charms on the lad went funny about 9 years ago. That would have been when I redecorated his nursery, Morticia said. The wards I placed tend to interfere with external magical monitoring. Sugar. 2 lumps, ta. Hagrid took the teacup, comically small in his hands, and peered around the room. So Harry's been here, then. All this time. We thought, well, Dumbledore thought he was with his aunt. He was. Briefly. Petunia and I had a conversation about the appropriate environment for a magical child, and she agreed that Harry would be better served here. Morticia sipped her tea. Eventually. She wasn't keen at first, Gomez added. Titia can be very persuasive. Right. Hagrid looked like he had several follow-up questions but was choosing self-preservation over curiosity. Well, the important thing is, Harry's got his letter, and Dumbledore wants to make sure he gets his supplies properly. Diagon Alley and all that. I'm to take him, if that's all right. We'll accompany you, naturally, Morticia said. Hagrid opened his mouth, paused, and looked at Gomez, who was now cleaning his rapier with a handkerchief, and Morticia, who was feeding something to a plant that had just eaten a fly out of the air, and seemed to recalculate the effort of objecting. The more the merrier, Hagrid said. Harry descended the stairs. He was wearing black trousers, a dark green shirt, and his hair, wild as James Potter's, black as a raven's wing, fell across his forehead in a way that almost hid the scar. Almost. Hagrid saw him and went very still. Harry, he said, and his voice cracked on the word. Last time I saw you, you was just a baby. I was the one who carried you out of the house that night. After your parents. Harry crossed the parlor and looked up at the enormous man. He could feel things about Hagrid, the shadow sense was always working, a background hum of information, and what he felt was uncomplicated grief, vast and well-worn, like a stone smoothed by years of being held. This man had loved his parents. This man had carried him out of ruin. Thank you, Harry said. For saving me. Hagrid's eyes filled. He pulled a tablecloth-sized handkerchief from his coat and blew his nose like a foghorn. You're welcome, Harry. You're very welcome. They arrived in London that afternoon. Gomez drove, a 1933 Packard so black it seemed to absorb streetlights, and Hagrid sat in the back seat, which had been expanded through means Hagrid didn't ask about. Wednesday had wanted to come but was in the middle of a taxidermy project she refused to abandon. She was working on a badger, and the fixative needed another 6 hours. Diagon Alley revealed itself behind the leaky cauldron's brick wall in a cascade of shifting stone, and Harry's first impression was color. After the deliberate, beautiful darkness of the Addams estate, the Wizarding Street was aggressively bright, shop signs in crimson and gold, robes in every shade, windows full of gleaming objects that moved and sparked and whistled. Harry didn't gawk. Addams's didn't gawk. But he absorbed it, cataloging the magic around him with the trained awareness Morticia had cultivated. Every shop had wards. The cobblestones themselves were enchanted, he could feel it through his shoes, a faint hum of old magic keeping the street level and the building stable. Above, the sky was real but framed, constrained by concealment charms that kept Muggle aircraft from noticing a medieval shopping district in the middle of London. And people noticed him. It started at the leaky cauldron. Tom the barkeep recognized the scar and whispered to a patron, who turned, and then another turned, and by the time they entered Diagon Alley proper, the murmur was spreading like fire on dry grass. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. He's here. A woman in purple robes seized his hand and shook it. A man bowed. An elderly witch burst into tears. Hagrid beamed proudly. Gomez put a hand on Harry's shoulder, protective, steady. Harry handled it with grace. He nodded, said thank you, didn't pull away from the handshakes even though every touch told him things about the person touching him, their health, their fears, the shape of their shadow. He'd learned poise from Morticia, who could make a funeral feel like a gala and a gala feel like a funeral, depending on her mood. Quite the celebrity, Gomez murmured. They don't know me, Harry said, not unkindly. They know a story. All the more reason to give them the real thing, old man. First impressions are everything. Gomez straightened Harry's collar. Head up. Shoulders back. Let them stare. And Addams is always worth staring at. They bought supplies efficiently. Robes from Madame Malkin's, Harry requested black with dark green lining, and Malkin obliged with the quiet deference of a woman who recognized quality taste. Potion supplies from the apothecary, Harry knew every ingredient by sight and smell and corrected the shopkeeper on the freshness of his boomslang skin, which earned a startled look and a discount. Books from Flourish and Blots. It was in Madame Malkin's that Harry met Draco Malfoy for the first time. The boy was pale, pointed, and standing on a fitting stool like it was a throne. He had the polished arrogance of someone who'd been told since birth that the world owed him a seat at every table. He looked at Harry with the automatic assessment of one pureblood evaluating another. Hogwarts too? Draco said. Yes. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. My father's on the board of governors. Harry regarded him with calm interest. Harry Potter Addams. Draco's eyes flicked to the scar, then widened slightly. Potter? The Harry Potter? So I'm told. Addams, though, I don't know that name. Is it wizarding? Older than wizarding, Harry said. Draco waited for elaboration. Harry didn't provide any. It was, he'd learned, a very effective way to establish the balance of a conversation, let the silence do the work. Well, Draco said, recalibrating. I expect you'll be in Slytherin. All the best families end up there. The Malfoys have been Slytherin for generations. I'll end up wherever I'm needed, Harry said. The fitting which pinned Harry's hem. Draco looked at him with the first flicker of uncertainty, the expression of someone who'd expected to control a conversation and found it politely, firmly taken from them. See you at Hogwarts, then, Draco said. I expect so. Harry smiled pleasantly. It was the Addams smile, warm on the surface, fathomless underneath. Draco looked away first. The wand shop was last. Ollivander's was narrow, dusty, and piled floor to ceiling with thin boxes that radiated magic in overlapping waves. The air was thick with it, layered enchantments, decades of ambient power soaked into the walls like smoke. Harry felt the shadows in the shop immediately. They were old, well fed by the darkness between the shelves, and they stirred when he entered. Morticia stayed outside. She'd said something about respecting the Wandbond's privacy, but Harry suspected she also wanted to browse the apothecary next door. Their arsenic selection had caught her eye. Gomez waited by the door, arms crossed, watching with the attentiveness of a man who understood that some moments were for witnessing, not participating. Ollivander appeared from the gloom of the shelves like a man materializing from fog. He was old, silver-eyed, with a gaze that went through you and out the other side. He looked at Harry the way he looked at everyone, as a puzzle to be solved, a hand to be matched to a hilt. Ah, Ollivander said. Mr. Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. His eyes traced the scar, then moved lower, examining Harry with an attention that felt almost physical. Your mother, Lily, her wand was willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Excellent for charm work. Your father, James, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. A wand for transformation. He paused. You have your mother's eyes. So I'm told. Let's see what finds you, then. Ollivander began pulling boxes. Try this, beech and dragon heartstring, 9 inches. Harry took it. The wood was warm, alive with potential. He gave it a wave. Nothing happened. Not a spark, not a whisper. The wand was inert in his hand, not rejecting him but simply, not connecting. Like trying to shake hands with a painting. Definitely not, Ollivander murmured, taking it back. Cedar and unicorn hair. Again, nothing. And again with the next wand, and the next. Ollivander's expression shifted from professional curiosity to genuine intrigue. He moved deeper into the shelves, his footsteps raising dust motes that hung in the air like tiny stars. Tricky customer. I do enjoy a challenge. He returned with a box that was older than the others, its wood darker, its edges worn smooth. He opened it with something approaching reverence. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took the wand, and the shop changed. The shadows, every shadow in the building, in every gap between shelves, beneath every table, behind every box, leaned toward him. Not dramatically, not violently. They shifted, the way sunflowers tracked the sun, orienting themselves toward Harry with a silent, collective attention that had nothing to do with the wand and everything to do with what Harry was. But the wand sang. Green and gold sparks erupted from the tip, swirling in the dusty air, and Harry felt the connection snap into place, not the deep, total bond of the shadow binding, but something complementary. A tool that understood him. A voice that could speak his language, even if it would never know the full vocabulary. Ollivander stood very still. His silver eyes were wide, and for the first time in the encounter, he wasn't looking at Harry. He was looking at the shadows. Curious, he said softly. Very curious. What is? Harry asked, though he sensed the answer. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave only one other feather. Just one. And the wand it went into, 13.5 inches, belonged to the wizard who gave you that scar. Silence. Gomez's hand drifted to his rapier hilt, reflexive, protective. Brother Wands, Harry said. Yes. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes. But great. Harry held the wand loosely at his side. The shadows were still oriented toward him, a room full of dark attention, and Ollivander couldn't stop staring at them. Mr. Ollivander, Harry said quietly. You've been making wands a long time. Since before your grandparents were born, Mr. Potter. Have you ever seen this before? Harry didn't gesture at the shadows. He didn't need to. Ollivander shook his head slowly. I have sold thousands of wands. I have measured thousands of hands and matched thousands of cores. I have never seen the dark reach back. He looked at Harry, really looked, past the scar and the green eyes and the boy shape of him, into whatever Ollivander's silver gaze could perceive. Whatever you are, Mr. Potter, you are more than what walked through my door. I wish you luck. I suspect you'll need it less than most. They left the shop. Harry held his wand, Holly and Phoenix Feather, brother to a killer's wand, and felt the shadows of Diagon Alley ripple in his wake like the surface of a pond after a stone. September 1st arrived with rain. The Addams family considered rain an excellent omen. Water fell from the sky, nourishing the earth, feeding the worms that fed the soil that held the dead. What wasn't to love? Gomez drove Harry to King's Cross in the Packard, singing Italian opera at full volume with the windows down. Morticia sat beside him, untouched by the rain despite the open windows. It simply parted around her, a trick Harry had never figured out and she'd never explained. Wednesday sat in the back with Harry, her crossbow in a case that looked like a violin. She was attending a different school, the Willowmere Academy for Exceptional Young Ladies, which she'd chosen because 3 students had gone missing there in the last decade and she wanted to find out why. Write to me, Harry said. Obviously. I'll need regular reports on the state of British magical education. If it's as backward as Mother says, I may need to stage an intervention. I can handle Hogwarts. Wednesday looked at him with her flat dark eyes. I know. But can Hogwarts handle you? Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, organized chaos, the kind that happened when 100 families tried to say goodbye at once in a space designed for half that number. Smoke from the scarlet steam engine wreathed the platform, children shouted, owls screeched, and parents called last-minute instructions that would be forgotten before the train cleared London. Gomez pulled Harry into a hug. "Remember, an Addams never starts a fight. But always finishes one," Harry completed. "And finishes it with style." Gomez held him at arm's length. "We love you, old man. All of us. The living ones and the dead ones and everything in between." Morticia knelt, which she did so rarely that Harry felt the significance like a weight. She took his face in her hands, as she had during the becoming, and kissed his forehead exactly on the scar. "You carry our family with you," she said. "In your shadow and your blood and your bones. You are never alone." Harry nodded. His throat was tight, even immortal Shadow-Liches could feel the ache of leaving home. Wednesday punched his arm. "Hard. Don't embarrass us." He boarded the train. The compartment Harry chose was near the back, quieter, emptier, with shadows that pooled in the corners like dark water. He stowed his trunk, black leather, brass fittings, enchanted by Fester to be larger inside and mildly explosive if tampered with, and settled by the window. The train lurched, the platform slid away, and London began to unreel outside the glass. He was alone for about 20 minutes. Then the door slid open, and a red-haired boy with a smudge of dirt on his nose peered in. "Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full." "Help yourself," Harry said. The boy, Ron, he said his name was, Ron Weasley, sat down and immediately began telling Harry about his family with the unfiltered enthusiasm of someone who hadn't learned to edit yet. 5 brothers, a sister, parents who were lovely but couldn't afford much, a rat named Scabbers who might actually be dead but was hard to tell. Harry listened. Ron was warm, chaotic, genuine, a house fire of a personality, throwing sparks in every direction. But about 10 minutes in, Ron trailed off mid-sentence and looked at Harry with a slight frown. "Is it cold in here, or is it me?" "It's me," Harry said simply. Ron blinked. "What do you mean?" "I run cold." "Oh." Ron shifted in his seat. He wasn't afraid, not exactly. But his instincts were awake, the animal hindbrain registering something that the conscious mind couldn't name. The temperature in the compartment was a few degrees lower than the corridor. The shadows in the corners were a shade too dark. Harry's eyes, when the light hit them a certain way, seemed to have depth that green eyes shouldn't. "You're Harry Potter, aren't you?" Ron said suddenly, spotting the scar. "I am. Wicked. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." He grinned, pushing past the unease with the stubbornness of someone who decided to be friendly and wasn't going to let a little existential discomfort stop him. "Is it true you've got the scar? Can I see?" Harry pushed his hair back. Ron stared at the lightning bolt with satisfying awe. They talked, about Hogwarts, about the houses, about Quidditch, which Harry knew about theoretically but hadn't played. Addams' family sports leaned more toward swordfighting, archery, and competitive poisoning. Ron relaxed by degrees, though he never fully lost the edge of awareness, the sense that something about Harry was off in a way he couldn't articulate. The door banged open again about an hour later. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one." The girl was already talking as she entered, the words tumbling out with the momentum of someone who'd been going compartment to compartment and had refined her pitch through repetition. She had bushy brown hair, sharp brown eyes, and an energy that filled the space like a second presence. She was wearing her Hogwarts robes already. She stopped. The temperature difference hit her. Harry saw it in the slight widening of her eyes, the micropause in her breathing. She registered it, processed it, and instead of stepping back, she stepped forward. Into the compartment. Closer. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said. "And you are?" "Harry Potter Addams." "Potter? I've read about you." You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. I haven't read any of those. You should. They're about you. She sat down across from him without being invited, which Harry found genuinely delightful. Then she tilted her head, studying him with the intensity of someone trying to solve an equation. Why is it cold in here? Ron coughed. He says he runs cold. People don't run cold like this. This is at least 4 degrees below ambient temperature, and it's localized around you. She leaned forward. What are you? Harry looked at Hermione Granger, bushy hair, sharp eyes, absolutely zero deference to fame or strangeness, and felt something click into place. Not romance, they were 11, and even an Addams recognized the absurdity of that. But recognition. The sense of meeting someone who would matter. That's the most interesting question anyone's asked me today, he said. Hermione's eyes narrowed. That's not an answer. No. But it's a start. She didn't press. She filed it away, he could see her doing it, cataloging the question for later, when she had more data. Instead, she returned to the immediate problem. About the toad, a boy named Neville Longbottom's lost his. Have you seen it? Harry reached out with his senses, not dramatically, not with any visible sign, just a quiet extension of awareness into the shadows of the train. Shadows pooled under every seat, in every luggage rack, in the gaps between carriages. They reported to him the way scouts reported to a general, not in words, but in impressions. Shape. Movement. Temperature. 3 compartments forward, Harry said. Under the seat on the right. It's hiding behind a trunk. Hermione stared at him. How could you possibly know that? I asked politely. She opened her mouth, closed it, and stood up. I'm going to go check. If you're right, I have about 40 more questions for you. I look forward to it. She left. Ron looked at Harry with his mouth slightly open. How did you know that? Family talent. Hermione came back 4 minutes later with a round-faced, teary-eyed boy clutching a toad like a lifeline. Neville Longbottom was soft-spoken, anxious, and vibrating with the particular misery of someone who lost things constantly and blamed himself for every loss. He was exactly where you said, Hermione told Harry, with the tone of someone who had just confirmed a hypothesis and was deeply unsettled by the implications. Thank you, Neville said to Harry. His voice was quiet, but there was real gratitude in it, the kind that came from someone who wasn't used to people helping. I thought I'd lost Trevor for good this time. Gran would have killed me. Sit down, Harry said. Both of you. They sat. The compartment was crowded now, for students, an owl, a rat, and a toad, but it felt right. Harry's shadow stretched across the floor, and in its darkness, Neville's toad sat perfectly still, content, as if it had found a particularly comfortable lily pad. They talked for the rest of the journey. Hermione asked questions. Harry answered some and deflected others. Ron argued with Hermione about the relative importance of Quidditch versus academics. Neville listened, occasionally offering quiet observations that were sharper than anyone expected. Harry watched them all and felt the particular warmth of people choosing to be near him despite every instinct telling them something was different. The sky darkened. The train slowed. Hogwarts appeared in the distance, a castle of towers and turrets, lit by 1,000 windows, perched on a cliff above a black lake. Even Harry, who had grown up in a house with a graveyard for a garden and a dungeon that went down 7 levels, was impressed. It wasn't the architecture. It was the magic. Hogwarts was drenched in it, layers upon layers, centuries of enchantment soaked into every stone. The castle's shadow was enormous, ancient, and aware in a way that made Harry's shadow stir with recognition. Old magic knew old magic. They crossed the lake in boats. The water was black and still, and things moved beneath the surface. Harry felt them, curious presences investigating the boats from below. The giant squid brushed his boat with a tentacle, then withdrew sharply, as if it had touched something unexpected. Neville nearly fell in. Harry caught him by the back of his robes without looking. His shadow had already been holding the edge of Neville's cloak, just in case. "Thanks," Neville whispered. "Always," Harry said, and meant it. The Great Hall was everything and nothing like Harry expected. The ceiling was enchanted to mirror the sky, tonight, a clear field of stars that made the hall feel roofless, open to the universe. For long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students. Candles floated in midair by the hundreds, their light warm and golden. At the head table, the teachers sat in a row, and Harry catalogued them with Addams' trained awareness. The tiny wizard with a shock of white hair, charms, probably. Vibrating with barely contained energy. The severe woman with the square spectacles and the tight bun, transfiguration. A spine like an iron rod and magic that smelled of precision. The enormous man, Hagrid, beaming from the end of the table. The sallow man with the hooked nose and black robes. Harry's shadow twitched toward him, recognizing something. Dark magic. Old pain. And eyes that were already fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on violence. And at the center, in a throne-like chair, an old man with a silver beard that reached his waist and half-moon spectacles that caught the candlelight. Albus Dumbledore. The man who'd left Harry on a doorstep. The man who'd tracked him, lost him, and was now seeing him for the first time in a decade. Their eyes met across the hall. Dumbledore's were blue, piercing, and carefully worn. Harry's were green, steady, and gave nothing away. Something passed between them, not hostility, not warmth. Assessment. Two chess players seeing the board for the first time. Then Harry looked away, because the sorting was beginning, and there was a hat on a stool that was singing a song about the four houses, and even a Shadow-Lich could appreciate a good performance. The sorting hat was old. Older than Harry had expected, older perhaps than the castle itself. It radiated a kind of intelligence that was entirely different from human thought, broader, more diffuse, like a library that had achieved consciousness. Students were called one by one. Hermione went early, the hat barely touched her head before shouting, "Gryffindor." She beamed and practically ran to the table, catching Harry's eye as she sat down. Neville went next, after a longer deliberation, and was also placed in Gryffindor, though the hat seemed to wrestle with the decision for nearly a full minute. Draco Malfoy was Slytherin before the hat fully settled on his head. "Potter, Harry." The hall went silent. Not the gradual quiet of fading conversation, the instant, total silence of collective breath held. Every head turned. Whispers erupted, hissing like water on hot iron. "Potter? The Harry Potter? Where? The scar, can you see the scar?" Harry walked to the stool. He was aware of every eye, every whisper, every shadow in the hall leaning toward him. He sat. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Darkness. The hat's brim dropped over his eyes, and the great hall vanished. In its place, nothing. Silence. Then a voice. Old, dry, with the texture of ancient parchment. "Well, well, well." Harry waited. "I have sorted tens of thousands of students, Mr. Potter. I have peered into minds brilliant and dull, ambitious and content, brave and fearful. I have never encountered anything like what I find in you." "What do you find?" Harry thought. A long pause. The hat's consciousness pressed against Harry's, and Harry let it, up to a point. He showed the hat what was safe to show, his love for the Addams family, his determination, his curiosity about the world he was entering. He kept the deeper shadows private. Not out of deception, but out of respect. Some things were family business. The hat found the boundary and stopped. "You're being polite about it. That's unusual. Most students with secrets try to hide them. You've simply closed a door. My mother taught me that privacy is not the same as deception." Morticia Addams. Yes. I can see her influence. Another pause, longer this time. What have they done to you, child? The question was gentle. Not accusing, genuinely curious, with an undertone of concern that surprised Harry. The hat had been sitting on a shelf for most of the year, but it was connected to the castle, to the magic of the founders, and it understood things that individual wizards might miss. They loved me, Harry thought. The hat was quiet for a long time. In the great hall, students shifted. Whispers started again. McGonagall's lips thinned. I see courage, the hat said at last. Enormous courage, the kind that isn't reckless but chosen. I see ambition, not for power, but for something more dangerous. You want to protect. You want to keep. I see a mind that could rival any Ravenclaw's, trained by women who value knowledge as a weapon. And I see loyalty so deep it has roots in places I cannot fully perceive. So where do I go? You could go anywhere, Mr. Potter. You could reshape any house you entered. But I think, yes. I think you need to be where courage is needed most. Not because you lack it, but because you will inspire it in others. They will need what you carry. The light and the dark. Gryffindor, the hat shouted. The hall erupted. The Gryffindor table exploded in cheers, the Weasley twins shouting, "We got Potter." And Harry removed the hat and walked to join them. He sat beside Hermione, who was beaming, and across from Neville, who looked relieved. Above, the floating candles flickered. Just once. A ripple of darkness that passed through the hall like a breath, touching every flame before vanishing. Most people didn't notice. Hermione did, her eyes darted to the candles, then to Harry, then back. She said nothing. She filed it away. At the head table, Dumbledore watched Harry sit, and the warmth in his eyes had been joined by something else. Something careful. The sallow man, Snape, Harry would learn, stared at Harry with an expression that was impossible to read. Not hatred. Not welcome. A recognition, maybe. The way a man who'd lived in shadow his whole life recognized someone who'd made the shadow a home. The feast appeared, mountains of food materializing on golden plates, and Harry ate and laughed and answered questions from eager Gryffindors who wanted to know everything about the boy who lived. He told them nothing true and everything they wanted to hear. And Addams understood the value of narrative control. Under the table, his shadow pooled around his feet, deeper and darker than the shadows of the students beside him. It reached out, thin tendrils exploring the floor, the table legs, the ancient stone. Learning the castle. Mapping it. The shadows of Hogwarts were old and deep and full of memory, and they welcomed Harry's shadow the way an ocean welcomes a river. Something stirred in the depths of the castle. Far below, in places where light had never reached, a shadow that belonged to nothing shifted. Harry felt it, faint, distant, wrong, and filed it away for later. Tonight was for feasting. The common room was warm. That was Harry's first thought. The Gryffindor common room, with its deep red armchairs and roaring fireplace, was the warmest place he'd been since leaving home. The Addams estate ran on the cool side by design and preference. This was different. This was heat that pushed against him, gentle and insistent. The first years explored with the unrestrained curiosity of children given a new territory. Ron claimed an armchair by the fire. Neville found a corner and sat with Trevor. Hermione examined the bookshelves with the focused intensity of a prospector who'd found a promising vein. Harry stood by the window and looked out at the grounds, dark, vast, the forbidden forest a wall of deeper darkness at the edge of the grounds. Somewhere out there, Professor Quirrell, the nervous man with the turban who'd been introduced as the defense against the dark arts teacher, was settling into his own quarters. During the feast, when Quirrell had looked at Harry, the man's turban-covered head had pulsed with something Harry's senses recognized, fractured soul magic. Dark. Parasitic. Wrong in the way that a broken bone was wrong, a natural structure forced into an unnatural angle. The turban hid something. Harry didn't know what yet, but his shadow knew it was bad. He climbed the stairs to the first-year boys' dormitory. 5 four-poster beds with crimson hangings. Ron had already claimed one and was snoring within minutes of lying down. Neville was asleep with Trevor on his pillow. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, the other two, were engaged in a whispered argument about football that faded as sleep took them. Harry lay on his bed and didn't sleep. He didn't need to anymore. Sleep was optional for a Shadow-Lich, a comfort, not a necessity. Some nights he chose it, sinking into dreams that were deeper and stranger than human dreams, full of the vast dark space of the other side. Other nights he simply existed, awake and aware, feeling the world turn. Tonight, he reached out. His consciousness spread through the castle's shadows like ink through water. He felt the corridors, empty now, patrolled by ghosts and the occasional cat. He felt the great hall, the kitchens, busy, house elves, dozens of them, cleaning and preparing, the dungeons where Slytherins slept in cool stone rooms. He felt the library, vast and dense with the accumulated shadow of thousands of books. He felt the towers, the courtyards, the grounds. And he felt the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side, where Dumbledore had warned students not to go unless they wished to die a very painful death. Something was there, something alive, something guarded, something important. Harry's shadow brushed against the edge of its protections and withdrew, respecting the boundary. He'd investigate later. Patience was an Addams virtue. Deeper. Lower. Beneath the dungeons, beneath the foundations, into the roots of the castle where the stone met the earth. The shadows there were ancient, not centuries old but millennia old, predating Hogwarts, predating the founders, possibly predating wizardkind. They were thick and slow, like geological strata, and they carried impressions of things Harry couldn't fully interpret. Old magic. Old presences. Old doors. And there, at the very bottom of everything, he felt it. Not the same thing he'd glimpsed during the becoming. Not the vast entity at the bottom of the other side. This was different, a shadow of that entity, an impression, a fingerprint left on the physical world by something pressing against the barrier from the other side. It was subtle, barely there, like the faintest scent of smoke from a fire burning in another room. It knew he was there. A whisper. Not words, a feeling, an awareness, the psychic equivalent of a knock on a door. "I see you, little king." Harry recoiled. He pulled his consciousness back, snapping it tight around himself like a cloak. The dormitory was quiet. Ron snored. The fire crackled. Everything was normal. But Harry's shadow, curled at the foot of his bed, was trembling. He pulled out parchment and a quill, green ink, as Morticia had promised, and wrote 2 letters by the light of his wand. The first, to Morticia, "Mother, I've arrived safely. The castle is extraordinary, layered with magic I've never encountered. The Sorting Hat had questions I chose not to answer, and a teacher named Quirrell is carrying something parasitic beneath his turban, fractured soul magic, dark and unstable. But there's something else. Deep beneath the castle. Older than the school. It knows I'm here." It whispered. "Should I be concerned? Your loving son, Harry II, to Wednesday, the train was adequate. I've made 2 friends, a girl who asks questions like weapons and a boy who's braver than he knows. A blonde child tried to impress me with his family name. It didn't work. The castle has secrets. One of them whispered at me from underground. School starts tomorrow. Don't let Pugsley touch my things." He folded both letters and gave them to his shadow, which carried them to the Ollery faster than any owl could fly. They'd be attached to an appropriate bird and sent before dawn. Harry lay back on his bed and stared at the canopy. Somewhere above him, Albus Dumbledore was standing in his office, examining instruments that monitored the magical signature of the boy he'd once left on a doorstep. Harry could feel the old man's attention like sunlight through a magnifying glass, focused, intense, searching. One instrument tracked Harry's health. It spun smoothly, indicating perfect physical condition. One tracked his emotional state. It flickered between the colors for content and alert, which was accurate. One tracked his soul. This was the one that had Dumbledore standing at his desk at midnight with a glass of untouched fire whiskey. The soul monitor was an extraordinarily complex piece of magic, designed by Dumbledore himself, calibrated to the fragment of Voldemort's soul that should have been lodged in Harry's scar like a splinter in flesh. The fragment was gone. Not suppressed, not dormant, not hidden. Gone. The monitor showed Harry's soul as whole, a single, unified presence without the dark stain Dumbledore had detected the night he'd left Harry at Privet Drive. More than whole, in fact. The reading suggested a soul that was anchored to something, bound to a substrate that the instrument couldn't identify, couldn't measure, couldn't parse. The soul monitor's needle, which should have pointed to fragmented, two sources, was pointing in a direction that the dial didn't have. It had swung past whole, past fortified, past every category Dumbledore had built into the device, and was now pressing against the edge of the dial, trembling, as if trying to point at something the instrument hadn't been designed to detect. Dumbledore set down his fire whiskey. He removed his spectacles and cleaned them on his robe, a nervous habit he'd had since he was younger than Harry. "Fawkes," he said to the phoenix on the perch beside him. Fawkes trilled softly, a concerned sound, the avian equivalent of a furrowed brow. "What have they done?" The phoenix had no answer. The instruments hummed. The castle slept. And in a tower room in Gryffindor, a boy who had already died and been reborn lay awake in the dark, listening to the whispers of an old castle that was beginning to realize what had moved into its halls. The shadows of Hogwarts had a new king. They just didn't know what that meant yet. None of them did. Chapter 2, Shadows in the Halls. Mornings at Hogwarts began with light. That was the first thing Harry had to adjust to. The Addams estate woke slowly, darkness lingering in every corner, curtains drawn against the sun until Morticia decided the day had earned her attention. Cemetery Lane existed in a state of permanent dusk, the sky above the property overcast by choice. Grandmama had a standing arrangement with a local weather witch. Hogwarts had no such arrangement. Dawn hit the Gryffindor Tower like a battering ram, flooding through east-facing windows, bouncing off crimson bedsheets and gold fixtures until the entire dormitory blazed. Ron Weasley groaned and pulled a pillow over his head. Seamus Finnegan swore in a brogue so thick it was nearly a different language. Dean Thomas sat up, blinked, and fell back down. Harry was already dressed. He'd spent the pre-dawn hours reading A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, which was dense, dry, and suspiciously absent of any mention of the Addams family's contributions to magical history. Morticia would have opinions about that. He was lacing his shoes when Neville stumbled out of bed, tripped over his own trunk, and caught himself on Harry's bedpost. Trevor the Toad croaked from somewhere under the sheets. "Morning," Harry said. "Is it?" Neville looked at the windows with the betrayed expression of a man who trusted the night to last longer. "Breakfast in 20 minutes, according to the schedule." Percy Weasley slid under the door at what I can only assume was an unreasonable hour. Neville straightened up. There was a crease mark on his cheek and his pajamas were inside out, but he squared his shoulders with a determination that Harry recognized. The boy was trying. Every single moment, Neville Longbottom was trying, and the effort cost him more than anyone knew. Harry knew, because the shadows told him things. They told him that Neville's heart rate was elevated, baseline anxiety, constant and exhausting. They told him that the boy's magic was tangled, knotted up with self-doubt like a rope that had been left in the rain too long. The power was there. It just couldn't get out. "Walk down together," Harry offered. The relief on Neville's face was quick and quickly hidden. "Yeah. Sure. If you want." They collected Hermione from the common room, where she'd been waiting since, Harry suspected, approximately dawn. She had her bag packed, her books organized, and a schedule color-coded in 3 different inks. "We have charms first," she announced. "Then transfiguration after lunch." Professor Flitwick is head of Ravenclaw and a former dueling champion, so he should be excellent. Professor McGonagall is supposed to be strict but fair, and she's an animagus, which is honestly one of the most complex branches of Hermione, Harry said. What? Have you eaten? She paused. I was going to eat while reviewing the first 3 chapters of the Charms textbook. You should taste the food. Apparently the house elves here are exceptional. She narrowed her eyes at him, trying to determine if he was mocking her. He wasn't. She seemed to decide this and fell into step beside him, though she did keep the textbook open on her lap throughout breakfast. The Great Hall in the morning was a different animal than the candlelit spectacle of the night before. Sunlight streamed through the enchanted ceiling, today, a pale blue sky streaked with high cirrus clouds, and the 4 house tables buzzed with conversation, clattering plates, and the small chaos of hundreds of children navigating a new routine. Harry sat between Hermione and Neville. Ron dropped into the seat across from them, already reaching for sausages. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, or possibly George and Fred, were 3 seats down, conducting some kind of experiment that involved a salt shaker and a great deal of whispered counting. Harry ate toast. He didn't need to eat, strictly speaking, but he enjoyed the ritual of meals, the communal warmth of sitting with people and sharing food. Morticia had taught him that civilization was built on shared tables, and an Addams always set a good one. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was holding court, his pale face animated, clearly telling a story. His eyes flicked to Harry periodically, measuring, assessing. Harry met his gaze once, held it for exactly 2 seconds, then returned to his toast. Let the boy stare. At the head table, Dumbledore was absent. McGonagall sat in the center, straight-backed and watchful. Snape was at the far end, eating nothing, drinking black coffee, and radiating the particular energy of a man who considered mornings a personal insult. When Harry glanced up, Snape was watching him. Their eyes met. Something passed between them, not hostility, not warmth. Recognition, perhaps. The look of someone who had spent a lifetime in shadows encountering someone who had made them a home. Quirrell was also watching, but Quirrell watched everyone with the twitchy, darting attention of a rabbit in a foxhole. Except when he looked at Harry. Then the twitching stopped, and something behind his eyes went still and focused, and the turban pulsed with a faint, greasy darkness that Harry could taste at the back of his throat. The mail arrived. Owls descended in a feathered avalanche, dropping letters and packages with varying degrees of accuracy. A large barn owl landed in front of Harry carrying 2 responses, Morticia's reply on black parchment with silver ink, and Wednesday's on plain white paper with her characteristically small, precise handwriting. He opened Wednesday's first. Harry, the castle sounds adequate. Your friends sound tolerable. The blonde child sounds like a Malfoy. Father dueled one in 1987 and won 17 galleons and a minor concussion. Both parties considered it an excellent evening. Regarding the whisper, don't be dramatic. Things whisper at you all the time. That's what being shadowbound means. If it whispers again, whisper back. Politely. You're representing the family. Pugsley tried to enter your room. Thing stopped him. Pugsley lost 2 fingers. Thing gave them back after an hour. Standard Tuesday. Don't make friends with anyone boring. Harry smiled. He opened Morticia's letter and the smile faded. My darling, I'm glad you've arrived safely. Your observations about the teacher are concerning. Fractured soul magic is the hallmark of a particular kind of dark practice, one your birth parents' killer was known to pursue. Be cautious, but do not act alone. Watch. Listen. Let the shadows carry information to you. As for the presence beneath the castle, I will consult the family records. The Addams have been aware of certain pressures from the other side for generations. Our rituals were designed in part to manage these pressures, to keep the boundary stable. If something is pressing through, it may be responding to your becoming. You are a new point of contact, darling. A new door. Do not open it. Your father sends his love and a box of cigars for any teacher you deem worthy. I send mine without conditions. Mother. Harry folded both letters and tucked them inside his robes. Hermione, who had been watching with poorly concealed curiosity, opened her mouth to ask. Harry shook his head once, and she closed it. But her eyes said later, and Harry's slight nod said yes. Professor Flitwick's classroom was on the third floor, a bright, cluttered space filled with feathers, practice objects, and the lingering scent of sparked magic. Flitwick himself stood on a stack of books behind his desk, tiny and electric with enthusiasm, his white hair rising from his head like dandelion fluff. Welcome, welcome. Charms, the most versatile and, if I may say so, the most delightful branch of magic. Today we begin with the fundamentals. Wand movements, incantation theory, and, for the ambitious among you, your first practical attempt at the levitation charm. He was good. Harry recognized quality teaching. Morticia had been a rigorous instructor, and Grandmama had a talent for making even the most complex potion theory comprehensible through sheer force of personality. Flitwick had that same gift, the ability to make information feel like a story being told rather than a lesson being administered. The practical portion came after lunch. Each student was given a feather and instructed to levitate it. Hermione, predictably, managed it on the second attempt. The feather rose smoothly, steadily, obeying the precise swish and flick of her wand and the crisp pronunciation of Wingardium Leviosa. Flitwick clapped his hands and awarded Gryffindor 10 points. Hermione glowed. Ron struggled. Seamus set his feather on fire. Neville's feather twitched but wouldn't rise, and the frustration on his face was painful to watch, not anger at the feather, but anger at himself, that familiar, grinding self-recrimination. Harry raised his wand. Holly and Phoenix feather, 11 inches. He spoke the incantation and flicked. The feather rose. It rose on a disk of solid shadow. The shadow spread from the tip of Harry's wand like ink from a pen, pooling in the air beneath the feather, forming a flat, dark platform that lifted the feather smoothly upward. The shadow disk was perfectly circular, precisely controlled, and absolutely not in any textbook. The classroom went quiet. Flitwick descended from his book stack with surprising agility and crossed to Harry's desk. He examined the levitating feather, the shadow beneath it, the calm boy holding the wand. His eyes, sharp, assessing, entirely without fear, took in every detail. Mr. Potter, Flitwick said. The incantation was correct. The wand movement was correct. The result is, not. Not incorrect either, sir. No, Flitwick agreed slowly. The feather is levitating. The mechanism, however, is not one I've encountered in 40 years of teaching. He peered at the shadow disk. Is this deliberate? My magic expresses differently than most, Harry said. The intent and the outcome are the same. The method varies. Flitwick was quiet for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, he beamed. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. 5 points to Gryffindor for successful levitation, and 5 more for the most creative interpretation of the levitation charm I've seen since a young Lily Evans made her feather dance rather than simply float. Harry's hand tightened on his wand. You knew my mother. Knew her. I taught her. Brilliant woman. Brilliant. Flitwick's expression softened. She had a way of making magic do things it wasn't supposed to, as well. You have her gift. After class, Hermione caught Harry's arm in the corridor. Neville hovered nearby, and Ron had gone ahead, still grumbling about his own feather's refusal to cooperate. That wasn't normal charms magic, Hermione said. No. The shadow beneath the feather, that was you. Your own magic, manifesting as a physical substance. Yes. That's not in any of our textbooks. Correct. It's not in any textbook I've read, and I've read the entire first-year curriculum plus 6 supplementary texts. I believe you. Hermione stepped closer. Not confrontationally, curiously. The way she stepped toward every unknown, with the fearlessness of someone who genuinely believed that understanding could neutralize any threat. The cold around you. The way the shadows move. The fact that you knew exactly where Neville's toad was without looking. This is all connected, isn't it? Yes. Will you tell me? Harry looked at her. Bushy hair escaping its tie. Brown eyes bright and relentless. Jaw set in a way that said she'd wait all day if she had to. Not yet, he said. But I will. When I know I can trust you with it. Most people would have been offended. Hermione considered his words, nodded once, and said, fair. But I'll figure it out on my own if you take too long. I have absolutely no doubt. Transfiguration was different. McGonagall ran her classroom the way a general ran a campaign, precise expectations, zero tolerance for nonsense, and an underlying current of fierce competence that made even the most distracted student pay attention. She began as a cat. Sitting on her desk, tabby-striped and perfectly still, she waited until every student was seated, then flowed from cat to woman in a transformation so seamless it looked like a special effect. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she said, and every word landed like a gavel. Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. She set them to turning matches into needles. Harry picked up his match, felt its weight, its texture, the thin thread of magic that connected its physical form to the possibility of other forms. Transfiguration, he understood intuitively, was about possibility, about convincing matter that it could be something else. He turned his match into a needle. One tap of his wand, one focused thought. The match shivered and became silver, no, not silver. Black. The needle was pitch black, sharp as a razor, and cold to the touch. It gleamed with a metallic darkness that seemed to drink the light. McGonagall picked it up carefully. She examined it through her spectacles, tested its point against her fingertip, it drew a bead of blood, which she ignored with the practiced indifference of someone who had taught 11-year-olds for decades, and set it down. Full marks, Mr. Potter, she said. Though I note the needle is unconventional. My magic has a preferred palette, Professor. McGonagall's lips twitched. It might have been disapproval. It might have been the ghost of a smile. See that it doesn't interfere with the precision of your work. Color is aesthetic. Structure is everything. Yes, Professor. She moved on. Harry caught Hermione's eye across the room. Hermione held up her own needle, silver, perfect, entirely textbook, and raised an eyebrow that said mine's better. Harry held up his black needle and raised an eyebrow that said mine's more interesting. Hermione's mouth quirked. She looked away before McGonagall noticed. Neville's match had become a splinter of wood with a vaguely metallic sheen, which was more progress than he'd expected. Harry leaned over and said, quietly, that's a partial transformation. Most first-years can't manage even that on the first day. Really? Neville looked at the splinter with new eyes. Hermione and I are outliers. Don't measure yourself against outliers. Measure yourself against yesterday. Neville stared at him. Then he squared his shoulders, picked up a fresh match, and tried again. The result was slightly more metallic. He grinned, a small, surprised grin, the expression of someone discovering that maybe the problem wasn't his magic, but his expectations. The dungeons were cold. Not Harry cold, actually cold, the damp stone chill of a space that had been underground for 1,000 years. Water stained the walls. Torches burned with a grudging, sulphurous light that turned everything the color of old parchment. Potion ingredients lined the shelves in jars of varying transparency, their contents floating in preservative fluids that ranged from clear to alarming. Harry felt comfortable here. It reminded him of the Addams cellars, where Grandmama kept her most volatile ingredients and Uncle Fester ran his electrical experiments. The darkness was honest, the shadows thick and well established, and the smells, formaldehyde, dried herbs, rendered fat, mineral acid, were the smells of his childhood. Snape entered like a thunderclap. The door didn't slam, it simply opened, and the temperature dropped, and the man in black robes was there, filling the front of the classroom with a presence that was part authority, part threat, and part carefully cultivated menace. His eyes swept the room, Gryffindors on one side, Slytherins on the other, and Harry had the impression of a searchlight passing over enemy territory. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class," Snape said, his voice barely above a whisper but carrying to every corner. "As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." Pause. The room held its breath. "Then again, maybe some of you have come to Hogwarts in possession of abilities so formidable that you don't feel the need to pay attention." His gaze locked onto Harry. The class tensed, every student could feel the weight of the moment, the professor zeroing in on the most famous student in the school with the precision of a sniper. "Mr. Potter. Our new celebrity." Harry met his gaze. Steady, calm, green eyes holding black ones. "Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The answer came without hesitation. "The draught of living death, sir. A sleeping potion of considerable potency. The standard recipe calls for a ratio of 7 parts wormwood infusion to 3 parts asphodel, though the Harkis variation uses a 5-to-4 ratio for a more gradual onset." The classroom went silent. Hermione, whose hand had shot up, slowly lowered it. Snape's expression didn't change. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, sir. Specifically, the 4th stomach. The bezoar forms around a mass of undigested material and serves as a general antidote to most common poisons, though it's ineffective against magically synthesized toxins such as basilisk venom or the distilled extract of acromantula." Draco Malfoy's mouth was hanging open. Ron had stopped breathing. "And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite. The roots are the most toxic component. Approximately 2 milligrams of processed aconitine is sufficient to kill an adult wizard, though the lethal dose varies with body weight and magical resistance. My grandmother uses it in a particularly effective rat poison, though she says it's wasted on vermin." The silence that followed was so complete Harry could hear the bubbling of a cauldron 3 desks away. Snape stared at him. The script had gone wrong, Harry could see it, the fracture in Snape's prepared performance. The professor had expected James Potter's son, arrogant, underprepared, coasting on fame. Instead he'd gotten answers that would have been impressive from a 7th year, delivered with the calm precision of someone who'd been handling dangerous substances since before they could read. And there was something else. Harry felt it through the shadow sense, a shift in Snape's emotional landscape, a tectonic movement beneath the surface. The man was looking at Harry's eyes, and Harry knew what he was seeing. Lily's eyes. Green as killing curses, green as springtime, set in a face that was James Potter's but animated by something that was neither James nor Lily. Snape's jaw tightened. For a moment, just a moment, the mask slipped, and Harry saw something raw and ancient behind it. Grief. Not for Harry. For someone Harry reminded him of. "Well," Snape said quietly. "It seems our celebrity came prepared." He turned to the class. "Well? Why aren't you all copying that down?" The lesson proceeded. Snape was exacting, critical, and relentlessly demanding. He stalked between desks correcting grip, temperature, ingredient preparation, timing. He found fault with almost everyone. Ron's chopping was uneven, Dean's heat was too high, Seamus's cauldron was emitting a suspicious whistle that suggested imminent detonation. But he didn't touch Harry's station. He passed behind Harry twice, paused both times, examined the potion, a simple boil cure, brewed with a confidence and precision that came from years of grandmama's training, and moved on without a word. At the end of class, as students filed out, Snape spoke. "Potter. Stay." Hermione hesitated at the door. Harry caught her eye and shook his head slightly. She went. The dungeon was empty. Snape sat behind his desk and looked at Harry with an expression that was stripped of the classroom's theatrical menace. What remained was complicated, layers of old emotion, old loyalty, old regret. "You were not raised by Muggles," Snape said. "It wasn't a question." "No, sir. Your knowledge of potions exceeds your age. Significantly." "Who taught you?" "My grandmother." "Not Lily's mother?" "No. My adoptive grandmother. The Addams family took me in when I was 15 months old." Something shifted behind Snape's eyes. "Addams. I've heard the name. Old magic. Very old. Older than wand traditions." He paused. "Shadow practitioners." Harry said nothing. Silence was more eloquent than denial. Snape leaned forward. "Your mother, your birth mother, was the most gifted witch I have ever known. She had a way with magic that went beyond technique. It was instinctive. Natural. As if magic were a language she'd been speaking since before she was born." His voice dropped. "You have her eyes. But what's behind them is not hers." "No, sir. What's behind them is mine." Snape studied him for a long time. The dungeon shadows were thick and comfortable, and Harry's shadow lay quiet and still, not reaching, not testing. This was a man who lived in darkness already. He didn't need Harry's shadows to tell him what the dark looked like. "Your mother had a talent for potions as well," Snape said at last. "She would have been pleased to know you carry it." It was the most personal thing Severus Snape had said to a student in a decade. Harry recognized the weight of it. "Thank you, Professor." Snape nodded once, curtly, and the mask slid back into place. "You're dismissed. And Potter, if you continue to answer my questions with that degree of thoroughness, I'll have nothing left to teach you. Moderate yourself. Leave something for the other students to discover." Harry left the dungeon. In the corridor outside, Hermione was waiting. Of course she was. "What did he say?" "He knew my mother." Hermione's face softened. She didn't push further. She walked beside him to the great hall in comfortable silence, and Harry thought that Hermione Granger might be one of the most perceptive people he'd ever met, not because she asked every question, but because she knew which ones to leave unasked. The week settled into a rhythm. Classes, meals, study sessions in the library where Hermione drove their academic progress like a very small, very determined locomotive, and Harry provided the unconventional perspectives that kept things interesting. Neville joined them most evenings, his confidence growing in small but measurable increments. Harry began training Neville, though he was careful to make it feel like casual practice rather than formal instruction. And Addams understood that confidence couldn't be forced, it had to be grown, like one of Morticia's roses, from good soil and patient tending. They practiced in empty classrooms after dinner. Basic spell work, mostly, the fundamentals Neville struggled with because his magic knotted up with anxiety every time he tried to use it. "Your grip's too tight," Harry said one evening. Neville was attempting a simple color change charm on a teacup, and his knuckles were white around his wand. "You're strangling the magic. Hold the wand like you're shaking someone's hand, not wringing a chicken's neck." Neville loosened his grip. The wand trembled. "Gran says I'm nearly a squib." "Your grandmother is wrong." Neville looked up, startled. Nobody contradicted Augusta Longbottom. "I can feel your magic, Neville. It's there. It's strong. It's just." Harry searched for the right metaphor. "Think of it like water behind a dam. The water's fine. The dam's the problem. Your magic works perfectly, it's your belief that it won't that's blocking it. How do you feel someone's magic? Family talent. Harry held up his wand. Watch the wand, not the cup. Follow the movement. Don't think about the outcome, think about the motion. The result takes care of itself. Neville tried again. Swish, flick. The teacup shivered. Shivered again. Then, with a reluctant sort of pop, turned a deep, solid blue. Neville stared at it. I did it. You did it. I actually did it. He picked up the teacup and turned it over in his hands, marveling at the color as if it were the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. His eyes were bright. Harry felt something unfold in his chest, not his own emotion, but the echo of it, reflected through the shadow bond that connected him to the people he cared about. When Neville was happy, Harry's shadows gentled. When Neville was afraid, they sharpened. It was involuntary, instinctive, and entirely an Addams trait. The family's magic was built on bonds, and bonds ran both ways. Again, Harry said. Different color this time. They practiced until the torches burned low. When they left, Neville walked taller. It was subtle, an inch of height, a fraction more weight on his heels instead of his toes, but Harry noticed. He always noticed. Herbology was the exception to Harry's classroom dynamics. In every other subject, his magic expressed in ways that were visibly, unsettlingly different. In herbology, his magic expressed in ways that were visibly, unsettlingly responsive. Professor Sprout, round, cheerful, with earth permanently embedded under her fingernails, kept Greenhouse 1 stocked with standard first-year plants, puffopods, bouncing bulbs, the occasional self-fertilizing shrub. These were polite, well-behaved botanical specimens that did what they were told and didn't bite. They didn't like Harry. Or rather, the safe ones didn't. The puffopods withdrew when he passed. The bouncing bulbs went still. A particularly sensitive fern shed all its leaves the first time Harry touched its pot, and Sprout spent 20 minutes coaxing it back to health while shooting Harry looks that were equal parts concern and curiosity. The dangerous plants, on the other hand, loved him. A venomous tentacula in Greenhouse 3, off-limits to first years, but Harry's shadow had already mapped the building, pressed its tendrils against the glass when Harry walked past. Devil's Snare, which should have been dormant in daylight, reached for him through the cracks in its enclosure. A screaming mandrake, during a lesson on repotting, went completely silent when Harry held it, settling into his hands with the contentment of a cat finding a warm lap. That's never happened before, Sprout said, staring. I think it likes me, Harry said, looking at the mandrake, which was now curling its leaves around his fingers. It's a mandrake, dear. It doesn't like anyone. It barely tolerates existence. We have that in common. Sprout laughed. She had the kind of laugh that made you feel welcome, even if you were a shadow-bound lich holding a normally lethal plant that was nuzzling your hand. Flying lessons came on a Thursday, and Harry discovered something that transcended the shadow magic, the Addams training, and the immortal binding. Something pure and simple and entirely his own. He loved to fly. The broom responded to his voice, up. With an eagerness that surprised even Madame Hooch. It leaped into his hand like a dog greeting its owner. And when he kicked off the ground, when the air caught him and the castle fell away beneath his feet, Harry felt something he rarely felt, lightness. In the air, his shadow couldn't follow. 30 feet up, with nothing beneath him but open sky, the constant background awareness of darkness and depth fell away, and he was just a boy on a broomstick, riding the wind. He shot across the training field at a speed that made Hooch whistle. He dove, pulled up, turned so sharply his robes snapped like a sail. The broom was cheap, a school model with all the personality of a plank, and it still flew like a dream in his hands. McGonagall watched from a window. Harry didn't know it then, but she was already thinking about Quidditch, about the youngest seeker in a century, about a boy who flew like James Potter reborn. It was during flying lessons that Neville fell. A combination of nerves, an unsteady grip, and a remembrall that shouldn't have been a distraction but was. Neville's broom bucked, he slid sideways, and for one terrible second he was falling, 30 feet of empty air between him and a broken arm or worse. Harry moved. Not on a broom, he was 20 feet away and grounded when it happened. He moved through shadow. One step into the dark space between moments, a lurch that felt like falling sideways through a gap in reality, and he was there, directly below Neville, arms out, shadow spreading beneath them both like a net. Neville hit the shadow net and bounced. Gently. He lay there, stunned, staring up at the sky while Harry stood beside him and the shadow slowly retracted, sinking back into the grass. "You're all right," Harry said. "How did you, family talent? Can you move your arms?" Neville moved his arms. His wrist was sprained, not broken, and Madame Hooch was already bustling over with the particular energy of a woman who had seen too many falling children and was furious with the universe about it. Draco Malfoy had watched the entire thing. He stood 20 feet away, Neville's remembrall in his hand. He'd grabbed it while Neville was distracted, and his face was a study in conflict. He'd intended to taunt Neville, to throw the remembrall, to force Harry into a chase that would end in entertainment or punishment. Instead, he'd watched Harry step through shadow and catch a falling boy, and the entertainment value had evaporated. He dropped the remembrall and walked away without a word. Harry watched him go and said nothing. Some lessons taught themselves. McGonagall intercepted Harry before lunch. She led him to an empty classroom, and for a moment he thought he was in trouble. Instead, she introduced him to Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, a stocky fifth year with the intensity of a man who'd found religion and its name was Quidditch. "McGonagall says you can fly," Wood said, looking Harry up and down with the evaluative eye of a coach assessing new talent. "I can fly," Harry confirmed. "She says you might be the best natural flyer she's seen since your father." "I haven't played Quidditch." Wood grinned. "We'll fix that." October deepened. The castle grew colder, and Harry's comfort grew with it. The approaching darkness of autumn agreed with him, longer shadows, earlier nights, the scent of decay and change that settled over the grounds like a familiar blanket. He studied, he flew, he practiced with Neville, he argued with Hermione about magical theory in the library until Madame Pants shushed them for the third time and they relocated to an empty classroom where no one cared how loud they got. These arguments were the foundation of something neither of them had names for yet. Hermione believed in rules, magic had laws, structures, documented limits. Her brilliance was architectural, building understanding brick by brick from a foundation of verified knowledge. Harry's brilliance was different. The Addams approach to magic was intuitive, experimental, and profoundly unconcerned with official limits. Grandmama didn't brew potions by the book, she brewed them by smell, by taste, by the feeling of the magic in her fingers. Morticia didn't cast spells, she spoke to the darkness and it answered. The Addams grimoire, handed down through 11 generations, contained rituals that would make the Ministry of Magic collectively faint. "You can't just feel that a potion needs more asphodel," Hermione said one evening, her hair escaping its tie in frustrated corkscrews. "There are precise measurements. Chemical reactions. Magical catalysts that operate on predictable principles. And yet," Harry said, "when I add an extra half measure of asphodel to the boil cure, it becomes 30% more effective. I tested it. Snape tested it. He didn't give me points, but he also didn't take any away, which from Snape is basically a standing ovation. That doesn't prove the theory is wrong, it proves the application is incomplete. If your intuition produces a better result, then there's a variable we haven't identified. We should be looking for it, not just shrugging and saying, magic is mysterious." Harry leaned back in his chair. "You're right." What? "You're right. We should look for the variable. I'm not arguing that magic doesn't have rules. I'm arguing that the rules are bigger than anyone's written down. Your textbooks describe the magic that wizards with wands have been doing for the last few centuries. My family's magic is older. It operates on different principles, or maybe the same principles applied differently. We're both right. We're just looking at different parts of the same elephant. Hermione stared at him. Then she pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment. Explain the elephant. Start from the beginning. I want everything. They talked until midnight. Harry told her about shadow magic, not all of it, not the becoming, not what he was, but enough. The principles. The philosophy. The idea that darkness was not evil but fundamental, the other half of light, necessary and natural. He told her about the Addams approach, that magic was a conversation with reality, and the key was learning to listen. Hermione listened. She asked questions. She challenged, probed, tested every statement against what she knew. And gradually, by degrees, her worldview expanded, not cracking, not breaking, but growing, adding new rooms to the architecture of her understanding. This is incredible, she said at one point, eyes bright. This is an entirely parallel tradition of magical practice. It's not in any of our textbooks. It's not in the Hogwarts curriculum. This should be studied. It has been. By my family. For centuries. Why isn't it public? Why don't other wizards know about this? Because the last time a shadow practitioner went public, the wizarding world tried to burn them. The Addams family learned discretion the hard way. Hermione went quiet. She looked at him, really looked, and Harry could see her connecting the dots. The cold. The shadows. The way he'd caught Neville by stepping through darkness. The black needle. The shadow disc. You're not just someone who knows shadow magic, she said slowly. You're a shadow practitioner. That's what you are. That's what's different about you. Part of what's different. There's more. Yes. Will you tell me? Harry met her eyes. Brown, sharp, fearless. When you're ready. When I know you can carry it. I can carry anything, Hermione said, and she said it without bravado, without posturing. She said it the way you state a fact, like the sky is blue, like water is wet. I can carry anything. Harry believed her. But not yet. Some waits needed time. The man arrived on October 27th. Harry knew he was coming before he appeared. The shadows of the castle carried the information like a telegraph, passing the message from darkness to darkness until it reached Harry's awareness. A stranger. Adult. Wizard. Walking the corridors with a purpose that was polite on the surface and predatory underneath. He first saw Augustus Blackwood across the great hall at dinner. The man sat at the head table, between Sprout and Sinistra, introduced by Dumbledore as a Ministry Educational Inspector conducting a routine evaluation of teaching standards. He was mid-40s, lean, with hair that was dark shot through with silver and a face that had been handsome before something had carved lines into it that had nothing to do with age. His robes were well cut, dark gray, and entirely without the flamboyance that most wizards favored. He looked like a man who had decided, at some point, that decoration was a luxury he couldn't afford. His eyes found Harry within 30 seconds of sitting down. They were gray, calm, and empty of anything readable. Professional eyes. Hunter's eyes. Harry ate his dinner and let himself be watched. The next day, Blackwood sat in on charms. He sat at the back of the classroom, a notebook open on his knee, observing with the focused attention of an inspector who was interested in more than teaching methods. When Harry's shadow disc manifested beneath his levitated feather, Blackwood's quill stopped moving. He didn't react visibly, no widened eyes, no sharp breath. Just a cessation of movement, the way a cat goes still when it spots a mouse. After charms, Blackwood fell into step beside Harry in the corridor. Mr. Potter. Augustus Blackwood, Ministry of Magic. Might I have a word? Of course, Mr. Blackwood. They walked. Blackwood's pace was unhurried, conversational, the stride of a man who wanted the encounter to feel casual. Harry matched it. Two people walking a corridor. Nothing to see. Interesting technique in charms today, Blackwood said. The shadow manipulation. Is that something Professor Flitwick taught you? No, sir. Family practice. Family. Yes. I understand you were raised by the Addams family. He said the name with the careful neutrality of a man who had done his research. Old magical line. Very private. We value our privacy. Understandable. Many old families do. Blackwood glanced at him sideways. The Addams family's magical traditions are something of a mystery, even to the ministry. Very little published research. No registered practitioners. Almost as if the family prefers not to be categorized. Categorization has historically been bad for us. How so? Harry smiled. The Addams smile, warm on the surface, fathomless underneath. History is full of people who feared what they didn't understand, Mr. Blackwood. My family learned to be cautious around such people. Blackwood stopped walking. They were in an empty stretch of corridor, between classes, the stone walls bare except for a tapestry depicting a wizard wrestling a troll. The light was thin, and the shadows were deep. Mr. Potter, I want you to know that I'm not here to cause trouble. The ministry has a responsibility to ensure the safety and well-being of all Hogwarts students. My role is simply to observe and report. Of course, sir. If there's anything about your background or your magical abilities that you'd like to share with me, anything at all, I'm here to listen. In confidence. Harry held Blackwood's gaze. Behind the professional warmth, behind the careful neutrality, Harry's shadow sense read the man like a book left open. Grief. Old grief, the kind that had calcified into purpose. Conviction. The bone-deep certainty that what he was doing was right and necessary. And underneath it all, tightly controlled but unmistakable, fear. Not of Harry specifically. Of what Harry might be. Of the category Harry might fit into. A category that Augustus Blackwood had dedicated his life to eliminating from the world. Morticia's letter echoed in Harry's mind. The Pale Hand killed 3 shadow practitioners in Vienna last year. I appreciate the offer, Mr. Blackwood, Harry said. I'm settling in nicely. Hogwarts is a wonderful school. Blackwood studied him for a moment longer. Then he nodded, smiled a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, and walked away. Harry watched him go. The shadows in the corridor leaned toward Harry, reporting. The man's heartbeat was elevated. His wand hand had been twitching toward his pocket. He was carrying something silver in his left breast pocket. Harry could feel it, a faint, cold signature that pressed against the dark the way garlic pressed against vampires. Not an inspector. A hunter. And Harry was the thing he'd come to hunt. Wednesday's next letter arrived on October 29th. Harry, I've done research on Augustus Blackwood. Former Auror, transferred to the Department of Mysteries 12 years ago. Specializes in containment of necromantic threats, which is ministry language for killing things that don't stay dead. Lost his wife and daughter in the Norwich incident, a lich ritual gone catastrophically wrong that tore a hole in the local fabric of reality. 17 people died, including the practitioner. Blackwood's family was never recovered. Presumed consumed. Since then, he's led a subdivision called the Pale Hand. Officially, they don't exist. Unofficially, they've been responsible for the destruction of at least 6 confirmed undead entities across Europe in the last decade. Their methods are efficient and their mandate is absolute. They do not distinguish between hostile undead and benign. If he's at Hogwarts, he's there for you. Don't let him get close enough to use silver, it disrupts shadow binding temporarily, and temporary disruption is all he'd need to confirm what you are. On a lighter note, Pugsley blew up the greenhouse. Father was delighted. Mother was less so. Grandmama is growing something in the attic that she won't let anyone see. Standard Wednesday. Be careful. I'm not finished testing the crossbow. Harry read the letter twice, then burned it. The ashes swirled in the air and dispersed, carried away by a shadow that nobody else could see. Halloween arrived with a feast and a troll. The great hall was decorated for the occasion, floating pumpkins, live bats swooping between the candles, a general atmosphere of theatrical spookiness that Harry found charming in an amateur sort of way. The Addams family's Halloween celebrations involved actual necromancy, ancestral visitations, and a bonfire fueled by the collected regrets of the past year. Hogwarts' version was tamer but more communal, and Harry appreciated the warmth of it, the shared excitement, the children laughing, the candy. He was seated between Neville and Ron, across from Hermione, when he felt the first tremor. Not physical, magical. A disturbance in the castle's shadow network, a ripple of something large and stupid moving through the lower corridors. Harry's shadow twitched, orienting itself toward the disturbance, and the temperature around him dropped 2 degrees. Then Quirrell burst through the great hall doors. He ran up the center aisle, turban askew, robes flapping, his face the color of old paste. He reached the head table and said, in a voice that cracked like cheap glass, "Troll. In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." And collapsed. The hall exploded. Students screamed, stood, knocked over goblets and plates. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos like a blade, "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Teachers, with me to the dungeons." And the organized evacuation began, which was to say, organized panic. Harry was already moving. Not toward the Gryffindor dormitory. Toward the second-floor corridor where, 4 minutes ago, Hermione had excused herself to use the bathroom. She'd been upset. Ron had said something about her being a know-it-all, carelessly, not cruelly, but the damage was done. She'd left with wet eyes and a rigid spine, and she was still there, alone, in a bathroom on the second floor. The troll was not in the dungeons. Harry's shadow sense told him that clearly. The creature was climbing, following scent trails through the corridors with the mindless persistence of something too stupid to be afraid. It was on the first floor. Heading up. Heading toward Hermione. Harry didn't run. He stepped into shadow. The world inverted. Color drained away, replaced by a landscape of dark and darker, shapes defined by their shadows rather than their surfaces. The castle appeared as a skeleton of darkness, walls outlined in shadow, corridors visible as tunnels of deeper black. In this space, distance was negotiable. Harry took 2 steps and covered 50 yards, sliding through the gaps between light sources, riding the dark between torch and torch. He emerged from the shadow of a suit of armor on the second floor. The corridor smelled wrong, wet stone, garbage, and something bestially organic. The troll's trail. Harry followed it at a walk, not because he wasn't urgent but because he needed his focus for what was coming. He heard it before he saw it. Massive footsteps shaking the floor. The crack of a club hitting stone. And then, underneath, so quiet it was almost lost in the noise, a whimper. The bathroom door was hanging off its hinges. Inside, the troll, 12 feet of gray-green muscle, tiny head, club the size of a tree trunk, was swinging at the stalls, smashing porcelain and pipe with the unfocused destructiveness of something that attacked everything within reach. Hermione was pressed against the far wall, between 2 sinks, her wand in her hand but her mind too locked with fear to use it. Harry stepped through the doorway. The troll smelled him first. It turned, club raised, nostrils flaring. Trolls operated on instinct, base, animal instinct, the simplest possible threat assessment. Big thing. Hit it. Small thing. Hit it. Thing that smelled like meat. Hit it and eat it. Harry did not smell like meat. Harry smelled like shadow, like the deep places where even trolls didn't go, like the quiet space at the bottom of a cave where darkness pressed against the earth and nothing living grew. Harry smelled like death, not the death of rot and ending but the death of silence, of absence, the death that was always there, waiting behind every heartbeat. The troll hesitated. Harry let his shadow unfold. It spread from his feet across the floor, climbed the walls, reached the ceiling. The bathroom's mediocre lighting, 2 torches and a high window, was suddenly insufficient, overwhelmed by a darkness that had weight and will and purpose. The shadows didn't extinguish the light. They surrounded it, pressing in from every direction, reducing the torches to small, frightened points in a vast dark. The troll made a sound Harry had never heard from a living creature, a high, thin whine, the sound of something massive discovering that it was small. Its club lowered. Its tiny eyes, barely intelligent enough to process what they were seeing, went wide and white. "Go," Harry said. The word carried. Not loudly, Harry didn't raise his voice. But the shadow amplified it, gave it resonance and depth, made it a command that operated on a level below language. The troll didn't understand English. It understood go. It understood leave. It understood that the thing in front of it was not prey, not a threat, but a boundary, the edge of the world, the place where the map said, "Here be monsters." The troll dropped its club. The impact shook the floor. It backed away, ducking through the destroyed doorway, its whine trailing behind it like a ghost. Harry heard it flee down the corridor, heavy footsteps receding, and then silence. He pulled the shadows back. They retracted smoothly, sliding across the walls and floor like tide water receding, until the bathroom was just a bathroom again, destroyed, flooded, torches flickering. Hermione was staring at him. Her wand was in her hand, her back against the wall, and her face was pale. But her eyes weren't afraid. They were wide, bright, and burning with the intensity of someone who had just witnessed something that rewrote everything she thought she knew. "Are you hurt?" Harry asked. She shook her head. She was shaking, but she shook her head. "Good. We should probably tell someone about the troll." Hermione let out a breath that was half laugh, half sob. She pushed away from the wall, crossed the flooded floor, and stopped in front of Harry. Water soaked her shoes. Her hair was wild. She looked at him the way she looked at a problem she was determined to solve, with absolute, unwavering focus. "You didn't use your wand," she said. "No. That was shadow magic." "Yes." "You filled the room with darkness and the troll ran." "Yes." "You're going to tell me everything." "All of it." "Not later." "Not when I'm ready." "Now." Harry looked at Hermione Granger, soaked, shaking, fierce, and saw something he'd only ever seen in Addamses and the people they chose to love. Courage that wasn't the absence of fear, but the absolute refusal to let fear win. "Not here," he said. "Somewhere private. And not tonight, you need to eat something and stop shaking first." "I'm not," she looked at her hands. They were trembling. "Okay. I'm shaking. But I'm also right." "You're always right. It's extremely annoying." She laughed. A real laugh, cracked and raw and real. The bathroom was destroyed, a troll was loose, and Hermione Granger was laughing, and Harry felt something warm in his chest that had nothing to do with shadow magic. Footsteps. McGonagall swept in, followed by Snape and Quirrell. McGonagall took one look at the destroyed bathroom, at the 2 students standing unharmed in the wreckage, and her face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Ron appeared behind the teachers, out of breath, wand out. He'd followed Harry, apparently, running through the corridors while Harry had traveled through shadow. He took in the scene, destroyed bathroom, no troll, Hermione and Harry standing close together, and said, "What happened? Where's the troll?" "It left," Harry said. "It left?" I asked politely. McGonagall stared at Harry. Snape, behind her, was examining the claw marks on the wall, the destroyed stalls, the puddle of troll drool on the floor. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes lingered on the shadows in the corners of the room, which were deeper and darker than they should have been. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, in the tone of a woman who was choosing her words with surgical precision, Are you telling me that you confronted a fully grown mountain troll, alone, without using your wand, and it simply left? Professor, my friend was in danger. I did what was necessary to protect her. The troll wasn't harmed. No students were harmed. I'm happy to provide a more detailed account, but might I suggest doing so somewhere drier? McGonagall's lips did the thing, the almost smile, the compression that meant she was caught between discipline and admiration. 20 points to Gryffindor, she said. For sheer nerve. And 5 from Gryffindor for being out of bounds, which I trust you'll agree is lenient. Extremely, Professor. Thank you. Quirrell, pressed against the doorframe, was staring at Harry with an expression that had nothing to do with the troll and everything to do with the turban, which was throbbing with dark energy that Harry could taste like copper on his tongue. Something behind Quirrell's eyes assessed Harry with an intelligence that didn't belong to the stammering professor. Harry met that gaze. Held it. Let the depth show in his eyes, the green over black, the shadow behind the color. Whatever was behind Quirrell's eyes flinched. At the back of the group, unseen by the teachers, unnoticed by the students, Augustus Blackwood stood in the corridor. He'd followed the commotion, just another concerned adult responding to the troll alert. He'd arrived just in time to see the shadows retract from the bathroom walls. To feel the residual chill in the air. To see the marks on the stone where living darkness had pressed against the physical world hard enough to leave impressions. He knew what he was looking at. He'd seen similar marks in Norwich, in the crater where his house used to be. Blackwood said nothing. He returned to his quarters, sat at his desk, and wrote a single line on a piece of ministry parchment, confirmed. Shadow-Lich. Active. Age, 11. He stared at the words for a long time. Then he folded the parchment and placed it in an envelope, but did not seal it. Not yet. The first-year Gryffindor dormitory was quiet at 2 in the morning. 4 boys sleeping, 1 boy awake. Harry sat on his bed with the curtains drawn, breathing slowly, deliberately, reaching out with his shadow sense into the castle's depths. He did this most nights now, a ritual, a patrol, a meditation. He mapped Hogwarts in shadow, building a three-dimensional understanding of the castle's architecture that went far beyond what the students saw. He knew about the hidden corridors, the secret passages, the rooms that moved on their own schedule. He knew about the ghosts' preferred routes and the house elves' hidden kitchen. He knew about the third-floor corridor and the enormous three-headed dog behind the locked door, guarding a trapdoor that led down into the castle's protective enchantments. And he knew about the darkness beneath. He sank deeper. Past the dungeons, past the foundations, past the geological strata of enchanted stone that formed the castle's roots. Into the deep places. It was there. Not stronger than before, not exactly. But clearer. As if whatever was pressing against the barrier between the physical world and the other side had refined its approach, sharpened its edge, found a better angle. The whisper was more distinct now. Not words. Not language. Something older, a vibration in the shadow, a resonance that Harry's binding responded to the way a tuning fork responded to its matching note. It knew him. It recognized the shape of his power, the specific frequency of his shadow binding, and it called to him. Little King. Harry's breath caught. This time, it was almost language. Almost a voice. Deep, grinding, vast, like hearing someone speak from the bottom of a well that went down to the center of the earth. Little Lich. You opened the door. Will you greet what comes through? His shadow rippled. The curtains around his bed stirred in a wind that didn't exist. In the beds around him, his dorm mates shifted in their sleep. Ron mumbled something about chess. Neville's hand found Trevor in the dark. Harry pulled back. Sharply, completely, slamming the doors of his awareness shut with a force that made his temples throb. The whisper cut off mid-syllable, leaving an absence that rang like a struck bell. He sat in the dark, breathing hard, and felt something he hadn't felt since before the becoming. Fear. Not of the voice itself, Harry had been raised by Addamses, and Addamses didn't fear the dark. But fear of what the voice represented. Something bigger than Voldemort. Something older than Hogwarts. Something that had been waiting, pressing, pushing against the boundary for longer than Harry's family had been guarding it. And it knew his name. Not Harry. Not Potter. The true name, the name spoken during the becoming, the name that was burned into his soul's shadow binding like a brand. Only the Addams family knew that name. Only the family, and whatever was on the other side of the door. Harry pulled out his parchment and wrote 2 letters in green ink, his hand steady despite the chill in his fingers. To Morticia, Mother, it spoke again. Clearer this time. It called me by my true name. It asked me to open the door. I didn't. I won't. But it's getting stronger, or I'm getting more sensitive, or both. I need to know what this is. I need to know what the family has faced before. I need the old records, the ones from before the grimoire, from the founding generations. Also, there's a man here called Blackwood. Ministry. Pale hand. He's watching me. I believe he knows what I am, or suspects strongly enough that the difference is academic. I'm not afraid of Blackwood. I am concerned about the voice. Your son, Harry to Wednesday, something under the castle knows my true name. Thoughts? He sent both letters via Shadow. The darkness carried them away, and Harry lay back on his bed and stared at the canopy and did not sleep, because sleeping meant dreaming, and he wasn't sure what would be waiting for him in the dark behind his eyes. In his office, 7 floors up, Albus Dumbledore sat awake as well. Not because of the troll was handled, the students were safe, the creature had been relocated to the grounds by Hagrid, who'd been surprisingly gentle about it. No, Dumbledore was awake because of what the instruments told him. Harry's soul monitor had spiked during the troll encounter. Not the health monitor, not the emotional monitor, the soul monitor, the one that tracked the nature and state of Harry's spiritual binding. During the moment when Harry had unleashed his shadow in the bathroom, the monitor had registered something Dumbledore had never seen. The needle had swung completely around the dial, past every marked position, and pointed backward. Toward the center. Toward the mechanism. As if Harry's soul were not just whole, not just anchored, but somehow more present than a soul should be, filling the dial, overflowing the measurement. Then it had stabilized, and the needle returned to its usual position, and Dumbledore was left with a cold glass of fire whiskey and a growing certainty that the child he'd left on a doorstep 11 years ago had become something his instruments couldn't measure. "Fawkes," he said. The phoenix chirped. "I may have made a terrible mistake." Fawkes didn't disagree. November was a cold, wet fist of a month that settled over Hogwarts like a siege. The grounds turned to mud. The forbidden forest, already dark, became a wall of impenetrable shadow. The lake went gray and flat and the squid retreated to depths where even Harry's senses couldn't reach. In the second week of November, 3 things happened that changed the shape of the year. The first, Harry told Hermione the truth. They were in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, one Harry had claimed through simple occupation. The shadows there were thick and comfortable, the door locked from the inside, and no one came to this part of the castle after dark. Neville was there too, because Harry had decided that if he was going to trust anyone with this, it would be both of them. Neville had earned it. Every day, every practice session, every quiet moment of loyalty, the boy had earned the right to know. Harry sat on a desk. Hermione sat in a chair, notebook open, quill ready. Neville stood by the door, arms crossed, looking nervous but resolute. "I was raised by the Addams family," Harry began. "You know that. What you don't know is what the Addams family is." He told them. Not everything, not the Hollow King, not the whispers, but the essential truth. The Addams family practiced a form of magic older than wands, older than Hogwarts, rooted in shadow and the space between the living and the dead. They were guardians. Practitioners. Keepers of a tradition that the mainstream wizarding world had forgotten, ignored, or actively persecuted. And last year, on Harry's 10th birthday, the family had performed their most sacred ritual. The Becoming. They had bound Harry's soul to Shadow, permanently, completely, irrevocably. His soul was whole, unified, anchored to the fundamental darkness that existed everywhere light did. "It made me immortal," Harry said. "Not invulnerable. Not all-powerful. But I can't die of old age. I don't need to sleep, though I sometimes choose to. I can move through shadow, sense through shadow, and manipulate shadow as a physical force. The cold you feel around me is a side effect. The way the shadows move toward me, that's the binding expressing itself." Silence. Hermione's quill had stopped halfway through a word. Neville's face was very pale. The classroom was quiet except for the distant sound of wind against the castle walls. "You're a lich," Hermione whispered. Harry looked at her. "You know the term?" "I've read about liches. Dark wizards who bind their souls to objects, phylacteries, to achieve immortality. It's in 3 different textbooks. It's considered one of the darkest forms of magic ever practiced. Those are Horcruxes. The Addams Becoming is different." "How?" "Horcrux creation requires murder. The soul is torn, literally ripped apart by the act of killing, and the fragment is stored in an object. The practitioner's soul becomes incomplete. Damaged. It's an act of violation, of the self and of another." Harry held up his hand. His shadow pooled in his palm, dark and alive, swirling like smoke. The Becoming doesn't tear the soul. It completes it. The ritual binds the soul to shadow, not to an object that can be found and destroyed, but to the fundamental darkness of the universe. Everywhere there is light, there is shadow. As long as shadow exists, I exist. My soul isn't fractured. It's whole. More than whole, it's anchored to something permanent. The difference, Hermione said slowly, is that Horcruxes are about avoiding death, and the Becoming is about accepting it. Harry closed his hand. The shadow dissipated. Embracing it. The Addams philosophy is that death is natural. Beautiful, even. The Becoming doesn't cheat death. It makes you part of the cycle. Shadow is the space where death and life meet. I'm not undead. I'm differently alive. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Her quill rested on her notebook, ink pooling on the page. Then she said, "Can I see?" "See what?" "The binding. The shadow. The thing that makes you, you." Harry looked at her. She wasn't afraid. She should have been. By every standard of the world she'd entered, by every textbook she'd read, the thing sitting in front of her was an abomination, a dark creature, a monster. But Hermione Granger looked at Harry the way she looked at every unknown, with the absolute conviction that understanding was possible and therefore necessary. He let the shadow out. Not the way he'd done in the bathroom, not as a weapon, not as a force. Gently. The shadow unfolded from him like wings, spreading across the floor, climbing the walls, filling the room with a darkness that was warm rather than cold, soft rather than sharp. It was his true self, the part of him that existed in the space between moments, the part that could feel every shadow in the castle, the part that had been touched by something vast during the Becoming. In this form, his eyes went black, depthless, starless, like looking into the space between worlds. Then the green came back, 2 bright points in the dark, and he was Harry again, the shadow still there but contained, present but not pressing. Hermione reached out and touched the shadow on the wall beside her. It was cool, textured, alive under her fingers. It pressed back against her hand gently, the way a cat pressed into a scratch. "It feels like velvet," she said, surprised. "It feels like me." She looked at him. Green eyes in a darkened room. A boy who was something other than a boy, something old and strange and impossible. And Hermione Granger looked at him and saw Harry. "Okay," she said. "I have about 200 questions. But first, thank you for telling me. Neville hadn't spoken. Harry turned to him. The boy was pale, his hands clenched at his sides, and for a terrible moment Harry thought he'd lost him, that the truth was too much, too strange, too dark. Then Neville said, "Is that why the Mandrake likes you?" Harry blinked. What? The Mandrake. In herbology. It went quiet when you held it. Is that because of the shadow thing? Yes. Probably. Okay. Neville unclenched his hands. My parents were tortured into insanity by Death Eaters when I was a baby. They're in St. Mungo's. They don't recognize me. Gran raises me, and she's hard. She wants me to be my father, and I'm not my father, and I've spent my whole life feeling like I'm not enough. He looked at Harry with eyes that were bright and fierce and raw. You've spent 2 months making me feel like I am enough. I don't care what you are. I care who you are. Silence. Besides, Neville added, with the ghost of a smile, you're still shorter than me. Hard to be scared of someone shorter than you. Harry laughed. A real laugh, full and warm, and his shadow rippled with it, and the room felt lighter despite the dark. The second thing that happened in November, Blackwood set his trap. It was a Thursday evening. Harry was walking back to Gryffindor Tower after a late practice session with Neville, alone for once. Hermione was in the library, and Neville had turned in early. The corridor was on the 5th floor, a stretch Harry had walked a dozen times, lined with tapestries and torches and nothing remarkable. He felt it before he reached it. A ward, invisible, odorless, but radiating a particular frequency that made his shadow binding vibrate like a plucked string. It stretched across the corridor from wall to wall, a barrier of pure magical intent, and it was designed to do one thing: provoke a reaction from undead entities. Dementor-class Shadow Ward. Ministry grade. The kind of thing the Pale Hand used to flush out their quarry. Harry stopped. He could feel Blackwood nearby, the man's shadow, pressed flat against the wall around the corner, breathing controlled, wand in hand. Waiting. Harry could turn around. Take a different route. Avoid the trap entirely. An Addams was pragmatic, and there was no shame in choosing the smart path over the direct one. But an Addams also didn't hide. Not from fear, not from threats, and definitely not from a man who was hunting him in his own castle. Harry walked into the ward. It activated like a spring trap. Magic slammed into him from both sides, silver bright, cold, aggressive. The ward was designed to interact with undead energy, to force it to the surface, to strip away any concealment and reveal the creature beneath the mask. Harry's shadow erupted. Not gently. Not like the controlled unfurling in the classroom. This was reactive, defensive, his shadow responding to the attack the way a fist clenched around a blow. Darkness exploded from him, filling the corridor, climbing the walls, swallowing the torchlight. The ward shattered, not gradually, not in stages, but all at once, torn apart by shadow that was angrier than Harry was, his binding defending itself on instinct. For 1 second, one crystalline, eternal second, Harry wasn't a boy standing in a corridor. He was a hole in reality. A boy-shaped absence filled with living darkness, green eyes burning like stars in a void, shadows spreading from him in every direction like wings, like roots, like the reaching arms of something vast and patient and old. Then it was over. The shadow retracted. The torches relit. Harry was standing in a corridor with a shattered ward at his feet and a headache forming behind his eyes. Blackwood stepped around the corner. He was pale. His wand was in his hand, but it was shaking, a fine tremor that spoke of more than fear. He'd seen what Harry was. He'd confirmed his suspicion, validated his report, gotten exactly what he came for. And the reality of it, the sheer scale of what he'd triggered, was bigger than his expectations. Harry looked at him. The headache was making him irritable, and the shadow was still agitated, pressing against his skin from the inside, wanting out, wanting to defend. He held it back with an effort that didn't show on his face. "That was rude," Harry said. Blackwood opened his mouth. Closed it. His hand was still shaking. "Mr. Blackwood. You set a trap for me in a school corridor. At night. Without authorization, I assume, since I doubt Professor Dumbledore approved the use of ministry-grade containment wards on an 11-year-old student." Blackwood found his voice. "I needed to be sure." "You were already sure. You've been sure since you saw the shadow disc in Charms class. This wasn't confirmation. This was provocation. You wanted to see how I'd react. And now I have. And now you have." Harry stepped closer. Not threateningly, but the shadows in the corridor moved with him, and Blackwood flinched. "I have a question for you, Mr. Blackwood. What were you going to do if my reaction was violent? If your ward hadn't just triggered a defensive response, but an offensive one? There are students sleeping 3 floors above us. Children." Blackwood's jaw tightened. The question had landed. Harry could see it, the flicker of doubt, the professional hunter confronting the possibility that his method had risked collateral damage. "I had containment measures prepared." "Containment measures?" Harry's voice was flat. "For a full-scale shadow eruption in a castle full of children. That's either overconfident or irresponsible. From what I know of the Pale Hand, I'm guessing overconfident." Blackwood went very still. "How do you know that name?" "I know a lot of things, Mr. Blackwood. I know your wife was named Elena and your daughter was Sophie. I know they died in Norwich. I know you've spent 12 years hunting things you believe are responsible for their deaths. And I know that what you're looking at right now, what you just confirmed, doesn't match what killed them. You don't know what killed them. I know it was a lich ritual gone wrong. I know the practitioner didn't understand what they were doing. I know the result was a tear in the barrier between worlds, an uncontrolled breach that consumed everything within its radius." Harry paused. "I also know that the Addams becoming is not a lich ritual. It's the opposite of a lich ritual. The opposite of a breach. My binding doesn't tear the barrier. It reinforces it." Blackwood stared at him. The shaking had stopped, but something else had taken its place, a tension in his face, a war behind his eyes between the conviction he'd carried for 12 years and the possibility that the boy in front of him was telling the truth. "You're 11 years old," Blackwood said quietly. "You're 11, and you speak like someone who's been alive for centuries. I've had good teachers." Silence. The corridor was empty, the torches burned steady, and the shattered ward lay on the stones like broken glass. "I'm going to write my report," Blackwood said. "I know. I'm going to tell the ministry what you are. I know that too. And you're just going to, let me?" Harry looked at him. Green eyes, calm and deep. "I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to threaten you, or hurt you, or try to make you disappear. Because that's what the things you hunt would do, and I'm not those things. Write your report, Mr. Blackwood. But when you do, ask yourself, in 12 years of hunting, have you ever met a monster that saved a girl from a troll and made sure the troll wasn't hurt either?" He walked past Blackwood and down the corridor. His shadow trailed behind him, long and deep, and Blackwood watched him go and did not follow. In his quarters that night, Blackwood sat at his desk with his parchment and his confirmation and his 12 years of certainty. He picked up his quill. He put it down. He picked it up again. He stared at the parchment for a very long time. The third thing that happened in November, Draco Malfoy pushed too far. It was a Saturday. Clear sky, cold air, the kind of November day that made the castle grounds sparkle with frost. Students were scattered across the courtyard between classes, clustered in groups, enjoying the rare sunshine. Draco was holding court near the fountain, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, the gargoyles in human form who served as his permanent entourage. His audience was a mix of Slytherins and curious onlookers, and his voice carried with the practiced projection of someone who'd been performing since he could talk. Obviously some kind of dark magic. Did you hear what happened with the troll? He didn't even use his wand. That's not normal. That's not legal. My father says the ministry is investigating. Harry was crossing the courtyard with Hermione and Neville, heading for the library. He heard Draco's voice and kept walking. And Addams didn't dignify gossip with attention. But Draco wasn't finished. Of course, what do you expect from someone raised by those people? The Addams family, my father checked. They're not even proper wizards. They practice some kind of primitive shadow magic. Mudblood traditions. Probably related to Draco. Harry stopped. The courtyard went quiet. Not slowly, instantly. Something in Harry's voice, some quality of absolute calm and absolute warning, cut through the ambient noise like a blade through silk. Harry turned. He didn't walk toward Draco. He simply stood where he was, in the center of the courtyard, and looked at the blond boy with an expression of mild, patient attention. You can say what you like about me, Harry said. His voice was conversational, carrying easily in the silence. I don't mind. You can call me dark, call me strange, call me whatever helps you feel important. But you don't get to talk about my family. Draco, to his credit, didn't back down immediately. He had an audience. He had a reputation. He had the Malfoy name, which had been a shield against consequences his entire life. Or what, Potter? Going to set your shadows on me? He laughed, and Crabbe and Goyle laughed with him, the synchronized mirth of subordinates. My father, your father isn't here. Harry didn't raise his hand. Didn't raise his wand. Didn't change his expression. But Draco's shadow, the ordinary, light-created shadow of a boy standing in November sunshine, moved. It took a step. Draco was standing still, but his shadow moved independently, sliding across the frost-covered stones toward Harry as if pulled by a string. It took one step, then another, extending away from Draco's feet, breaking the physical rules that governed light and shade. Draco felt it. He looked down, saw his own shadow walking away from him, and every drop of color drained from his face. He couldn't move. Not because Harry was holding him, Harry wasn't doing anything to Draco directly. But the experience of watching your own shadow disobey you, watching a piece of yourself move under someone else's will, was paralyzing on a level that went beyond magic. It was existential. Harry let it last exactly 2 seconds. Then the shadow snapped back, obedient, ordinary, connected to Draco's feet as if nothing had happened. Draco stumbled. Crabbe caught his arm. The courtyard was completely silent. Harry smiled. It was pleasant, warm, and entirely Addams. Enjoy your Saturday, Draco. He turned and walked away. Hermione fell into step beside him, her expression caught between admiration and concern. Neville followed, looking back over his shoulder at Draco, who was still standing by the fountain, pale and shaking. Was that necessary? Hermione asked quietly. Probably not. Was it effective? Extremely. Then it was necessary. Draco didn't speak about the Addams family again. In fact, for the remainder of November, Draco Malfoy didn't speak about Harry at all. He watched, from a distance, with the wary respect of a fox that had discovered the rabbit was actually a wolf. That night, alone in his dormitory, Harry sank into the shadow space one more time. Not deeply, he didn't reach for the thing beneath the castle, didn't extend his awareness past the safe, familiar boundaries of Hogwarts architecture. He drifted. Felt the castle breathe. Felt the students sleeping, hundreds of small, warm presences, their shadows gentle and unaware. Felt the ghosts drifting through walls, their shadows thin and old. Felt the teachers in their quarters, McGonagall reading, Flitwick grading, Sprout humming to her plants. Felt Snape, awake and restless, pacing his office in the dungeons, something on his mind that kept him from sleep. Felt Blackwood, also awake, staring at an unsealed envelope. Felt Quirrell's turban pulsing with foreign darkness, and behind it, the fractured, hungry presence of something that used to be a man. Felt the deep places. The old shadows. The pressure from below. Harry pulled back gently, settling into his own body, his own bed, his own small circle of warmth in the vast cold castle. He was 11 years old, immortal, shadow-bound, and surrounded by secrets and threats and people who didn't know what to make of him. He thought about Hermione's hand on his shadow, the way she'd said it feels like velvet. He thought about Neville's fierce, cracked declaration, "I don't care what you are. I care who you are." He thought about Morticia's letter, "You are a new door." He thought about the voice beneath the castle, "Will you greet what comes through?" And he thought about Wednesday, who would have handled all of this with a crossbow and a flat expression and a complete refusal to be impressed by anything, and he missed her so fiercely that his shadow rippled with it, spreading across the dormitory floor like dark water, touching the beds of his sleeping friends as if to reassure itself that they were still there. They were. Ron snoring. Neville breathing steadily. Seamus and Dean tangled in their sheets. Safe. Present. Alive. Harry lay in the dark and guarded them, and the shadows of Hogwarts settled around him like a crown. Chapter 3, The weight of crowns. December came to Hogwarts like a slow siege, frost creeping up the windows, ice forming on the lake in sheets that cracked and reformed each morning, the grounds hardening into a landscape of pale grass and iron-colored sky. The castle responded by turning inward, pulling its warmth to its center. Fires burned higher in every hearth. The corridors grew colder, and students moved through them quickly, clustered together, scarves pulled tight. Harry loved it. The cold agreed with him. The deepening shadows of the shortest days fed his binding, made his senses sharper, his reach longer. By mid-December he could feel every shadow in the castle simultaneously without effort, a background awareness as natural as breathing. The suits of armor. The portraits. The ghosts trailing their thin, old darknesses through the walls. The secret passages, folded into the castle's architecture like hidden pockets, their shadows compressed and dense with disuse. He was in the library with Hermione when the owl arrived. Not a school owl, a ministry owl, grey and officious, with a sealed scroll attached to its leg and an air of bureaucratic self-importance that extended even to the way it landed on the table between their textbooks. It fixed Harry with a flat yellow stare, extended its leg, and waited. Hermione looked at the ministry seal and then at Harry. "That's not good." Harry broke the seal and unrolled the parchment. "Dear Mr. Potter, the Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, has received a report regarding potential irregularities in your magical practice and personal status. In accordance with Section 7, Subsection 12 of the Magical Beings Classification Act of 1811, an inquiry has been opened. You are not required to respond at this time. However, please be advised that ministry representatives may be present at Hogwarts in the coming weeks to conduct further observations. This matter is being handled with the utmost discretion. Yours sincerely, Amelia Bones Head, Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Harry read it twice, folded it, and tucked it inside his robes. "What does it say?" Hermione asked. Blackwood filed his report. Hermione's face went through several expressions, concern, anger, determination, and settled on the last one. "Can they do anything? Legally? You haven't broken any laws." "That depends on how they classify me." Harry leaned back in his chair. The library shadows stirred around him, responding to a tension he wasn't showing on his face. "If they decide I'm a wizard with unusual abilities, it's fine. If they decide I'm an undead entity with the legal status of a Dementor or an Inferius, it's considerably less fine. That's absurd. You're a student. You're 11. Hermione, I'm immortal. I'm bound to Shadow. By the strict letter of at least 3 ministry statutes I've read, I technically qualify as a Class 4 necromantic entity." He smiled, but it was thin. The law wasn't written with my particular situation in mind. Then the law is wrong. Often. But wrong laws still have teeth. Hermione pulled the parchment from his robes without asking permission and read it herself, her eyes moving with the rapid precision of someone who processed text the way a furnace processed coal. When she finished, she set it down and pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward her. "What are you doing?" Harry asked. "Research. If they're going to classify you, they'll use the Magical Beings Classification Act. That act has been amended 16 times since 1811. There are precedents, exceptions, and at least 2 Wisengamot rulings that establish the rights of sentient magical beings regardless of their biological status. If Blackwood thinks he can, Hermione." She looked up. "Thank you." She held his gaze for a moment, then returned to her parchment with renewed intensity. Harry watched her write, fast, precise, the quill moving like a weapon, and felt the warmth of having someone fight for you without being asked. The summons came 3 days later. Not from the Ministry, from Dumbledore. A note delivered by Fawkes, the phoenix itself landing on Harry's breakfast plate and regarding him with eyes that were ancient and golden and uncomfortably perceptive. The note said simply, "My office. After dinner." The password is, "Peppermint Humbug." Harry spent the day in a state of calm preparation. He attended classes, answered questions, practiced charms with Hermione, helped Neville brew a forgetfulness potion that was only slightly the wrong shade of blue. He moved through the routines of the school day with the composed attention of someone who knew a storm was coming and had decided to finish their tea before dealing with it. After dinner, he climbed the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle accepted the password and leaped aside. The stairs carried him upward in a slow, grinding spiral, and the door at the top opened before he knocked. Dumbledore's office was a marvel. Circular, high-ceilinged, lined with portraits of sleeping, or pretending to sleep, former headmasters. Silver instruments whirred and clicked on spindle-legged tables. Fawkes perched on a golden stand, preening. Books lined every available surface, their spines a rainbow of leather and gilt. And in the center, behind a massive claw-footed desk, sat Albus Dumbledore. He looked old. Not elderly, Dumbledore always looked elderly, in the comfortable, deliberate way of a man who decided that age was a costume he wore well. But tonight he looked old. Tired around the eyes. The twinkle still there, but dimmed, like a candle burning low. "Harry. Sit down, please." He gestured to a chair that was too comfortable to be accidental. Manipulation through upholstery, Gomez would have approved. Harry sat. "Lemon drop?" "Thank you." Harry took one. It was tart and sweet and entirely inadequate as an icebreaker, but he appreciated the ritual. Dumbledore folded his hands on his desk. The silver instruments whirred. Fawkes was very still. "I've received a report from Augustus Blackwood," Dumbledore said. "I've also received a letter from the Ministry, and a separate letter from Lucius Malfoy, though the latter is more political theater than genuine concern." He paused. "And I've spent the last several weeks watching my own instruments produce readings that I cannot explain and cannot ignore." Harry waited. "You know what I'm going to ask you?" "Yes." "Then I'll ask it plainly. Harry, what did the Addams family do to you?" The directness was unexpected. Harry had prepared for circumlocution, for Dumbledore's famous tendency to approach sensitive topics at an oblique angle, circling like a hawk before diving. Instead, the old man sat behind his desk and asked a straight question with eyes that were worried and blue and very, very focused. Harry met those eyes. They performed a ritual called the Becoming. It's the oldest and most sacred rite in the Addams tradition. It binds the soul to shadow, not to an object, not to a fragment, but to shadow itself. The fundamental darkness that exists wherever light does. Making you immortal. Yes. And your soul, the Horcrux, the fragment of Voldemort's soul in your scar, was consumed. Absorbed into the binding during the ritual. It no longer exists. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were brighter, and Harry couldn't tell if it was relief or anguish. I placed you with the Dursleys, Dumbledore said quietly. Because of the blood protection. Lily's sacrifice, anchored through her sister's blood, it was the strongest shield I could give you. And when you were taken from that home, I feared the worst. I searched for years. The tracking charms failed. The monitoring instruments went silent. I assumed, I feared, that you had been taken by someone who meant you harm. I was taken by someone who meant me love. Yes. I see that now. Morticia Addams. He said the name carefully, as if handling something fragile. I knew of the front bloodline's connection to the Evans family. I didn't anticipate she would act on it. You didn't anticipate anyone caring enough to check on me. The words landed. Harry hadn't meant them as an accusation, or maybe he had, just a little. Dumbledore's face shifted, and for a moment the mask slipped and Harry saw something raw behind it, guilt. The specific, well-worn guilt of a man who had made a calculated decision and was now confronting the possibility that the calculation had been wrong. No, Dumbledore said. I didn't. And that failure is mine. Silence. The instrument's word. Fawkes sang a single, soft note that hung in the air like a held breath. Harry, I must be honest with you. What the Addams family has done, what they've made you, troubles me deeply. I know. Not because I believe you're evil. I've watched you this term. I've seen you protect Miss Granger. I've seen you nurture Mr. Longbottom's confidence. I've seen you treat every student in this school with a courtesy and composure that most adults can't manage. He paused. But immortality is not a gift, Harry. It is a burden. I have watched one wizard pursue it, Tom Riddle, and the pursuit destroyed everything human in him. With respect, Professor, Tom Riddle tore himself apart to avoid death. My family made me whole so I could embrace it. Is there a difference? The difference is everything. Harry leaned forward. Riddle was afraid. He was so afraid of dying that he murdered innocent people to split his own soul and hide the pieces. His immortality is built on suffering, his and others. Mine was built on love. My family stood in a circle and gave me everything they had. Not because they feared death, but because they loved me enough to share eternity with me. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. You speak of darkness as if it were a friend. It is. That is precisely what concerns me. Harry looked at the old man, the silver beard, the half-moon spectacles, the hands folded with the careful stillness of someone holding themselves together. And he understood, suddenly and completely, what Dumbledore was afraid of. Not Harry. Not shadow magic. Not even immortality. Dumbledore was afraid because Harry's existence challenged the fundamental framework of his worldview. Light was good. Dark was dangerous. The soul was sacred and should remain untouched. These were the pillars that Albus Dumbledore had built his life on, the principles that had guided him through the war against Grindelwald, through the rise and fall of Voldemort, through decades of leadership and sacrifice. Harry was standing in his office, polite and composed, and telling him the pillars were incomplete. Professor, Harry said, you see darkness and assume evil. I understand why. You've spent your life fighting people who use darkness as a weapon. But darkness isn't a weapon any more than light is. They're both just, real. Fire warms homes and burns them down. Water quenches thirst and drowns cities. Darkness hides monsters and shelters children who are afraid. It's not the thing itself. It's what you do with it. And what will you do with it? Protect people. The same thing I've been doing since September. Dumbledore removed his spectacles and polished them on his robe. It was the most human gesture Harry had seen from him, a nervous habit, a moment of unguarded vulnerability. I want to believe you, Dumbledore said. I want to believe that what the Addams family did was done with love and resulted in something good. But I cannot, set aside the possibility that what they created is something even they don't fully understand. The soul is not a toy, Harry. It is not a subject for experimentation, however well-intentioned. It wasn't an experiment. It was a tradition. 11 generations of Addamses have performed the becoming. Not all of them, it's a choice, always a choice, but those who undergo it don't lose themselves. They become more of what they are. And what are you? Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. I'm a boy who loves his family. I'm a student who wants to learn. I'm the son of James and Lily Potter, and the son of Gomez and Morticia Addams. I'm someone who can walk in the dark without getting lost. And I'm sitting in your office eating lemon drops, which should probably tell you everything you need to know about how dangerous I am. Something cracked in Dumbledore's expression. Not dramatically, a hairline fracture, the first break in a wall that had been built over decades. It might have been a smile. It might have been the beginning of understanding. You are, Dumbledore said slowly, not at all what I expected. I get that a lot. I imagine you do. He replaced his spectacles. Harry, I'm not going to pretend I'm comfortable with what you are. But I am going to make you a promise, I will not allow the Ministry, or Augustus Blackwood, to take action against you without due process and without my opposition. You are a student at my school. That means something. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me yet. The political pressure will intensify. Lucius Malfoy smells blood in the water, and the Ministry is frightened of anything it doesn't understand, which is to say, the Ministry is frightened of most things. He stood, and some of the tiredness seemed to lift, replaced by the sharp, bright energy of a man who'd found a cause worth fighting for, even if he wasn't sure he agreed with it. I have a question, and I'd like an honest answer. Ask. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that was in your scar, you said it was consumed during the becoming. Are you certain it's destroyed? Completely. The binding absorbed it. Shadow doesn't distinguish between friendly and hostile magic, it absorbs all of it. The fragment was digested. For lack of a better word. Dumbledore stared at him. Then he laughed, a short, startled sound, as if he'd been caught off guard by the absurdity of the universe. Digested, he repeated. Tom Riddle, the most feared dark wizard of the century, stored a piece of his soul in an infant's skull, and it was digested by a family ritual performed by people he's never heard of. The Addams family has always been better at dealing with death than the people who fear it. So it seems. Dumbledore walked Harry to the door. At the threshold, he paused. One more thing. I trust you've noticed the unusual precautions on the third-floor corridor. The three-headed dog. Fluffy, I believe Hagrid calls it. And the protections beneath the trapdoor. Dumbledore's eyebrow rose. You know about those. I know the castle, Professor. The shadows talk to me. Of course they do. He shook his head, the ghost of the laugh still on his lips. There is an object on the third floor that is being guarded against theft. An object of considerable power. I mention this not because I want you to investigate, quite the opposite, but because I suspect you already know more than I'm comfortable with, and I'd rather be honest about it. The Philosopher's Stone. Both eyebrows now. You are remarkably well informed. Hermione researched Nicholas Flamel after Hagrid mentioned the name. She's very thorough. Miss Granger is a force of nature. There was genuine warmth in Dumbledore's voice. Guard yourself, Harry. The stone attracts dangerous attention. And you, what you are, may attract attention of its own. Harry nodded. He stepped through the door, then turned back. Professor? For what it's worth, I think you're a good man who's afraid of making the same mistake twice. You watched Tom Riddle become a monster and you couldn't stop it. You're afraid you're watching it happen again. Dumbledore said nothing. You're not, Harry said. But I understand why you need time to believe that. He descended the spiral staircase and left the old man standing in his office, surrounded by whirring instruments and sleeping portraits and the lingering scent of lemon drops, and Albus Dumbledore sat down heavily in his chair and said to no one in particular, "That boy is either the best thing that has happened to this world or the most dangerous, and I genuinely cannot tell which." Fawkes sang. It sounded like agreement with both. The political machinery began grinding 2 days later. Harry felt it before he saw the evidence, a shift in the shadows at the Ministry, communicated through the ambient darkness of the Floo network, which connected every magical fireplace in Britain in a web of green flame and gossip. Ministry officials were talking. Memos were flying. Somewhere in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a file with Harry's name on it was growing thicker. The first visible sign was the Daily Prophet. Hermione slammed the paper down on the breakfast table so hard that Neville's orange juice sloshed. The headline read, "Boy Who Lived, or Boy Who Died." Ministry sources confirm investigation into Potter's unusual magical status. The article was Rita Skeeter's work, Harry could tell by the prose style, which combined journalistic authority with the ethical standards of a hungry rat. It referenced anonymous Ministry sources, quoted concerned parents, and managed to imply that Harry was everything from a dark wizard in training to an actual corpse animated by necromancy. "The boy who lived has always been a symbol of hope for our community," the article read. "But new information suggests that the child we've celebrated may be something far darker than anyone imagined." Sources within the Ministry confirm that an investigation has been opened into the magical practices of the family that raised young Potter, the secret of Addams' clan, whose traditions reportedly include rituals banned by the International Confederation of Wizards since 1634. "That's a lie," Hermione said, her voice tight with fury. "I've checked the ICW banned practices list. The Addams becoming isn't on it because the ICW doesn't even know about it." "Rita Skeeter doesn't fact-check," Ron said from across the table. He'd been reading over Hermione's shoulder, his face reddening. "She makes things up. Dad says she's been doing it for years." "The facts don't matter," Harry said calmly, buttering toast. "The impression does. She's not trying to inform. She's trying to frame." "Aren't you angry?" Neville asked. Harry considered. "No. Angry is what she wants. If I react, I become the story. If I don't, the story has to stand on its own, and it can't, because it's built on anonymous sources and implication." "That's very mature," Hermione said, in the tone of someone who found maturity inadequate. "I'm angry enough for both of us." "I know. Thank you." The Howlers started arriving that afternoon. Red envelopes, pulsing with barely contained fury, sent by parents who'd read the Prophet and decided that their children were sharing a school with something monstrous. They detonated in the Great Hall during lunch, screaming voices echoing off the enchanted ceiling, calling Harry everything from dark creature, to abomination, to threat to our children. Harry let them scream. He sat at the Gryffindor table and ate his lunch while the Howlers shredded themselves around him, their voices rising and falling like a particularly aggressive choir. When the last one finished, he calmly picked a scrap of singed parchment off his shoulder and returned to his shepherd's pie. The hall was watching. Every student, every teacher, every ghost. Watching to see if the boy who lived would crack, cry, shout, or curse someone. Watching to see if the monster would bare its teeth. Harry finished his pie, wiped his mouth, and said, "Pass the pudding, please." Fred Weasley, or George, Harry still wasn't certain, passed the pudding bowl across the table with a grin. "Mate, that was the most metal thing I've ever seen." "We bow to you," said the other twin. "Literally," said the first, and they both bowed from their seats. The laughter that followed was tentative at first, then genuine. Not everyone laughed, some students looked away, uncomfortable, afraid. But enough laughed. The mood shifted, not completely but perceptibly, like a weather vane finding a new wind. Under the table, Hermione's hand found Harry's knee and squeezed once. Brief, warm, deliberate. The divisions deepened over the following days. Some students avoided Harry, stepping aside in corridors, changing seats in classrooms, the quiet exclusion of people who had decided that proximity equaled danger. Others gravitated toward him, drawn by curiosity, by defiance, by the simple observation that the boy the papers called a monster was consistently the most courteous person in any room. The Gryffindors, by and large, rallied. It was a house trait. Gryffindors didn't abandon their own, even when their own made the shadows move. The Weasley twins appointed themselves Harry's unofficial public relations team, responding to every whisper and rumor with cheerful loudness and the occasional well-timed prank. Lavender Brown asked Harry if he could make her shadow do a dance, and when he obliged, her shadow performing a brief, graceful waltz while Lavender stood still and shrieked with delighted laughter, the ice broke for most of the younger Gryffindors. The Hufflepuffs were cautious but fair. The Ravenclaws were fascinated. The Slytherins were watching with the calculated attention of a house that understood power and was reassessing where Harry fit in their hierarchy. And Blackwood was still there. He attended classes. He took notes. He spoke with teachers in private meetings that Harry's shadows reported on in detail. He was polite, professional, and relentless in the quiet way of a man who had filed his report and was now waiting for the machinery to produce results. But something had changed since the corridor. Harry felt it, a hesitation in Blackwood's shadow, a tension that hadn't been there before. The hunter's certainty was cracked. Not broken, but cracked, and doubt was seeping through like water through stone. Snape acted first. Harry didn't know it immediately. Snape's methods were subtle, operating in the political undercurrents that most students never saw. But over the course of a week, things shifted. A scheduled ministry inspection was postponed. A proposed resolution in the Wisengamot, pushed by Lucius Malfoy, calling for enhanced oversight of students with anomalous magical classifications, lost 3 key votes. A senior ministry official who'd been vocal about the Potter situation suddenly became much quieter after a private meeting that no one could prove had occurred. Harry found out because shadows carried whispers, and the shadows in the Hogwarts dungeons were particularly well informed. He intercepted Snape in the corridor after potions one afternoon, waited until the other students had left, then simply stood in the man's path. Snape stopped. His expression was its usual blend of disdain and guardedness, but his eyes, dark, intelligent, endlessly complicated, held something else. Wariness, maybe. Or respect, grudgingly given. Potter. If you're loitering in my corridor, I assume you have a reason. You've been undermining Blackwood's position at the ministry. Snape's expression didn't change. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. You provided Dumbledore with evidence of the Pale Hand's extrajudicial operations. 3 unsanctioned kills in Vienna. 2 in Prague. 1 in Marseille that resulted in civilian casualties. You used your contacts, former contacts, in circles that the ministry prefers to pretend don't exist. Now Snape's expression changed. A flicker of surprise, quickly suppressed. Shadows talk, Harry said simply. Snape studied him for a long, measured moment. The Pale Hand operates outside the law. This is a matter of public safety, not personal advocacy. You didn't do it for public safety. You did it because you knew my mother. The silence that followed was heavy and sharp, like the moment before a blade falls. Snape's jaw tightened. Something behind his eyes moved, old pain, old love, old guilt, shifting like tectonic plates. Your mother, Snape said quietly, was the finest person I have ever known. She would not have wanted her son hunted by bureaucrats. No. She wouldn't. Don't presume to understand my motivations, Potter. I act for my own reasons. I know. And I'm grateful for whatever those reasons are. Snape looked at him, really looked, past the scar and the green eyes and the shadow that pooled at Harry's feet. You are nothing like your father, he said. I know. You are very like your mother. Thank you. Snape's nostrils flared. He swept past Harry without another word, robes billowing, and disappeared into the dungeons. But Harry caught it, the faintest shift in the man's shadow, the shadow sense reading what Snape's face refused to show. Grief. Old, vast, well-worn grief. And underneath it, fragile and fierce and carefully hidden, hope. The desperate, dangerous hope that Lily Evans' son might be worth saving after all. Blackwood cornered Snape that evening. Harry wasn't there, but the shadows were, and they reported faithfully. It happened in an empty corridor near the dungeons, the kind of meeting that both parties would later deny had occurred. Blackwood was waiting when Snape rounded the corner, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and his grey eyes hard. "You've been busy, Severus." "I'm always busy. Teaching is a demanding profession." "I'm not talking about teaching. I'm talking about the 3 owls you sent to the Wizengamot, the meeting you arranged with Amelia Bones, and the file you compiled on pale hand operations that was conveniently leaked to the right people." Snape stopped walking. His wand hand was at his side, relaxed, but Harry's shadows could feel the tension in his fingers, ready, always ready. If such a file existed, Snape said, it would contain publicly available information collated from ministry records. It contained operational details that are classified. Details that only someone with connections to my organization, or to the circles my organization monitors, could have accessed. Then perhaps your organization should be more careful with its secrets. Blackwood pushed off the wall. He was taller than Snape by 2 inches, broader in the shoulders, and he radiated the physical confidence of a man who'd spent years doing fieldwork. But Snape didn't flinch, didn't step back, didn't so much as blink. "I know what the boy is, Severus. I've confirmed it. He's a Shadow-Lich, an undead entity bound to darkness by a ritual that predates the statute of secrecy. He is, by every classification the ministry uses, a Class 4 necromantic entity operating without restriction in a school full of children. He is a student in my potions class who brews a superior boil cure and has the manners of someone actually raised by civilized people, which is more than I can say for most of the children in this school. This isn't a joke. No. It isn't." Snape stepped forward, into Blackwood's space, close enough that the temperature difference between them was palpable. Snape ran warm. Snape was angry, and his anger radiated like a furnace. "I have served a Dark Lord, Blackwood. I have stood in rooms where the air itself was poisoned by evil. I have looked into the eyes of Voldemort and seen what a soul looks like when it's been shattered by murder and reassembled by hatred. I know what darkness looks like when it wears a human face." He paused. "Let the word settle. Harry Potter is not that. He is not Voldemort. He is not a lich in the way your textbooks define one. He is something your organization has never encountered, and rather than trying to understand it, you want to destroy it. Because destruction is simpler than understanding. Because it's easier to kill something unfamiliar than to admit your categories might be incomplete." Blackwood's face was stone. "My wife. My daughter. Were killed by a failed ritual performed by a madman. Not by a child who feeds stray shadows and makes mandrakes purr. If you cannot distinguish between the two, then you are not the professional I thought you were. You are a grieving man with a wand and a mandate, and that is the most dangerous thing in the world." Silence. The dungeon corridor was cold and empty, and the shadows on the walls were very, very still. Blackwood didn't speak. He turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing on stone. Snape stood in the corridor for a long time after he left, breathing hard, his hands clenched at his sides. Then he returned to his office, poured himself a drink, and sat in the dark with Lily Evans' eyes burning in his memory. 2 days before Christmas break, Blackwood forced the issue. Harry didn't know it was coming. For once, the shadows failed to warn him. Blackwood had learned, adapted, conducted his preparations in rooms warded against surveillance, rooms the shadows couldn't penetrate. The man was a professional, and professionals learn from their mistakes. It happened in defense against the dark arts. Quirrell's classroom was a joke under normal circumstances. The man stammered through lessons, flinched at his own visual aids, and exuded the general competence of a wet paper bag. The students had learned almost nothing of practical value, though Harry had learned a great deal about the thing hiding under Quirrell's turban. It was there every class, that dark, parasitic presence, watching through Quirrell's eyes, listening through Quirrell's ears. Biding its time. Today, Quirrell's lesson was interrupted. Blackwood entered the classroom mid-lecture, accompanied by a witch Harry didn't recognize, middle-aged, severe, carrying a leather case. She wore the grey robes of the Department of Mysteries and the expression of someone who'd rather be anywhere else but was doing her job regardless. "Professor Quirrell," Blackwood said, "I apologize for the interruption. I have ministry authorization to conduct a standard magical diagnostic on all first-year students. A routine procedure, nothing to be concerned about." Quirrell stammered something that might have been compliance. The students shifted in their seats. Hermione caught Harry's eye from across the room, her face tight with sudden understanding. "Each student will be tested individually," Blackwood said. "The diagnostic is painless and takes approximately 30 seconds. It measures magical core stability, wand compatibility, and general health. Standard procedure for first years." It was not standard procedure. Harry had never heard of any such diagnostic, and judging by the expressions of the other students, neither had they. But Blackwood had ministry paperwork, and in the British wizarding world, ministry paperwork was a magic of its own, the kind that opened doors and closed mouths. The witch from the Department of Mysteries set up her equipment on Quirrell's desk. A silver frame, about 2 feet tall, etched with runes. A crystal sphere mounted at the top. A set of measurement scales along the base. Harry recognized the design immediately. Morticia had described similar devices in her letters. It was a spectral analyzer, designed to read the nature of a wizard's magical signature. It was also designed to identify non-human magical entities. Student by student, Blackwood called them forward. The process was simple: stand in front of the frame, hold your wand, let the crystal read your signature. Dean Thomas went first. The crystal glowed a warm gold, the scales registered normal levels, and he was waved back to his seat. Seamus followed, then Lavender, then Parvati. Gold, gold, gold. Normal, normal, normal. Hermione's turn came. She stood in front of the frame with her chin up and her jaw set, and when the crystal glowed gold, she looked directly at Blackwood with an expression that said "I told you so," even though she hadn't said anything at all. Neville went next. Gold, normal. He exhaled with visible relief and returned to his seat. Potter, Harry. The room went still. Harry stood. He walked to the front of the classroom with the unhurried composure that Morticia had taught him, and Addams never rushes toward danger or away from it, and Addams arrives, and took his position in front of the silver frame. He could refuse. He had the legal standing to refuse a ministry diagnostic without parental consent. Hermione had researched this extensively and written him a 3-page brief on the subject. He could invoke his rights, demand a delay, insist on the presence of a guardian. But an Addams didn't hide. And Harry was tired of being hunted quietly. If Blackwood wanted to force the issue into the open, then the issue would be open. On Harry's terms. He held out his wand. He looked at the crystal. The witch from the Department of Mysteries activated the frame. The crystal did not glow gold. It went dark. Not off, dark. The crystal, designed to read magical signatures and output them as colored light, filled with a darkness so complete that it seemed to absorb the light around it. The silver frame shuddered. The runes along its edges flared silver white, then flickered, then died. The measurement scales swung wildly, left, right, past their marked positions, straining against their stops. The temperature in the classroom dropped 10 degrees in 2 seconds. Harry's shadow unfolded. Not dramatically, he held it back, kept it close, didn't let it fill the room the way it wanted to. But the diagnostic had triggered a resonance, the same way Blackwood's ward had triggered a resonance in the corridor, and Harry's binding responded to the probe by making itself visible. His shadow deepened and spread across the floor, darker than the shadows of the desks, the chairs, the students. His eyes shifted, green to black, the depthless void of the shadow binding showing through for 3 heartbeats before the green returned. The air tasted like cold stone and ancient places. Several students screamed. A Slytherin girl knocked over her chair scrambling backward. Neville grabbed the edge of his desk with white-knuckled hands but didn't move, didn't run, didn't flinch, sat there with his jaw set and his eyes fixed on Harry's face. Hermione stood up. She crossed the classroom, walked past the Frozen Witch from the Department of Mysteries, walked past Blackwood, and stood next to Harry. Not in front of him, next to him. Shoulder to shoulder. She pulled out her wand, not pointing it at anyone, just holding it, a statement of presence, of solidarity, of here I am and I'm not leaving. The diagnostic is complete, Blackwood said. His voice was steady, but his eyes were wide. The results are that Harry Potter is a student at Hogwarts who just stood there calmly while your device went haywire and scared half the class, Hermione said, and her voice carried with the crisp, clear authority of someone who had been born to argue in courtrooms. If your equipment can't handle his magical signature, that's a flaw in the equipment, not in Harry. Miss Granger, furthermore, I've reviewed the Magical Beings Classification Act, and there is no provision for involuntary spectral analysis of a minor without written parental consent. Which you didn't obtain. So either this was an authorized diagnostic, in which case the ministry needs better equipment, or it was an unauthorized provocation, in which case I'd like to know who approved it. Blackwood stared at her. Hermione stared back. She was 12 years old and 5 feet tall and she stared down a pale hand operative without blinking. From his seat, Neville stood up. He didn't say anything. He just stood, straightened his spine, and moved to Harry's other side. Then Ron stood. Then Dean. Then Seamus. One by one, like a chain of small, quiet detonations, the Gryffindors stood. Not all of them, 2 stayed seated, eyes averted, afraid. But the rest stood, a wall of crimson-trimmed robes and young faces and the particular kind of courage that doesn't know it's brave until after the fact. Quirrell was pressed against the blackboard, turban askew, eyes darting. Behind his eyes, something else watched with cold, calculating interest. Blackwood looked at the standing students, at Hermione's wand, at Harry's shadow pooling gently on the floor. Something shifted in his expression, not defeat, but a recognition that the moment had slipped away from him, that the story being written in this room was not the one he'd planned. He nodded to the witch from the Department of Mysteries, who was already packing up her equipment with the haste of someone who wanted to be elsewhere immediately. Thank you, Professor Quirrell. My apologies for the disruption. He left. The classroom exhaled. Harry looked at Hermione, standing at his side with her wand out and her chin up and righteous fury burning in her eyes like a bonfire. He looked at Neville, quiet and steady as bedrock. He looked at his house, his people, standing for him in a room that smelled of ozone and cold stone. Thank you, he said. To all of them. Hermione sheathed her wand and sat down as if nothing had happened. You're welcome. Now can someone please explain what we were supposed to be learning in this class? Because I've genuinely lost track. The laughter that followed was louder than the screams had been. That evening, Harry went looking for something and found something else. He'd been walking the castle, a habit he'd developed, using the late hours after curfew to explore the corridors his shadow sense had mapped. He walked in darkness, unseen, his footsteps silent on stone. The castle was different at night, older, stranger, the magic in its walls humming at a different frequency, the portraits murmuring in sleep languages that predated English. He was on the 7th floor, in a corridor he hadn't explored before, when he felt it, a pull, a tug at the edge of his awareness. Not the deep, grinding presence beneath the castle. Something different. Something bright. He followed it. The room was hidden behind a door he hadn't noticed, in a stretch of corridor that looked like every other stretch of corridor. But the door was ajar, and light spilled from the gap, warm, golden light, the kind that had weight and warmth and intention. Harry pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was empty except for a mirror. It stood against the far wall, floor to ceiling, framed in ornate gold. An inscription ran across the top in letters he had to read backward to understand, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry knew what this was. He'd read about it, or rather, Morticia had mentioned it in one of her letters about magical artifacts. Objects that show what you want most are dangerous not because they lie, but because they tell a truth you may not be ready for. She'd added, in her precise silver script, your father found one in a bazaar in Marrakesh and spent 3 hours staring at it. I had to fetch him. It showed him a room full of explosions. I was not surprised. Harry stepped in front of the mirror. The glass was clear, and then it wasn't. The reflection shifted, blurred, reformed. Harry saw himself, but not himself as he was. Himself as he wished. In the mirror, Harry stood in a garden. Not the Addams estate's garden, with its thorns and gravestones and Venus flytraps, a different garden, full of flowers and sunlight, the kind of garden that existed in picture books and the memories of people who'd had happy childhoods in houses that weren't shaped like crypts. Behind him, in the mirror, 2 figures stood. A man with messy black hair and glasses and a grin that was all confidence and mischief. A woman with red hair and green eyes, his eyes, and a smile that was so warm it made the mirror's glass feel like a window into summer. James and Lily Potter. His parents. His first parents. And beside them, not replacing them, not competing with them, but standing with them, Gomez and Morticia Addams. Gomez in his best suit, Morticia in her dress of living shadow, both of them reaching toward Harry with the easy affection of people who loved without reservation. 4 parents. 2 families. United. In the mirror, all of them were smiling at him. And Harry, in the reflection, had eyes that were purely green, no black, no shadow, no void. Just green, bright and clean and whole. He stood there for a long time. Not because he was trapped. Not because the mirror had ensnared him with its vision. But because the image was true, this was his deepest desire, and he'd never seen it before, never articulated it, never allowed himself to think it clearly. He wanted his families together. He wanted the people who loved him to exist in the same space, the same light. He wanted a world where Lily Potter could meet Morticia Addams and they could talk about their son without one of them being dead and the other being feared. His eyes were wet. He didn't wipe them. And Addams felt everything fully. Joy, grief, rage, love, you let it pass through you like water through a river. You didn't dam it up. You let it flow. After a while, 10 minutes, an hour, he wasn't sure, he stepped back. I know you're there, Professor. Dumbledore emerged from the shadows by the door. He'd been watching, how long, Harry couldn't say. The old man's face was soft, open, stripped of the careful control he usually wore. Remarkable, Dumbledore said quietly. I've watched many people stand before this mirror. Most become lost. You stepped away on your own. It's beautiful, Harry said. But it's not real. Staring at what I want doesn't help me build it. Dumbledore crossed the room and stood beside him. For a moment, both of them looked into the mirror. Harry wondered what Dumbledore saw. He didn't ask. Some desires were private. What did you see? Dumbledore asked. My families. Both of them. Together. In sunlight. The old man was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was thick. That is perhaps the most human desire I've ever heard from a person who is technically immortal. Immortal doesn't mean inhuman, Professor. No. I'm beginning to understand that. Harry turned from the mirror and walked toward the door. At the threshold, he paused. "Professor, the mirror. You should move it somewhere safer. It shouldn't be where students can stumble onto it." "I intend to. It has one more purpose to serve. And then it will be relocated." Harry nodded and left. He didn't come back. He didn't need to. He carried the image with him, 4 parents, 2 families, sunlight on green eyes, and it burned in his chest like a small, quiet star. The Hollow King pushed through on December 21st, the longest night of the year. It started with Amanda Chen, a first-year Hufflepuff who had never said a remarkable thing in her life. She was at breakfast, eating porridge, when she put down her spoon and stood up from the table with the mechanical precision of a puppet. Her eyes were open but empty, not glazed, not unfocused, but vacant, as if the person behind them had been gently moved aside to make room for something else. When she spoke, it wasn't her voice. It was deep. Grinding. Vast. The sound of stone moving against stone, of tectonic plates shifting, of something so old that human vocal cords could barely contain it. "The door trembles," Amanda Chen said, in a voice that made the great hall go silent. "The little king walks the halls and the door trembles. Do you feel it, Keeper? Do you feel the hinges groan? I am patient. I am forever. But forever has a schedule, and the schedule is accelerating." Dumbledore was on his feet before the second sentence. McGonagall's wand was out. Snape moved toward the Hufflepuff table with a speed that belied his usual languid pace. Students scrambled away from Amanda, chairs toppling, plates crashing. Harry didn't move. He sat at the Gryffindor table and listened, and the shadow sense told him everything the words couldn't. The thing speaking through Amanda wasn't possessing her, it was borrowing her, pressing against the barrier between worlds and using the thinnest crack, the smallest opening, to push its voice through. The girl wasn't in danger. The voice would pass. But the fact that it could reach her, that it could find a vessel in a room full of people, in the strongest warded building in Britain, was terrifying. Amanda's body swayed. The voice continued, now directed at Harry across the length of the hall. "You sealed the door with your becoming. Made yourself the lock. But locks can be picked, little king. Locks can be broken. I have broken locks before. Ask the Addamses. Ask them about the 7th grandmother. Ask them about the price of guardianship." Then Amanda blinked, looked around in confusion, and said, "Why am I standing up?" Dumbledore reached her in 3 strides. He examined her with quick, precise diagnostic spells. Harry could see the magic flickering around the old man's wand, probing, checking. Amanda was fine. Confused, frightened, but unharmed. The voice had left no trace. The hall was in chaos. Students were crying, shouting, demanding explanations. Dumbledore raised his hand and the room quieted, not through magic, but through the sheer force of his authority. "A minor magical disturbance," he said, his voice carrying the calm of a man who could lie with absolute conviction when children's safety required it. "Nothing to be concerned about. Miss Chen, please come with me. Everyone else, finish your breakfast." No one finished their breakfast. But they sat down, and the noise resumed, and the moment passed, on the surface. Harry caught Dumbledore's eye as the headmaster led Amanda Chen out of the hall. The old man's face was controlled, but his eyes were afraid. Harry left the hall. He walked through corridors that were quiet and cold, ignoring the whispers of students who moved aside as he passed. He found an empty classroom, locked the door, and sank into the shadow space. Deep. Deeper than he'd ever gone. Past the castle's foundations, past the geological strata, into the absolute darkness at the roots of the world. The place where the barrier between reality and the other side was thinnest. The Hollow King was there. Not fully, the barrier still held, still separated the physical world from the vast, churning darkness of the other side. But the barrier was thinner than it had been in September. Noticeably thinner. And pressing against it, like a face pressing against a window, was a presence that defied description. It was not a shape. It was an implication of shape, the suggestion of something enormous, patient, and intelligent, outlined in the absolute darkness of the space between worlds. If it had features, they were too large to perceive, like standing at the base of a mountain and trying to see its peak. If it had intent, it was older than intent, something that had existed before thought existed, before the universe had learned to want. Little King. The voice was clearer here, in the deep places. Not words, exactly, concepts, pressed into Harry's consciousness like a seal into wax. You felt me. Through the girl. I apologize for the intrusion. She was convenient. Harry's shadow coiled tight around him, a defensive posture he hadn't consciously chosen. Stay away from the students. Amusement. Ancient, alien amusement, like the sound of mountains laughing. Protective. Good. The best locks are the ones that care about what they guard. But you should know, I am not your enemy, little king. I am the other side of the door you became. I am the darkness that your shadow is a piece of. I am what the Addamses have been holding back for 11 generations, and the holding is getting harder. Why? Because the barriers are eroding. Not because of you, because of time. Because of Riddle and his torn soul and his breaches. Because of every dark wizard who reached for power beyond death and heard my voice and misunderstood. They thought I was offering power. I was offering warning. The door is old, little king. And old things break. What do you want? Pause. The presence shifted, and Harry felt the full weight of something that had existed since before the stars, not malevolent, not benevolent, but ancient in a way that made both concepts irrelevant. I want to come through. Not to destroy. Not to conquer. To be. I have existed in the space between for longer than your world has had a name. I want to feel sunlight. I want to hear birdsong. I want to walk in a world that has color and weight and the sweet, brief spark of mortal life. Is that evil? If coming through breaks the barrier, everyone on this side dies. Not necessarily. There are ways. Careful ways. The door doesn't have to shatter. It can open. And if it opens, you walk through. And then what? Then I wear your world the way a man wears a coat. Gently. Carefully. But completely. Harry pulled out of the shadow space with a violent wrench that left him gasping on the classroom floor, his hands pressed flat against cold stone, his heart hammering. The shadows around him were agitated, writhing, pressing against the walls as if trying to contain themselves. He understood now. The Hollow King wasn't a demon. Wasn't a monster. Wasn't a villain in the traditional sense. It was something other, a consciousness so vast and so alien that its desires, however gently expressed, would obliterate the world simply by being fulfilled. It wanted to exist in reality, and reality couldn't contain it. Not without breaking. The Addams family had been holding it back. For 11 generations, through ritual and binding and the becoming, they had reinforced the barrier, kept the door closed, maintained the separation between the physical world and the other side. Harry's becoming had made him the latest guardian, the latest lock. And the lock was being picked. Harry wrote to Morticia. Not with careful Addams poise, not with measured calm. He wrote quickly, urgently, his quill scratching across black parchment. Mother, it spoke through a student today. A first-year Hufflepuff. It called itself patient. It said the barriers are eroding. It said it wants to come through. Not to destroy, to be. It asked me to open the door. It mentioned the 7th grandmother. It said to ask you about the price of guardianship. I need the old records. I need the family history. And I need you. Harry, he sent it through shadow and sat in the empty classroom and waited. Morticia's reply came in 3 hours. It was the fastest she'd ever responded. The black parchment was covered in her elegant silver script, but the letters were larger than usual, pressed harder into the page. She was writing quickly. She was afraid. My darling, the seventh grandmother was Isolde Addams, who performed the becoming in 1347. She was the first guardian to encounter the Hollow King directly. She held the door for 60 years, alone, while the rest of the family supported her from outside. When she finally fell, not dead, a Shadow-Lich cannot die, but overwhelmed, the barrier cracked and the Black Death swept through Europe. 50 million people died before Isolde's daughter completed her own becoming and sealed the breach. That is the price of guardianship. The door is always being pushed. The guardian is always pushing back. If the guardian falters, the world pays. You are not alone, Harry. You have the family. You have the training. And you have something Isolde didn't, you have allies on both sides of the darkness. Your father and I are coming. We'll be at Hogwarts within the week. Do not engage the Hollow King again. Do not open any doors. Do not let anyone, tell you that you should. We love you. We are coming. Mother P.S. Your father says to tell you he's bringing the good swords. Harry folded the letter and pressed it to his chest, and for a moment he was just a boy who missed his parents. Then he stood, straightened his robes, and went to find Hermione. He found her in the library, because of course she was in the library. She was surrounded by books, open books, closed books, books stacked into precarious towers that defied physics and possibly good sense. Her hair had escaped its tie entirely and formed a halo of brown frizz around her face. She was writing furiously. The Magical Beings Classification Act has 17 subsections, she said without looking up. Subsection 9 explicitly states that any being demonstrating consistent rational thought, moral capacity, and voluntary coexistence with human society cannot be classified below Category B2, which grants full wizarding rights regardless of biological status. I've drafted a legal brief. Do you want to read it? Hermione. She looked up. Saw his face. Put down her quill. What happened? He told her. All of it, the Great Hall incident, the Shadow Space encounter, the Hollow King's desires, Morticia's letter, the seventh grandmother. He told her about the barrier, the erosion, the price of guardianship. He told her what he was, not just a Shadow-Lich, not just a boy with unusual magic, but a lock on a door between worlds, holding back something that could end everything. Hermione listened. She didn't interrupt, didn't take notes, didn't reach for a book. She just listened, her brown eyes steady and serious, her hands folded on the table. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. You're telling me, she said slowly, that you're 11 years old, immortal, and personally responsible for preventing an ancient cosmic entity from entering our world and ending it. Yes. And you've been dealing with this by yourself since September. I've had letters from my family. Letters. Her voice was flat. You've been carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders and you've been handling it with letters. Hermione, no. Listen to me. She leaned forward, and her eyes were bright with something that wasn't fear or anger but a fierce, crystalline determination that made the air around her feel electric. You are not alone. You keep saying that, I have the family, I have allies, but when it actually comes down to it, you go into the shadow space by yourself, you face the Hollow King by yourself, you carry the secrets by yourself. That's not strength. That's stubbornness. There's a difference. Not to an Addams, apparently. She reached across the table and took his hand. His was cool. Hers was warm. The contrast was sharp and somehow perfect, two temperatures, two states, finding equilibrium in the space between. I can't go into the shadow space with you. I can't fight the Hollow King. But I can research. I can strategize. I can find solutions in books that your family's grimoire might have missed, because the Addams tradition is old but it's also insular. There might be knowledge outside your family's records that's relevant. You want to research the apocalypse. I want to prevent the apocalypse. Through rigorous analysis and an interdisciplinary approach to cosmic barrier maintenance. Harry stared at her. She stared back. And despite everything, the weight, the fear, the vast impossible thing pressing against the walls of reality, he laughed. You are the most extraordinary person I've ever met, he said. Hermione's cheeks colored. She pulled her hand back, then seemed to reconsider, and left it where it was. That's because you grew up with the Addams family. Your baseline for extraordinary is skewed. My baseline is perfect. He squeezed her hand. She squeezed back. I'll get you access to the grimoire. Morticia will need convincing, the family doesn't share easily. I can be very convincing. I know. It's extremely annoying. She smiled. He smiled. And the library was quiet around them, books and shadows and the first fragile threads of something that neither of them would name for years but that was already, inarguably, real. The next morning, Harry went looking for answers about the Philosopher's Stone and found something he wasn't looking for. He'd been mapping the third-floor corridor in shadow for weeks, building a detailed picture of the protections beneath the trapdoor. He knew the sequence, the three-headed dog, the devil's snare, the flying keys, the chess set, the troll, the potions puzzle, and finally, at the very end, the mirror of Erist. Dumbledore had moved it there, as he'd said he would. One more purpose to serve. The stone was in the mirror. Harry didn't know the mechanics of how it was hidden, but he could feel it, a dense, bright note of life magic, blazing like a sun in the castle's shadow architecture. The stone was alive with magic, more concentrated than anything Harry had ever sensed. It was raw potential, raw life, bottled and crystallized into a single point. And it was a beacon. Harry hadn't understood this before, but the encounter with the Hollow King had sharpened his perception. The stone didn't just create the elixir of life, it radiated life magic, broadcasting on a frequency that anything sensitive to such things could detect. Voldemort could feel it through Quirrell's borrowed body. The Hollow King could feel it from the other side. The stone was a lighthouse on the edge of reality, and everything that hungered for life was drawn to its light. If the Hollow King got near it, if the barrier thinned enough for the entity's influence to touch the stone directly, it could use the stone's life magic as an anchor, a foothold in reality. Not enough to come through entirely, but enough to establish a beachhead. Enough to start. Harry needed to talk to Dumbledore again. But first, he needed to talk to someone else. He found Blackwood in an empty classroom on the 4th floor. The man was alone. Sitting at a student's desk, the kind of cheap wooden desk that 1,000 children had carved their initials into over the centuries. He wasn't reading, wasn't writing, wasn't planning. He was holding a photograph. Harry's shadow sense told him what the photograph showed before he saw it, 2 faces, warm and bright, captured in a moment of happiness that had ended violently and forever. A woman with dark hair and kind eyes. A girl, 7, maybe 8, with her mother's eyes and a gap-toothed smile. Harry stood in the doorway and didn't speak. Blackwood looked up. His face was unguarded, the hunter's mask absent, replaced by something raw and hollowed out. He saw Harry and didn't reach for his wand. Didn't tense. Didn't do any of the things the professional in him would normally do. I dream about them, Blackwood said. His voice was rough. Every night. I dream about the house, and the light, and the sound Sophie made when the breach opened. She screamed. Once. Then the darkness took her and she stopped. Harry crossed the room and sat at the desk next to Blackwood's. The classroom was quiet. Dust motes hung in the air. What were their names? Harry asked. Blackwood looked at him. You know their names. You mentioned them in the corridor. I know. I'm asking you to tell me. A beat. Elena. And Sophie. She was 7. What was Sophie like? Blackwood's eyes went distant. She was loud. Always talking, always asking questions. Why is the sky blue, Daddy? Why do wands have cores? Why does the cat hate Uncle Terence? She wanted to know everything. He paused. She would have been your age now. She sounds like someone I know. Blackwood looked at the photograph. The thing that killed them, the Lich in Norwich, he wasn't evil. Not at the start. He was a scholar. A researcher. He found the ritual in an old text, and he was curious, and he didn't understand what he was dealing with. The breach that opened when the ritual failed, it wasn't intentional. It was an accident. A catastrophic, irreversible accident caused by ignorance and arrogance. And you've spent 12 years making sure it doesn't happen again. Yes. By hunting everything that looks like what killed them. Yes. Even if it isn't the same thing. Silence. Mr. Blackwood, Harry said. The man in Norwich didn't understand what he was doing. He didn't have a family to teach him, didn't have a tradition to guide him, didn't have generations of knowledge about the risks and the responsibilities. He reached into the dark and the dark reached back, and nobody was there to show him how to hold on. He held up his hand. His shadow coiled in his palm, dark, alive, controlled. My family has been doing this for 11 generations. They taught me what the darkness is, what it wants, what it does. They taught me how to carry it without being carried away. The man in Norwich was a child playing with fire. I'm a blacksmith. Blackwood stared at the shadow in Harry's palm. It swirled, shifted, formed for a moment into the shape of a small hand, a child's hand, reaching out. Harry closed his fist. The shadow disappeared. I'm sorry, Harry said. About Elena and Sophie. I'm sorry that what happened to them happened. And I'm sorry that what I am causes you pain, because I know it does. Blackwood's jaw worked. He looked at the photograph, at the shadow, at Harry. And for the first time since he'd arrived at Hogwarts, the professional mask didn't come back. What was underneath it was older and more complicated, a man who had built his life on a cause and was discovering that the cause might be more nuanced than he'd allowed himself to believe. I don't know what to do with you, Potter Addams, Blackwood said quietly. You don't have to do anything. Just, don't do the wrong thing. Blackwood folded the photograph and tucked it into his breast pocket, next to the silver device that pressed against shadow magic. He stood. He looked at Harry for a long moment. The thing that spoke through that girl this morning. You know what it is. Yes. Is it dangerous? It's the most dangerous thing in the world. More dangerous than you. Immeasurably. Blackwood nodded slowly. Then maybe I've been hunting the wrong monster. He left. Harry sat in the empty classroom and listened to his footsteps fade, and thought about Sophie Blackwood, age 7, who asked questions about everything and would have been his classmate if the world had been kinder. Christmas break arrived, and most students went home. The castle emptied, hallways echoing with the absence of 400 children. Harry stayed. Ron stayed, his family visiting Charlie in Romania. Hermione went home to her parents, but not before pressing a wrapped gift into Harry's hands with the instruction, don't open it until Christmas morning. I mean it, Harry. Neville went home to his grandmother, who would ask about his grades and not about his happiness, and Harry watched him go with a quiet ache and a promise that they'd write. The castle at Christmas was beautiful in a stark, lonely way that reminded Harry of the Addams estate. Fewer people, more space, the magic in the walls humming louder without the ambient noise of hundreds of students. Hagrid had decorated the Great Hall with 12 Christmas trees, each 20 feet tall, draped in real icicles and fairy lights. Dumbledore had enchanted the ceiling to snow, soft, warm flakes that dissolved before they reached the tables, filling the air with a gentle white haze. Harry sat in the nearly empty hall on Christmas morning and opened his presents. Morticia and Gomez had sent a package, a new set of throwing knives from Gomez, balanced, black steel, monogrammed HA. A book of advanced shadow binding exercises from Morticia, a box of special cookies from Grandmama that smelled of chocolate and something Harry was pretty sure was mild hallucinogen, and a hand-knitted sweater from Uncle Fester that was black with a small green skull on the chest. Wednesday had sent a single sheet of paper, a hand-drawn diagram of her new crossbow design with the annotation, "For when diplomacy fails." Thing had sent a thumbs up. Literally, a small sculpture of a hand giving a thumbs up, carved from bone. Harry set it on his bedside table, where it occasionally moved on its own. Ron's mother had sent him a sweater, deep green, hand-knitted, with an H on the chest. Harry stared at it for a long time. A woman he'd never met, making him a sweater, because her son had mentioned him in letters. The warmth of it, not the wool, but the gesture, made something tighten in his chest. He opened Hermione's gift last. It was a journal, leather-bound, well-made, with blank pages that had a faint magical sheen. Inside the front cover, she'd written, "For the things you can't tell anyone else. The pages are enchanted, only you can read what's written in them. Hermione. P.S. This is not a substitute for actually talking to your friends. It's a supplement." Harry ran his fingers over the words and smiled. That night, after dinner, Harry walked the castle alone. The shadows were deep and comfortable, the corridors empty, the sound of his footsteps the only human noise in acres of stone. He passed through the library, the trophy room, the empty classrooms where dust gathered on unused desks. He climbed the astronomy tower and stood under the stars, looking out over grounds that were white with snow and silver with moonlight. He felt the Hollow King, far below, pressing. Always pressing. Patient and vast and inevitable. He felt Voldemort, through Quirrell's turban, restless and hungry, circling the third-floor corridor like a shark around wounded prey. He felt the Philosopher's Stone, blazing with life magic, a beacon in the dark. And he felt himself, the Lock, the Guardian, the boy who had been given eternity by a family that loved him, standing at the center of it all, small and immortal and very, very determined. The Addams family was coming. His friends would return after the holidays. Dumbledore was beginning to understand. Even Blackwood was beginning to question. The pieces were moving. The game was accelerating. And somewhere, on the other side of the barrier, the Hollow King smiled with a mouth that was older than mountains and whispered, "Soon." Harry looked at the stars and thought of Morticia's letter. "You are a new door." He thought of Wednesday's crossbow and Gomez's swords and Grandmama's potions. He thought of Hermione's hand in his, warm and steady. He thought of Neville standing up in a classroom, spine straight, eyes fierce. He thought of Dumbledore's lemon drops and Snape's complicated grief and Blackwood's photograph. He thought of the seventh grandmother, who'd held the door alone for 60 years and faltered, and the world had paid in millions of lives. Harry looked at the stars and made a quiet, private promise, "I will not falter. And I will not be alone." The wind blew cold across the tower. The shadows curled around him like a cloak. And somewhere in the distance, carried by magic and darkness and the particular frequency of a mother's love, he heard Morticia Addams whisper across the miles, "We are coming, darling. Hold the door." Harry held. Chapter 4, Things That Hunt the Dark. The Addams family arrived on the 3rd of January, and they arrived the way the Addams family did everything, with impeccable timing, total commitment, and an entrance that would be discussed in hushed tones for decades. Harry was eating breakfast when the great hall doors opened and Gomez Addams walked in wearing a suit so black it seemed to have been cut from the night sky itself. His shoes were polished to a mirror shine. His mustache was waxed to points sharp enough to draw blood. He carried a rapier on his hip as casually as another man might carry a briefcase, and he moved through the space between the house tables with the confident stride of a man who assumed every room was delighted to have him in it. Behind him, Morticia Addams glided. That was the only word for it. Her dress was floor-length, form-fitting, the color of deep water at midnight, and it moved around her feet like something alive. Her hair fell past her waist, so black it seemed to pull light into itself. Her skin was pale as moonlight. She walked without sound, without hurry, with the serene composure of a woman who knew exactly how beautiful she was and considered it the least interesting thing about her. Every head in the great hall turned. Every conversation stopped. Even the enchanted ceiling seemed to pause, its clouds holding still as if the sky itself was watching. Ron dropped his fork. Bloody hell. Language, Hermione said automatically, but she was staring too. Dumbledore rose from the head table with an expression that combined hospitality with the careful wariness of a man greeting guests he wasn't entirely sure he should have invited. Mr. and Mrs. Addams. Welcome to Hogwarts. Headmaster. Gomez crossed the remaining distance to the head table in 3 energetic strides and shook Dumbledore's hand with both of his, pumping vigorously. Magnificent institution. The architecture alone, Gothic revival meets medieval fortification meets something I can only describe as aggressive whimsy. I love it. Titia, don't you love it? It has character, Morticia said, in a voice like silk sliding over stone. She offered Dumbledore her hand. He took it with a slight bow. Their eyes met, and something passed between them, an assessment, a calibration, 2 extraordinary people measuring each other in the span of a handshake. Your reputation precedes you, Mrs. Addams, Dumbledore said. As does yours, Headmaster. I've read your work on the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Innovative, if somewhat conservative in its conclusions. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose a fraction. Conservative? There are at least 17 uses. The additional 5 require a comfort with darkness that your methodology didn't accommodate. Silence. Dumbledore looked at Morticia Addams with the expression of a man who had just been told his masterwork was incomplete by someone who might be right. Then, very slowly, he smiled. I suspect, Mrs. Addams, that our conversations are going to be deeply uncomfortable for me. The best conversations usually are. Harry stood from the Gryffindor table and crossed the hall. Gomez spotted him and his face split into a grin that could have powered a small city. Old man. Gomez swept Harry into a hug that involved being lifted entirely off the ground, spun once, and set down with a clap on the shoulder that would have staggered a less prepared child. Look at you. Hogwarts agrees with you. You've grown at least an inch. Possibly 2. Titia, he's grown. He has, Morticia said. She cupped Harry's face in her hands, her signature gesture, cool fingers against his cooler skin, and examined him with the thorough attention of a mother checking for damage. You look tired, darling. I've had a busy term. So your letters indicated. Her eyes searched his, and Harry knew she was reading him the way only Morticia could, past the composure, past the Addams poise, into the exhaustion and the fear and the weight of what he'd been carrying. We'll talk. Properly. But first, introductions. Harry turned. Hermione and Neville were standing behind him, having crossed the hall with considerably less confidence than Gomez. Hermione was smoothing her robes. Neville was trying not to stare at the rapier. Mother, father, this is Hermione Granger. And this is Neville Longbottom. Gomez assessed them both in a single sharp glance that belied his exuberant exterior. Hermione. Harry's letters speak very highly of you. He says you're the most intelligent person he's ever met, and he grew up with Morticia, so that's saying something. Hermione went pink. He's exaggerating. An Addams never exaggerates. We simply describe reality more enthusiastically than others. Gomez took her hand and bowed over it with European formality. A pleasure, Miss Granger. Morticia turned to Neville, who looked like he was trying to decide between shaking her hand and running for cover. She regarded him with dark, calm eyes and said, "You're Alice and Frank's son." Neville went rigid. You knew my parents?" "I knew of them. The Longbottoms and the Frumps, my maiden family, shared a connection several generations back. Your mother was, by all accounts, an extraordinary woman. I see her strength in you. Neville blinked. His mouth worked soundlessly. Nobody in his entire life, had told him he had his mother's strength. His grandmother talked about his father's bravery, always his father's, as if Neville's only value lay in how closely he could approximate a man he didn't remember. Thank you, Neville managed. His voice was rough. Morticia inclined her head. The gesture was small, but it carried the weight of genuine respect, and Neville stood a little straighter because of it. Dumbledore arranged a private meeting room off the Great Hall, a chamber with a round table, a fireplace, and enough chairs for the key participants. The guest list was telling: Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Harry, Gomez, and Morticia. No Blackwood. Dumbledore had not invited him, and the omission was deliberate. They sat. Dumbledore offered tea. Gomez requested brandy. Morticia accepted tea and held the cup without drinking, a habit that meant she was preparing for a conversation that required her full attention. The Hollow King, Morticia said, dispensing with preamble. That's what spoke through your student. McGonagall stiffened. She'd been briefed on the incident but not on the nature of the entity. Snape, characteristically, showed no reaction, though his black eyes sharpened. Harry has informed me of the name, Dumbledore said carefully. But I confess the Addams family's knowledge of this entity exceeds mine considerably. I've searched every text in this castle's library and found only fragments. Hints. The edges of a story. That's because the story was never written down by anyone outside our family, Morticia said. Deliberately. Knowledge of the Hollow King is dangerous, not because the knowledge itself is harmful, but because incomplete understanding is worse than ignorance. A wizard who knows enough to reach for the other side but not enough to protect himself is exactly the kind of crack the king exploits. Tom Riddle, Dumbledore said quietly. Among others. Grindelwald heard the whispers. So did a dozen lesser dark wizards over the centuries. They all thought the voice was offering power. It wasn't. It was testing the door. Gomez leaned forward. The manic energy that defined his public persona was subdued, replaced by something focused and sharp. The Addams family has been managing this threat since our founding. The becoming ritual, what we performed for Harry, wasn't originally designed to create guardians. It was designed to create locks. Each generation, one family member undergoes the becoming and becomes the living seal on the barrier between our world and the other side. And when that guardian dies? McGonagall asked. A Shadow-Lich doesn't die, Gomez said. That's the point. The lock is permanent. But it can be overwhelmed. The Hollow King doesn't need to destroy the Guardian, it just needs to push harder than the Guardian can hold. Harry mentioned the seventh grandmother, Dumbledore said. Isolde Addams. Morticia's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. Isolde held the door for 60 years. She was immensely powerful, immensely disciplined. But she was alone. The rest of the family supported her from outside the binding, but they couldn't share the weight directly. When the king's pressure finally exceeded her capacity, the barrier cracked, and the Black Death followed. The room was silent. The fire crackled. McGonagall's face was the color of old parchment. 50 million dead, Snape said. His voice was flat, clinical, but his eyes were anything but. The Black Death was a breach event. A partial breach. Isolde's daughter completed her own becoming before the barrier shattered entirely, and the new guardian sealed the crack. But the damage was already done. The plague was the king's influence leaking through, not a deliberate attack, but a side effect. When the other side touches reality, reality sickens. Dumbledore removed his spectacles and pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose. It was the most human gesture Harry had seen from him, a moment of pure, unguarded fatigue. And you believe, Dumbledore said, that the current barrier is eroding. I know it is. Harry's becoming was performed correctly, the binding is strong, the seal is intact. But the barrier itself, independent of any single guardian, has been weakened by centuries of dark wizards reaching across it. Every Horcrux, every necromantic ritual, every attempt to breach the threshold, each one is a hairline crack. Individually, negligible. Collectively, structural. Voldemort's Horcruxes, Dumbledore said, and the word fell into the room like a stone into still water, are the worst damage in centuries. Each one is a small, permanent tear in the fabric. We don't know how many he made, but the cumulative effect is significant. Harry spoke for the first time. There's something else. The Philosopher's Stone. Every eye turned to him. The stone radiates life magic. It's a beacon, anything sensitive to such things can feel it. Including the Hollow King. If the barrier thins enough for the king's influence to touch the stone directly, it could use the stone's power as an anchor. A foothold in reality. And the stone, Dumbledore said slowly, is currently in this castle. Behind protections designed to stop a human thief, not a primordial entity. Yes. The silence that followed was the kind that happened when a room full of intelligent people simultaneously realized they'd been solving the wrong problem. The protections on the third floor, McGonagall said. They're designed to stop Voldemort. Voldemort is a distraction, Morticia said. Important. Dangerous. But a distraction nonetheless. The king has been guiding him, whispering through the cracks, nudging him toward the stone. Not because the king wants Voldemort to succeed, but because the attempt itself will weaken the barrier further. Voldemort's presence, his fractured soul, his dark magic, all of it creates ambient damage to the barrier, especially in proximity to the stone. Gomez stood up and paced. It's a siege strategy. The king can't breach the wall directly, not while Harry holds the binding. So instead, it sends agents. Applies pressure. Uses Voldemort's obsession with the stone to grind away at the barrier from the inside. It's patient. It's played this game for millennia. Then we remove the stone, Snape said. Send it back to Flamel. Remove the beacon. That addresses one problem, Morticia agreed. But not the underlying erosion. And removing the stone may not be possible at this point, its magical field has been interacting with Hogwarts wards since September. Extracting it cleanly would require unwinding months of magical entanglement. Dumbledore stood. He walked to the window and looked out at the snow-covered grounds, his reflection ghostly in the glass. When he turned back, his face had changed, the fatigue was still there, but it was undergirded by something harder. Resolution. The expression of a man who had fought 2 dark wizards and a world war and was preparing to do it again. Then we deal with both threats, Dumbledore said. Voldemort and the Hollow King. Simultaneously. With what army? McGonagall asked. Gomez grinned. It was the Addams grin, all teeth, all confidence, the expression of a man who heard impossible odds and thought finally, something interesting. With us, Minerva. With us. The days that followed were the strangest Harry had experienced at Hogwarts. Gomez and Morticia didn't stay in the castle proper, Dumbledore offered guest quarters, but Morticia declined with the particular grace of a woman who preferred her own accommodations. Instead, they set up in the cottage at the edge of the forbidden forest that Hagrid had lent them, and within 24 hours, the cottage had been transformed into something that looked like a miniature version of the Addams estate. Dark curtains. Strange plants in the windows. A weather vane shaped like a raven that spun independently of the wind. Hagrid, who'd been terrified at first, was won over within a day. Gomez challenged him to an arm wrestling match, Hagrid won, barely, and Gomez declared him magnificent, while Morticia examined his collection of magical creatures with the informed enthusiasm of someone who had raised considerably more dangerous specimens. When Fong the boarhound crawled into Morticia's lap and refused to leave, the partnership was sealed. Harry watched his parents navigate Hogwarts with a mix of pride and amusement. Gomez charmed every teacher he met, his energy was infectious, his interest genuine, his capacity for enthusiastic conversation seemingly limitless. He spent an hour with Flitwick discussing dueling theory, another hour with Sprout examining her venomous tentacula. It tried to eat him, he complimented its grip strength, and a memorable 20 minutes with Hagrid debating the relative merits of dragon breeds. Morticia's approach was quieter but no less effective. She spoke with McGonagall about transfiguration theory and left the deputy headmistress looking simultaneously impressed and unsettled. She visited Snape's office. Harry's shadows reported this but couldn't penetrate the privacy ward Snape had erected, and emerged an hour later without explanation. Whatever they discussed, Snape's demeanor toward Harry's parents shifted afterward from wary neutrality to something approaching grudging respect. The most significant meeting happened on the third day. Gomez and Morticia met with Dumbledore for 4 hours behind closed doors. No one else was admitted. When they emerged, all three looked exhausted, and Dumbledore had the expression of a man who'd been through an intellectual hurricane and was still finding pieces of his worldview scattered across the landscape. Harry intercepted his parents in the corridor. "How did it go?" Gomez clapped him on the shoulder. "Magnificently. The man is brilliant, stubborn, and wrong about precisely the things you'd expect a man of his philosophy to be wrong about. We made progress." "Meaning?" Morticia took Harry's arm as they walked. "Meaning that Albus Dumbledore has spent 60 years believing that the soul is an inviolable territory, sacred, untouchable, the final boundary that separates the human from the monstrous. Our family's traditions challenge that belief at its foundations. He's not going to change his mind overnight. But he's willing to accept that his framework may be incomplete. That darkness is not inherently evil. That the becoming, while profound and permanent, was performed with love and resulted in something he can't categorize as harmful." She paused. "He watched you this term, Harry. Everything you did, protecting Hermione, supporting Neville, handling the political pressure with grace, he saw all of it. Theory is stubborn, but evidence is more stubborn. You gave him evidence. And the Hollow King? He understands the threat. He's committed to helping address it. But he insists on understanding it fully first, which means more conversation, more research, more philosophical debate." Gomez shook his head admiringly. "The man argues like a fencer. Quick, precise, always finding the angle. Magnificent. You said that already. It bears repeating." Hermione arrived back at Hogwarts on January 5th, bursting through the portrait hole with her trunk floating behind her and her arms full of books she'd acquired over the break. "I went to 3 different bookshops," she announced, dumping the stack on the common room table. 2 Muggle libraries. "And I wrote to the International Magical Library in Geneva requesting their archive on pre-wand magical traditions. They sent me a bibliography." She held up a scroll that unrolled to approximately 4 feet. "I've already identified 17 sources that may contain information relevant to barrier maintenance, shadow binding theory, or interdimensional entity classification." Harry looked at the pile. "You spent your Christmas holiday researching the apocalypse. I spent my Christmas holiday with my parents, who are lovely, and my evenings researching the apocalypse, which is urgent. There's a difference." She sat down and began organizing the books by subject. "Also, I got your gift. The journal is beautiful." "Thank you. What did you get him?" Ron asked from the armchair by the fire, where he'd been pretending not to listen. "A book on advanced shadow-binding exercises. His mother recommended the author." Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ron. Ron shrugged. "Hermione gifts are always books. At least yours was useful. I got you a book too, Ron. On Quidditch strategy. Which I haven't read. Which you should." Harry listened to them bicker with the warm, comfortable satisfaction of someone whose family was complete. Neville arrived an hour later, quieter than he'd been before the break, carrying whatever new weight his grandmother had placed on his shoulders. Harry caught his eye across the common room and Neville managed a thin smile that was genuine despite its thinness. "How was your grandmother?" Harry asked. "She showed me the ward my parents are on. At St. Mungo's. She takes me every Christmas." Neville's voice was steady but hollow. "Mum doesn't recognize me. She gave me a sweet wrapper. She always gives me sweet wrappers." Harry didn't say he was sorry. He didn't offer platitudes. He sat next to Neville on the couch and let his shadow extend, just slightly, until it touched the shadow at Neville's feet. The effect was subtle, a warmth, a steadiness, the shadow sense projecting calm and safety the way a hearth projected heat. Neville's shoulders relaxed. He didn't comment on it. He didn't need to. Detention was Blackwood's parting gift. The man had left Hogwarts officially on New Year's Day, recalled to the Ministry by Amelia Bones after Snape's information about the Pale Hands operations had made his continued presence politically untenable. But before leaving, he'd filed a formal recommendation with McGonagall that Harry serve detention for unauthorized use of unregistered magical abilities in a school setting, referencing the troll incident, the shadow disc in Charms, and the corridor ward destruction. McGonagall, bound by procedure, assigned the detention. Harry suspected she'd deliberately chosen the lightest possible option, an evening in the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid, helping patrol for injured unicorns. "Unicorns have been turning up hurt lately," Hagrid explained as they crossed the grounds at dusk. Fawn loped beside him, tongue out, tail wagging. "Not natural-like. Something's been at, drinking the blood." Harry's shadow sense was already extending into the forest. The Forbidden Forest was different from the castle, wilder, denser, its shadows ancient and tangled like root systems. Things lived in those shadows that predated Hogwarts, creatures of bark and stone and starlight that the wizarding world had forgotten or never known. "Unicorn blood," Harry said. "That's a specific crime. Who would drink unicorn blood? That's what Dumbledore wants to know. Unicorn blood'll keep ya alive even if you're an inch from death, but it comes with a price. A terrible price. From the moment it touches your lips, ya live a cursed half-life." Harry thought of Quirrell. Of the parasitic darkness beneath the turban. Of a man already living a cursed half-life, sustained by a will that wasn't his own. "Who else is serving detention?" Harry asked. "Malfoy. Caught out after curfew. And Neville, something about a potions mishap." Harry suppressed a sigh. Snape had assigned Neville detention for a cauldron explosion that Harry was fairly certain had been Seamus's fault. But challenging Snape's detention assignments was like challenging the tide, technically possible but practically futile. They entered the forest. The darkness closed around them like a mouth, and Harry's shadow expanded with it, reaching into the spaces between the trees, mapping the terrain, listening. The forest was alive with information, animal movements, insect sounds, the slow deep breathing of trees that were older than the castle. And underneath it all, a wrongness. A sour note in the forest's harmony. Something that didn't belong, moving through the deep places, leaving a trail of corruption. They split up at a fork in the path. Hagrid took Malfoy and Fong down the right fork. Harry took Neville down the left, following the wrongness into the deeper wood. "Stay close," Harry told Neville. "You don't have to tell me twice." Neville held his wand like a lifeline, its tip glowing with a lumos that pushed back the shadows around them, everywhere except at Harry's feet, where the darkness remained, deep and watchful. They walked for 20 minutes. The forest grew denser, the canopy blocking the stars, the ground soft with centuries of fallen leaves. Harry moved without sound, his feet finding the gaps between twigs and dry leaves with an instinct that was partly training and partly the shadow sense guiding his steps. Neville tried to match him and mostly succeeded, stumbling only twice. Harry felt it before he saw it. A clearing ahead. Something in the clearing, something alive but wrong, hot with dark magic and wet with blood. His shadow sense recoiled from it, the way skin recoiled from fire, and Harry stopped walking. "Neville. Stay here. Harry, stay here. I mean it. If something happens, send red sparks and run for Hagrid. Neville looked at him. In the wand light, his face was pale but set, his jaw tight. He nodded once. Harry stepped into the clearing. The unicorn lay on its side in a pool of silver blood. It was dead, recently dead, the warmth still fading from its body, its legs still twitching with the last nervous impulses of a life violently ended. Its throat had been torn open, not by teeth but by hands, and the blood, luminous, mercurial, heartbreakingly beautiful, pooled across the forest floor and soaked into the earth. A figure crouched over the body. Hooded, cloaked, its face hidden in shadow. It was drinking. Its mouth was pressed to the unicorn's wound, and it drank the silver blood with the desperate, convulsive swallows of something that needed what the blood offered more than it needed: dignity. Harry's shadow spread across the clearing floor, dark against the silver blood, and the temperature dropped. The figure stopped drinking. It raised its head, and the hood fell back, and Harry saw Quirrell's face, but not Quirrell's face. The man's features were distorted, twisted by the presence behind them, his eyes flat and strange and occupied. Blood, silver unicorn blood, ran down his chin and soaked his robes. "Potter," said a voice that wasn't Quirrell's. It came from everywhere and nowhere, from the trees and the ground and the inside of Harry's skull. High, cold, sharp as a wire. The voice of someone who had once been human and had spent decades shedding that humanity like a snake shedding skin. "You can feel me," the voice said. "Can't you, boy? Through your gift. Your shadow. You can feel what I am." Harry stood his ground. His shadow coiled at his feet, defensive but controlled. "I can feel what you were. And what you've become." Quirrell's body stood. The movement was wrong, too smooth, too controlled, the puppet string mechanics of a body being driven by a passenger. "Then you know that I am Lord Voldemort. I know you're a fragment of him. A wraith. A piece of soul too damaged to sustain its own existence, clinging to a host like a parasite. I know you made Horcruxes, multiple, from the feel of you, and each one tore the barrier a little more. I know the Hollow King has been whispering to you since before you had a body to hear with." The silence that followed was not the silence of surprise. It was the silence of recalculation, of an intelligence encountering an unknown variable and adjusting. Quirrell's head turned. Not naturally, it rotated, owl-like, until the back of the turban faced Harry. And then the turban was coming undone, wrapping falling away, revealing what was beneath. A face. Flat, white, embedded in the back of Quirrell's skull like a mask pressed into clay. Red eyes, slit-pupilled, burning with a cold light that had nothing to do with warmth or life. A mouth that was too thin and too wide, lipless, more wound than feature. "Tom Riddle," Harry said. The face contorted. "Do not use that name." "Why?" "It's yours. The one your mother gave you. Before you decided it wasn't good enough." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. "I know what you are, boy. I felt it the moment you entered this castle. My soul shard, the piece I left in your scar, it's gone. Not dormant. Not suppressed. Consumed. You ate a piece of me. You left it lying around. In a baby's skull. You should be more careful with the pieces of your soul." The face twisted with rage, a flash of violence across those inhuman features, there and gone, replaced by something colder. Calculated. "We are the same, you and I." "We're not. We have both conquered death. You haven't conquered death. You ran from it so hard you tripped and fell into something worse. Look at yourself, you're a face on the back of someone else's head, drinking unicorn blood in a forest to sustain a half-existence that even your own magic can barely maintain. That's not conquest. That's desperation." Voldemort's eyes burned brighter. The trees around the clearing creaked, leaning away, the forest itself recoiling from the concentrated malice radiating from the wraith. "The entity," Voldemort said. The thing beneath the castle. I can feel it. A presence, vast, ancient, pressing against the walls of reality. It speaks to me. It offers partnership. It's offering you the same thing it offered every dark wizard who reached for power beyond death. A rope. And when you grab it, it'll pull you into the dark and use you to widen the breach. I will use it. It's already using you. Harry stepped forward. His shadow surged ahead of him, spreading across the clearing, swallowing the silver bloodlight. Every Horcrux you made, every breach you created in the barrier, you didn't do that for power. You did it because something ancient and patient whispered in your ear and told you it was a good idea, and you were too arrogant to wonder why. For a moment, just a moment, something flickered behind Voldemort's red eyes. Not doubt. Tom Riddle was probably beyond doubt. But a hesitation, a microsecond of uncertainty that was gone so quickly Harry might have imagined it. Then Quirrell's body raised a wand and attacked. The curse was fast, silent, and dark, a bolt of purple-black energy that screamed through the air with a sound like tearing fabric. Harry's shadow intercepted it 3 feet from his chest, absorbing the spell into its darkness, the energy dissipating like light swallowed by deep water. Another curse. Another. Voldemort was driving Quirrell's body like a weapon, pushing it past its limits, casting with a fury that was all the more terrifying for its precision. Each spell was different, cutting curses, blasting hexes, something that looked like liquid fire, and each one was aimed to kill. Harry didn't draw his wand. He fought with shadow. The forest clearing became a battlefield of light and dark. Voldemort's spells cut bright lines through the air, Harry's shadow rose to meet each one, catching, absorbing, redirecting. The ground beneath Harry's feet blackened and hardened as the shadow anchored itself, drawing on the forest's deep darkness, the ancient shadows between roots and stones and the layers of fallen leaves that had been composting for centuries. A blasting hex got through, Harry twisted sideways, the spell searing past his ear, and the tree behind him exploded in a shower of splinters. He felt the heat, the concussive force, but his shadow cushioned him, absorbing the shrapnel, wrapping around him like armor. Harry raised his hand and pushed. The shadow surged forward. Not as a wave, not as a wall, as a forest. Tendrils of darkness erupted from the ground around Quirrell's feet, from the trees, from the canopy above, wrapping around the host body with a strength that was not physical but existential. The shadows pressed against Quirrell's skin, against Voldemort's presence, and the wraith screamed. Not in pain. In recognition. The shadow binding that Harry carried was made of the same darkness that existed on the other side, the same darkness Voldemort had been trying to access for decades. And it recognized Voldemort's fractured soul for what it was, a broken thing, a damaged thing, something that had torn itself apart and reassembled the pieces wrong. Harry's shadow didn't attack Voldemort. It pitted him. And that pity, that empathy from the darkness itself, was more devastating than any assault. Quirrell collapsed. The shadow tendrils retracted. Voldemort's face, still embedded in the back of Quirrell's skull, was contorted with an emotion Harry had never expected to see on those features, fear. "What are you?" Voldemort whispered. "I'm Harry Potter. And I'm asking you to stop. Stop. Stop running. Stop tearing yourself apart. Stop reaching for an immortality that's destroying you. You were brilliant once, everyone says so. You could have been anything. Instead you chose to be afraid, and the fear has eaten everything else." Harry looked at the face on the back of the man's head, the slit eyes, the lipless mouth, the remnant of a boy named Tom who'd been scared and alone and had chosen power over connection. "I'm not going to kill you tonight. But I'm going to stop you from getting the stone." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Then, with a visible effort, he pulled Quirrell's body upright. The host was trembling, sweating, barely conscious. The wraith was draining him, using him up, a candle burned at both ends. "This is not over, boy. No. It isn't." Quirrell stumbled into the forest. Harry let him go. Not because he couldn't follow, his shadow could have tracked the man across the continent, but because tonight's battle wasn't physical. Tonight's battle was information. And Harry had learned something critical. As Quirrell retreated, Harry's shadow sense caught something he'd been too focused to notice during the fight. Tendrils of darkness, not Harry's, not Voldemort's, were attached to Quirrell's turban. Thin, almost invisible, trailing downward into the earth like the roots of a parasitic plant. They led down, through the forest floor, through the stone beneath, down into the deep places where the Hollow King pressed against the barrier. The Hollow King was connected to Voldemort. Had been, perhaps, for years. Feeding him whispers. Guiding his obsessions. Ensuring that every choice Tom Riddle made served the King's agenda, not through control, but through the subtlest, most patient form of manipulation, making the target believe the idea was his own. Voldemort wasn't just a threat. He was a weapon. The Hollow King's weapon. And the target was the Philosopher's Stone. Harry knelt beside the dead unicorn. Silver blood on the forest floor, glowing faintly, fading. A life ended to sustain a half-life that served a thing that wasn't alive in any meaningful sense. Hoofbeats. Harry looked up. A centaur emerged from the trees, palomino coat, golden hair, a face that was human in shape but inhuman in its calm, ancient intelligence. He moved through the forest with the quiet authority of someone who lived here, who had lived here for centuries, whose relationship with the trees and the soil and the stars was older than the castle on the cliff. The centaur looked at Harry. Then he looked at the dead unicorn. Then he knelt, not in the way humans knelt, but in the way of his kind, bending his forelegs, lowering his great body until his human torso was level with Harry's. The shadow-crowned, the centaur said. My people remember your kind. It has been centuries. You know what I am. The stars told us. We have read the signs since autumn, Mars has been bright, and the void constellations are restless. Your coming was foretold, though we expected someone older. I'm not as young as I look. The centaur inclined his head. I am Firenze. The stars speak of you as the keeper of the door. The one who holds the barrier against the dweller in the deep. The Hollow King. We call it the depth that hungers. An old name. A true name. Firenze's eyes were blue and fathomless, like looking into the sky through a window that opened onto a different world. The stars have been wrong all year, shadow-crowned. They point to a convergence, the torn soul, the stone of life, the depth that hungers, and you. All four, drawn to the same point in time and space. When? Soon. Before the year turns. The stars do not give dates, but they give shapes, and the shape they show is a collision. Firenze rose to his full height. My herd will not involve themselves in the affairs of wizards. But I tell you this, the forest is with you. The shadows here are old and they remember the shadow-crowned who walked before you. If you need them, they will answer. He turned and disappeared into the trees with a silence that something his size should not have been capable of. The forest closed behind him, and Harry was alone with the dead unicorn and the knowledge that everything was accelerating. Neville was still standing where Harry had left him, wand raised, sparks ready. His face was white but his hand was steady. What happened? Neville asked. We need to talk to Dumbledore. Now. Harry found Hermione before he found Dumbledore. She was on the astronomy tower, which was wrong. Hermione was almost never on the astronomy tower outside of class, preferring the library's warmth to the tower's biting wind. But tonight she was there, sitting on the parapet with her legs dangling over a drop that would have killed anyone who fell, and she was looking at the stars with an expression that was not her usual analytical focus but something quieter. Sadder. Harry sat beside her. The wind was cold, but he didn't feel cold anymore. He felt the night, vast, clear, the stars bright and indifferent above the castle's towers. I got another letter from my parents, Hermione said, not looking at him. They're worried about me. They don't understand the wizarding world, how could they? And they read between the lines of my letters and they worry. My mum asked if I was safe. I said yes. She paused. Was I lying? I don't know. Probably. That's not reassuring. No. Harry let the silence stretch. Then, what's really wrong? Hermione was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was small in a way he'd never heard from her, stripped of the confident, rapid-fire certainty that was her armor and her weapon. I've been reading about the Hollow King. Everything I can find, which isn't much. And I've been reading about the Becoming, and the Barrier, and the Guardians. And I keep coming back to the same question. She turned to look at him. Her eyes were bright, wet, fierce. Does it hurt? Being what you are? Harry considered the question. Not the easy version, the becoming itself, the physical transformation, the moment of shadow and salt and ancestral voices. But the deeper version. The one she was really asking. The binding doesn't hurt, he said. It's part of me. Like breathing. But sometimes. He searched for words. And Addams didn't hide from their emotions. They held them, examined them, honored them. Sometimes it's lonely. I exist in two places at once, here, in the physical world, and in the dark. The space between. Most people can only see the dark part. They see the cold, the shadows, the way the candles flicker. They don't see me. I see you. I know. That's why I'm telling you this. He turned to face her. The starlight caught her hair, turned it silver at the edges. Her face was young, 12 years old, a child by any measure, but her eyes were old. Old with knowledge, old with empathy, old with the particular maturity that came from choosing to carry burdens that weren't yours. You've always seen both, Harry said. The shadow and the boy. From the first moment you walked into my compartment on the train and felt the cold and stepped closer instead of away. You see me. Not my shadow, not my reputation, not whatever the Daily Prophet wants me to be. Me. Hermione's breath caught. The wind blew. The stars turned, very slowly, in their ancient courses. That's because I look at you, she said. Not your shadow. It wasn't a declaration of love. They were 12. They were children in a castle full of dangers, and romance was a word that belonged to a future they hadn't reached yet. But it was a foundation, a stone laid in the bedrock of something that would, in time, become a structure neither of them could have designed alone. Hermione reached out and took his hand. Hers was warm. His was cool. The contrast was familiar now, a known quantity, a comfort, the feeling of two temperatures finding their equilibrium. Come back, she said. From where? From wherever you go next. The forest, the stone, the barrier, wherever it takes you. Come back. I'm immortal. I'll always come back. That's not what I mean. Come back as you. Not as the guardian, not as the lock, not as the shadow-crowned. Come back as Harry. He understood. The distinction mattered, it was the same distinction Morticia had taught him, the difference between what you were and who you chose to be. The becoming had made him a Shadow-Lich. His choices made him Harry. I will, he said. I promise. She squeezed his hand. He squeezed back. And they sat on the tower in the cold clear dark, two children holding hands above an abyss, and the stars turned and the shadows deepened and the night held them both. The confrontation with Blackwood's legacy came unexpectedly. Blackwood was gone, but his influence lingered. The man had spent weeks in the Hogwarts library, accessing the restricted section with ministry credentials, researching shadowbinding and barrier theory and the other side. Most of what he'd found was incomplete, fragmentary. The wizarding world's understanding of the other side was a candle compared to the Addams family's bonfire. But he'd found one thing. A ritual. Buried in a text so old and so dangerous that Dumbledore had considered destroying it twice and been talked out of it by his commitment to preserving knowledge. The ritual was described as a severance protocol, a way to cut a lich's connection to its binding, rendering it mortal, vulnerable, killable. Blackwood hadn't performed the ritual. Harry's words in the empty classroom had reached him, had cracked the armor of his conviction enough to give him pause. But he'd left his notes behind, detailed, meticulous, annotated in the margin with observations and calculations. He'd left them in the restricted section, filed among the texts he'd been researching, where anyone with access could find them. Snape found them. Harry was summoned to Snape's office on a Tuesday evening. The dungeon was darker than usual. Snape had extinguished all but one candle, and the single flame threw long, dramatic shadows across the stone walls. It was theatrical, but effective. Snape understood staging. The notes were spread on Snape's desk. Harry recognized Blackwood's handwriting, precise, cramped, the script of a man who valued efficiency over elegance. These were in the restricted section, Snape said. Filed behind a text on advanced ward breaking, where any competent researcher might stumble upon them. Harry read the notes. His blood, or whatever served as blood in a Shadow-Lich's circulatory system, went cold. The ritual Blackwood had found wasn't what it claimed to be. The surface description was accurate, a severance protocol, designed to cut a lich's connection to its binding. But the underlying mechanics were wrong. Not inaccurate, deliberately misleading. The ritual wouldn't sever the binding. It would open it. Like cutting a pressurized pipe instead of closing a valve, the result wouldn't be a controlled disconnection, but an explosive release. If someone performed this ritual on Harry, it would blow the barrier wide open. The Hollow King would come through. Not gradually, not partially, completely. This was planted, Harry said. Obviously. Snape's voice was acid. The question is by whom? Harry looked at the notes again. Blackwood's handwriting, Blackwood's analysis. But the source text, the ancient book the ritual came from, who had placed that book in the restricted section? How long had it been there? And who had ensured that Blackwood, specifically, would find it? The answer settled over Harry like a shadow. The Hollow King, he said. It can influence the physical world in small ways. Moving a book to a more accessible shelf. Making a particular passage catch a researcher's eye. Nudging a man already predisposed to seeking this kind of knowledge toward exactly the text that would serve the king's purpose. And if Blackwood had performed the ritual, he would have torn a hole between worlds. Everything within the blast radius would have been consumed. And then the Hollow King would have walked through. Snape was quiet. The candle flickered. His face, half lit and half shadowed, was unreadable. I've destroyed the notes, Snape said. And moved the source text to my private collection, where it will remain until I can determine the safest method of disposal. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me. I'm not doing this for you. The lie was so transparent that Snape didn't even bother selling it. He looked at Harry with eyes that were black and old and carrying decades of regret. The Hollow King. You say it manipulates through whispers. Through nudges. Through making people believe their worst impulses are their own ideas. Yes. Then it operates exactly like a Dark Lord. I would know. I served one. The parallel hung in the air between them, Voldemort's seduction of followers, his talent for finding vulnerabilities and exploiting them, his patience and his precision. The Hollow King was doing the same thing on a cosmic scale. Using Voldemort. Using Blackwood. Using anyone and anything that brought it closer to the door. Blackwood needs to know, Harry said. About the ritual. About what it really was. He needs to understand that he was being manipulated. Snape considered this. I'll write to him. Anonymously, of course. My name attached to the warning would make him less likely to believe it, not more. Why? Because Augustus Blackwood doesn't trust anyone who lives in a dungeon by choice. A ghost of a smile crossed Snape's face, the first Harry had ever seen. It was gone so quickly it might have been a trick of the candlelight, but it had been there. Harry left the dungeon with the weight of a new understanding. The Hollow King wasn't just pressing against the barrier. It was playing chess. Moving pieces on a board that spanned continents and centuries, manipulating the living world through whispers and nudges and the careful placement of exactly the right information in exactly the wrong hands. And its next move was coming. The letter arrived the same night, delivered by a shadow that was not Harry's. He was in the common room, sitting by the fire with Hermione and Neville and Ron, when the darkness in the corner of the room deepened, not Harry's doing, not the castle's ambient shadow, but something foreign, something that pressed through from elsewhere. A patch of darkness that was too dark, too dense, too intentional. Harry was on his feet before anyone else noticed. His wand was in his hand. His shadow surged, wrapping around Hermione and Neville and Ron like a shield, because whatever was coming through that darkness, it wasn't friendly. But the darkness didn't attack. It condensed, compressed, and deposited a single sheet of parchment on the common room floor. Then it withdrew, sliding back to normal depth, leaving behind nothing but the parchment and the faint scent of stone and cold earth. Harry picked it up. The writing was not handwriting. It was shadow writing, words formed from compressed darkness on white paper, visible only to someone with shadow sight. To anyone else, the paper would look blank. The message was short. Little King, the torn soul moves tonight. The stone calls to it. I will not intervene. This is between you and him. But know that when the stone is used, when life magic is released in that chamber, the door will tremble. And I will be ready. Choose well. The depth that hungers. Harry stared at the message. Then he looked at his friends, Hermione, halfway out of her chair, wand drawn, Neville, pale but standing, Ron, confused but loyal, on his feet with his fists clenched. Something's happening, Harry said. Tonight. He could feel it through the shadow network, the castle's defenses shifting, the wards around the third-floor corridor straining. A disturbance in the deep places, a ripple in the barrier. And above it all, moving through the corridors with a purpose that was no longer cautious or patient, Quirrell's shadow, driven by Voldemort's will, heading for the third floor. The stone, Hermione said. He's going for the stone. Yes. We have to tell Dumbledore. Harry reached through the shadows, searching for the headmaster. Dumbledore's office was empty. His quarters were empty. His presence was absent from the castle entirely. He's gone, Harry said. Called away, probably. A false message from the ministry. Convenient, Ron said darkly. Not coincidence. Voldemort planned this. He waited until Dumbledore was away. Harry's mind was racing, sorting possibilities, calculating responses. McGonagall, she's here, but she doesn't know about the stone's connection to the barrier. She'd try to stop Quirrell directly, and if Voldemort fights back, the magical discharge near the stone could accelerate the barrier erosion. Your parents, Hermione said. Gomez and Morticia, are at Hagrid's cottage. I can reach them through shadow, but it'll take time. Harry made a decision. The kind of decision that looked instantaneous from the outside but was actually the product of months of training, a lifetime of Addams preparation, and the instinctive calculations of someone who'd been raised to act when action was needed. Hermione, go to McGonagall. Tell her Quirrell is going for the stone. Tell her Dumbledore was lured away. Don't let her go to the third floor alone, convince her to send a message to Dumbledore first. Use the flu in her office. And you? I'm going after the stone. Not alone. Hermione, I said not alone. Her voice was iron. I'm coming with you. So am I, Neville said. And me, Ron added, though he looked considerably less certain about it than the other two. Harry looked at them. 3 children. 12 years old. Standing in a common room at night, volunteering to walk into danger because their friend was walking into it and they refused to let him walk alone. Addams understood loyalty. Addams valued it above almost everything, above power, above safety, above self-preservation. The family creed was simple: you stood with your own. You faced the dark together. You never let someone you loved fight alone. These weren't Addamses. They were better. They were children who'd chosen this. Not born to it, not bound by blood or ritual, but choosing it, freely, because they believed it mattered. Hermione goes to McGonagall first, Harry said. Then catches up. Neville, Ron, you're with me. If it gets bad, truly bad, you run. That's not cowardice. That's sense. Define truly bad, Ron said. You'll know. They moved. The castle was dark, the corridors empty, the air charged with the electric potential of something about to happen. Harry led them through shadows, not through shadow, the way he could travel alone, but through the darkened hallways, his shadow sense guiding them around Filch's patrol route, past Mrs. Norris, through the shortcut behind the tapestry on the 5th floor. At the 3rd floor corridor, the door was already open. Fluffy, the three-headed dog, was slumped on the ground, all three heads drooping, a self-playing harp in the corner filling the room with tinny, mechanical music. Someone's already been through, Ron whispered. Harry felt downward through the trapdoor. Quirrell's presence, Voldemort's darkness, they were below, moving through the protections, heading for the stone. He could feel them like a smear of oil on clean glass, sliding through the castle's defenses with a determination that was half Voldemort's fury and half something else, the subtle nudging of the Hollow King, guiding, encouraging, pushing the torn soul toward its target. Let's go, Harry said, and stepped into the dark. They dropped through the trapdoor. Devil's snare caught them, thick, ropey tendrils wrapping around arms and legs, constricting, pulling them into a mass of vegetable muscle that had been bred to crush. Ron panicked, thrashing, which made it worse. Neville went rigid, remembering his herbology lessons, forcing himself to relax. Harry's shadow touched the plant and it withered. Not dramatically, not violently, the tendrils simply lost their strength, their grip, their will to constrict. They loosened and fell away, shriveling from Harry's presence the way the safe plants in Sprout's greenhouse shrank from him. Shadow and plant magic were fundamentally opposed, the devil's snare recognized a predator and submitted. They fell through to the chamber below. That was useful, Ron said, picking plant debris from his hair. The key room was next. Harry felt the winged keys before he saw them, dozens of them, fluttering near the ceiling, their metallic wings catching the torchlight. One had been damaged, its wing bent, Quirrell had already caught it and passed through. We need the one with the bent wing, Harry said. But it's been caught and returned. It'll be wary. Hermione appeared behind them, breathless, hair wild. McGonagall's sending for Dumbledore. She wanted to come herself but I convinced her to guard the entrance. Barely. She looked at the flying keys. Right. Problem solving. The door needs a specific key, the keys are charmed to avoid capture, and the brooms are, she spotted the brooms lined against the wall. That's crude. There must be a more elegant solution. Or I could just fly, Harry said. He mounted a broom, kicked off, and was airborne in a heartbeat. The keys scattered. Harry didn't chase, he read the room, found the pattern in the key's flight, predicted the damaged one's trajectory, and intercepted it with a single clean grab that took less than 3 seconds. He landed, unlocked the door, and tossed the broom aside. Show off, Hermione murmured, but she was almost smiling. The chess set was Ron's domain. The moment they entered the chamber and saw the massive stone pieces arrayed across the floor, Ron's posture changed. The uncertainty fell away. His eyes moved across the board with the focused, calculating attention of someone who'd been playing chess since he could hold a piece, and he saw what needed to be done. It's a game, he said. We have to play our way across. I'll direct. He pointed at the pieces. Harry, you're the bishop. Hermione, castle. Neville, knight. He looked at the board, mapping possibilities, running scenarios. This is a Queen's Gambit setup. Aggressive. The other side will sacrifice pawns to draw us out. We need to control the center and, he played. Harry had seen chess played well. Gomez was a formidable player, his style aggressive and unconventional, but Ron was something else. Ron played with an instinctive brilliance that went beyond training, an ability to see the board's future 5, 6, 7 moves ahead. They advanced. Pieces fell. The white side fought with brutal efficiency, and Ron matched it, sacrificing where necessary, defending where essential, always moving toward the far side of the board. Then the moment came. Ron saw it before anyone else, the configuration, the trap, the only path to checkmate. And it required a sacrifice. I have to be taken, Ron said. No, Hermione said immediately. It's the only way. The Queen takes me, and Harry moves to checkmate. There's no other line. His voice was steady. His hands were shaking. I'll be fine. It's just chess. It's giant magical chess that hits you with stone pieces. I'll be fine. Ron looked at Harry. Right? Harry extended his shadow. It flowed across the board, invisible to the chess pieces but tangible to Ron, a cushion, a net, waiting to catch him when he fell. You'll be fine, Harry said. Ron moved. The White Queen advanced, massive, stone, relentless. She struck Ron's piece and Ron flew through the air. Harry's shadow caught him before he hit the ground, absorbing the impact, lowering him to the stone floor with careful, deliberate gentleness. Ron was unconscious but breathing. His arm was twisted at an angle that suggested a fracture. Harry stepped forward. Checkmate. The White King toppled. The door opened. Neville knelt beside Ron. He's alive. Broken arm, I think. Maybe a concussion. Stay with him, Harry said. Both of you. Harry, Hermione started. The next room is the potions puzzle. Only enough solution for one. And after that, he met her eyes. After that is the stone, and Voldemort, and something I can't protect you from. You can't protect yourself from it either. I'm immortal. That's not what I mean and you know it. She grabbed his arm. Her grip was fierce, her fingers digging into his robe. Come back. You promised. I know. As you. I know. She let go. She didn't cry. Hermione Granger did not cry when there was work to be done and people to protect. She turned to Neville and Ron and began casting the first aid charms she'd taught herself from a supplementary textbook, because of course she had. Harry walked through the door. The potions puzzle was elegant, 7 bottles, a riddle, a wall of fire blocking the way forward and a wall of purple flame blocking the way back. Harry read the riddle, identified the correct bottle in under a minute, Grandmama's training. The logic was the same as identifying poisons by their container's properties, and drank the smallest bottle. The fire parted. Harry stepped through. The final chamber was ahead. The stone. The mirror. Voldemort. And somewhere far below, pressing against a barrier that was thinner than it had ever been, the Hollow King waited. Harry walked into the dark. Behind him, in the chess chamber, Neville finished stabilizing Ron's arm and looked at Hermione. Her face was pale, her jaw set, her eyes bright and dry. He'll be all right, Neville said. It wasn't a question. Hermione looked at the door Harry had walked through. The fire had closed behind him, sealing him in, sealing them out. He has to be, she said. Above, on the castle grounds, the night cracked open. It started with the shadows. Every shadow at Hogwarts, every pool of darkness beneath every tree, every gap between every stone, every corner of every corridor, deepened. Not gradually, not subtly, but all at once, as if someone had turned down the brightness of the entire world by a single, significant notch. Morticia felt it first. She was in Hagrid's cottage, reviewing the family grimoire with Gomez, when the shadow on the wall behind her shifted independently and a chill ran through her that had nothing to do with the January cold. "It's starting," she said. Gomez was already on his feet. His rapier was in his hand, and his face had shed its usual manic cheer for something harder, older, the face of a man whose family had been fighting this war for 11 generations, and who understood exactly what was at stake. They emerged from the cottage into a night that was wrong. The stars were dimming. Not all at once, but one by one, as if something were passing between the earth and the sky, something vast, something that existed in a dimension perpendicular to light. The forbidden forest was churning, its ancient shadows writhing, the trees groaning as the darkness between them pressed inward like a tide. And from the cracks, from the spaces between stones, from the gaps in the castle walls, from the earth itself, shadow creatures began to emerge. They were not alive. Not dead. They were impressions, shapes pressed into reality by the Hollow King's influence leaking through the weakening barrier. They looked like animals, mostly, dogs, wolves, things that crawled and slithered, but made of compressed shadow, their forms flickering and unstable, their edges blurred. They had no eyes, no faces, no features. They were just shapes in the dark, and they were moving toward the castle. Morticia's hands rose. The darkness responded, her darkness, the Addams' darkness, the shadow magic that was Harry's power in its older, rawer, more primal form. She spoke in the old language, the tongue of shadow and threshold, and the words pushed back against the encroaching dark like a wall of sound against a wave. Gomez drew his rapier. The blade was old, forged by an Addams ancestor from iron pulled from a meteor, quenched in shadow, sharp enough to cut things that weren't physical. He took his stance, the classic fencer's position, one arm forward, one back, and his eyes were bright and fierce and absolutely, perfectly alive. "Titia," he said. "Shall we dance?" "Always, mon cher." They fought. Gomez was a hurricane. The rapier cut through shadow creatures like a torch through fog, each strike precise, each movement efficient, the accumulated skill of decades of practice channeled into a violence that was both beautiful and devastating. He moved through the grounds with the fluid grace of a man who had been born for this, not for war, but for the defense of family, which was the same thing. Morticia was a storm. Her magic didn't use a wand, it used her, channeled through her voice, her hands, her will. She spoke to the shadows, and the shadows obeyed, not the Hollow King's shadows, but the natural shadows of the world, the darkness that existed because light existed, the fundamental opposite that was not evil but essential. She turned the king's weapons against themselves, commanding the shadow creatures to dissolve, to disperse, to return to the formless dark they'd been shaped from. They held the grounds. But the creatures kept coming, an endless tide, and the barrier was still weakening. Dumbledore arrived. He came by flu, then by foot, then by something that was neither, a translocation that bent space, that moved him from the gate to the grounds in a single step that left the air shimmering. His wand was drawn, and the magic that poured from it was nothing like the careful, measured spells of a classroom. This was Albus Dumbledore at war. Fire, not orange, not red, but white, the pure colorless heat of a star, erupted from his wand and swept across the grounds in a wave that vaporized shadow creatures by the dozens. The fire didn't burn the grass, didn't scorch the trees, didn't touch Gomez or Morticia. It was targeted, each flame a precision instrument, a scalpel made of heat and light. But even Dumbledore couldn't be everywhere. Shadow creatures reached the castle walls. They flowed up the stone, pouring through windows, seeping under doors, heading for the upper floors where students slept, unaware, protected by wards that were designed for human threats and were utterly inadequate for this. In a corridor on the 4th floor, Augustus Blackwood stood alone. He'd come back. Not officially, his recall to the ministry was still in effect, and his presence at Hogwarts was technically unauthorized. But Snape's anonymous letter had reached him 2 days ago, and the contents had shattered something in him, the realization that he'd been manipulated, that the ritual he'd found had been planted, that the thing he'd been hunting was actually the door, and the thing behind the door had been using him to find the key. He'd come back because a man who dedicated his life to hunting monsters had discovered that the real monster was something else entirely, and the boy he'd been hunting was the only thing standing between that monster and the world. Now he stood in a corridor with his wand drawn and shadow creatures flowing toward him, and among them, among the dogs and wolves and crawling things, there was one that was shaped like a child. Small. 7 years old, maybe. A silhouette made of compressed darkness, featureless, eyeless, but shaped with the terrible precision of a memory-given form. It moved like a child. It reached for him like a child. Blackwood's wand hand shook. He knew it wasn't her. He knew. It was a weapon, a psychological attack, the Hollow King reaching through the barrier and plucking the most devastating shape from Blackwood's mind to use against him. It wasn't Sophie. It had never been Sophie. Sophie was gone, consumed by a breach that had been caused by ignorance and arrogance, and no amount of grief or rage or hunting could bring her back. The Shadow Child reached for him with small, dark hands. Blackwood could have frozen. He could have broken. 12 years of grief concentrated into a single, impossible moment, his daughter's shape reaching for him from the dark. Behind the Shadow Child, a group of first-years huddled in an alcove, awakened by the commotion, too scared to move. Real children. Living children. Children who needed someone to stand between them and the dark. Blackwood raised his wand. "You're not her," he said. His voice broke, but his hand steadied. "You're not her, and you don't get to wear her face." He cast Silver Light, the Patronus charm, the antithesis of shadow, the magic of memory and joy and everything the dark could not touch. His Patronus erupted from his wand, a fox, lean and bright, blazing with a light that dissolved the Shadow Child on contact. The creature came apart like smoke in a wind, unraveling, dispersing, returning to the formless dark. Blackwood cast again. And again. The fox tore through shadow creatures with savage efficiency, and Blackwood moved down the corridor, clearing a path, protecting the children, doing the thing he had always been meant to do, not hunting the dark, but guarding the light. Snape appeared at the end of the corridor, robes billowing, wand spitting curses that were considerably less gentle than Blackwood's Patronus. He saw Blackwood and stopped. "You came back," Snape said. "I came back." "Stupid." "Probably." They looked at each other, the spy and the hunter, the man who lived in shadows and the man who hunted them. Then Snape turned, Blackwood fell in beside him, and they fought back to back down the corridor, protecting children who didn't know their names, in a castle that was shaking under the assault of something older than time. On the grounds, Dumbledore fought beside the Addams. The contrast was extraordinary, his magic all light and precision, theirs all shadow and instinct, but together, they held the line. The shadow creatures kept coming, but slower now, the tide weakening as the Hollow King's attention shifted elsewhere. Downward. Inward. Toward the chamber beneath the castle where a boy stood alone before a mirror and the most dangerous object in the wizarding world. Where Harry was. Where everything was about to converge. Morticia felt the shift. She stopped casting, her hands dropping to her sides, and turned toward the castle. Her face was pale, paler than usual, which was considerable, and her eyes were wide with a fear that Gomez had never seen in their entire marriage. "Harry," she whispered. "I know." Gomez's rapier dripped with shadow residue. His suit was torn. There was a cut above his eye that bled freely. He looked at his wife, and his voice was steady as bedrock. "He's an Addams, Titia. He'll hold the door. He's 11. He's ours." Morticia closed her eyes. When she opened them, the fear was still there, but it was joined by something else, the fierce, terrible love of a mother who had given her son eternity and was now watching him spend it. She raised her hands and returned to the fight. Above them, the castle shook. Below them, the barrier groaned. And in the deepest chamber, alone with the mirror and the stone and the thing that had once been Tom Riddle, Harry Potter Addams prepared for the battle that would determine everything. The shadows of Hogwarts gathered around him like an army waiting for its king. He didn't keep them waiting long. Chapter 5, Immortal. The chamber at the bottom of Hogwarts was smaller than Harry expected. After the gauntlet, the three-headed dog, the devil's snare, the keys, the chess, the potions, he'd imagined the final room would be vast. A cathedral of stone, maybe, or a cavern stretching into darkness. Something worthy of the object it contained. Instead, it was a room. Stone walls, stone floor, stone ceiling. No windows. No decoration. Just the mirror of Erist, standing where Dumbledore had placed it, its golden frame gleaming in the light of torches that burned without smoke. The mirror reflected the room back at itself, empty, quiet, waiting. And in front of the mirror, Quirrell stood. He wasn't stammering. He wasn't twitching. The performance that had sustained him through months of teaching, the nervous wreck, the frightened academic, was gone, stripped away like a mask at the end of a masquerade. What remained was a man who stood very still, very straight, and radiated the focused malice of something wearing a human shape the way Harry wore a shadow. "Potter," Quirrell said. His voice was steady. "Low." "Wrong. Professor. Don't call me that. It was never my title. Only my disguise." Quirrell turned from the mirror. His eyes were calm, flat, the eyes of a man who had given up control so completely that even his autonomic responses belonged to someone else. "My master has been waiting for you." "I know. I've been walking toward him all year. In a way, I've been walking toward him since I was 1 year old." Quirrell smiled. It was a terrible smile, not because it was cruel, but because it was empty. The man behind the expression had been hollowed out, scooped clean, his personality and will and identity consumed by the passenger on the back of his skull. "He wants to speak with you." "Then let him speak." Quirrell turned around. The turban unwound. Harry watched the fabric fall away with the calm of someone who had already seen what was underneath and had decided that seeing it again wouldn't change anything. Voldemort's face pressed out from the back of Quirrell's skull. White as bleached bone. Red eyes like wounds in the flesh. A mouth that was more scar than feature, lipless, thin, stretched in an expression that might have been a smile or might have been a grimace of pain. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. "We meet again. We never really met the first time. I was one. You were busy trying to murder me. And failing. A failure I've had a decade to contemplate." The red eyes examined Harry with an intelligence that was cold and vast and terrible. "I've had a great deal of time to think, boy. About what happened that night. About the protection your mother left in your blood. And about what you've become since." Harry said nothing. He was listening, but not to Voldemort's words. He was listening to the shadows. The chamber was deep, deeper than the rest of the protections, carved from the living rock beneath Hogwarts' foundations. The shadows here were ancient, dense, layered with centuries of ambient magic. And they were agitated. Harry's shadow sense told him why. The barrier between worlds was thin here. Thinner than anywhere else in the castle. The Philosopher's Stone's life magic had been radiating downward for months, and the sustained exposure had worn the barrier like water on stone. The Hollow King was close. Not here, not yet, but close. Pressing. Waiting. The door trembled on its hinges. "I see you've noticed," Voldemort said. "The thinness. The nearness of the other side. I can feel it too. The entity, the king, as you call it, has been whispering to me for longer than I care to admit. It promised me power. It promised me the stone. It promised me a return to full strength. And you believed it. I believe nothing. I use everything." Voldemort's eyes burned. The entity wants the stone. I want the stone. Our interests align, temporarily. After I have what I need, the entity becomes irrelevant. You're wrong. The entity doesn't want the stone for itself. It wants you to use the stone here, in this chamber, where the barrier is weakest. The magical discharge of the stone's power will blow the barrier wide open. You'll get your body back. And the Hollow King will get the world. Silence. The torches flickered. You're lying, Voldemort said. But the certainty in his voice had cracked, just slightly, a hairline fracture in the absolute conviction of a man who believed himself the most intelligent person in any room. I'm not. And you know I'm not, because you've felt the whispers, and some part of you, whatever's left of Tom Riddle's intellect, has wondered why the voice was so helpful. Why it guided you to the stone. Why it made everything so convenient. Harry stepped forward. You're being used. The same way you used Quirrell. The same way you used the Death Eaters. The same way you've used everyone you've ever encountered. Someone bigger than you found your weakness and exploited it. Voldemort's face contorted. The rage was enormous, not hot rage, but cold, the kind that crystallized into something sharp and permanent. No one spoke to Lord Voldemort about weakness. No one suggested that he could be used. The ego that had survived the destruction of his body, the loss of his powers, and a decade of wraith-like existence could not survive the implication that he was a tool. I am Lord Voldemort, he said, and the words came out flat and hard. I am the greatest wizard who ever lived. I have conquered death itself. I am no one's weapon. Then prove it. Walk away from the stone. Leave this chamber. Let the barrier hold. The red eyes narrowed. And surrender my only chance at resurrection? No. The stone is mine. The entity can do whatever it likes, I will have my body, my power, my immortality restored, and then I will deal with the consequences. The consequences will be the end of the world. Then I will rule the ashes. Harry looked at the face on the back of Quirrell's skull, the slit eyes, the lipless mouth, the compressed malice of a man who had once been a brilliant, frightened orphan and had turned that fear into an empire of terror. And he felt something unexpected. Pity. Not sympathy. Not forgiveness. But the specific, aching pity of someone who could see exactly how a person had broken and couldn't do anything to fix it. Tom Riddle had been afraid of death. The fear had consumed everything, his genius, his potential, his humanity. He'd torn his soul to pieces, murdered children, tortured innocents, started wars, and at the end of it all, he was a face on the back of someone's head, desperate for a rock that would give him a body, manipulated by something he couldn't even see. I'm sorry, Harry said. The words hit Voldemort like a physical blow. His face twisted, surprise, confusion, and then a fury so intense that the torches in the chamber flared and the stone walls groaned. You dare pity me, I pity anyone who's been running so long they've forgotten what they were running from. Voldemort screamed. Not in pain, in rage, in denial, in the primal howl of a wounded thing cornered and desperate. Kill him, he shrieked, and Quirrell's body spun, wand raised, and the chamber erupted. The first spell hit Harry's shadow shield and detonated. Green light, the killing curse, thrown at an 11-year-old by the darkest wizard of the century, splashed against the darkness like water against rock and dissolved. The shadow absorbed it, broke it down, consumed the magic the way it consumed all magic, drawing the curse's energy into the binding and dispersing it. Harry didn't flinch. Quirrell cast again. And again. Spells Harry had no names for, dark magic, old magic, curses that twisted the air and scorched the stone. Each one met Harry's shadow and was swallowed. The chamber filled with discharged energy, the air crackling, the temperature swinging wildly between freezing cold and furnace heat. Harry drew his wand. Not because he needed it, his shadow could have fought this battle without a wand. But the wand was a focus, a precision instrument, and what Harry needed now was precision. He raised the holy wand and cast. Not offensively. Defensively. Binding spells, containment charms, the careful, controlled magic Flitwick had taught him, merged with the shadow binding that was his birthright. Ropes of darkness wrapped in light, chains of shadow reinforced with charm work, a net of combined magic that was neither Addams nor Hogwarts but something new, something uniquely Harry's. Quirrell's body strained against the bindings. Voldemort poured power into his host, burning through Quirrell's reserves, consuming the man's life force to fuel the assault. Quirrell's skin was graying, his eyes glazing, his body failing. "He's killing you," Harry said. "Your master is killing you to fight me." Quirrell's mouth opened. For a moment, just a moment, something other than Voldemort looked out through those eyes. Something frightened. Something human. "Help," Quirrell whispered. "Please." Then the red eyes blazed behind the host's skull and the moment was gone, and Quirrell's body lurched forward, breaking through the shadow bindings with a burst of power that cost him years of life, and his hands reached for Harry's throat. Contact. Quirrell's fingers touched Harry's skin, and the world shrieked. Lily Potter's protection, the love ward, the sacrifice magic, the ancient enchantment that had saved Harry as a baby, had not been destroyed by the becoming. It had been amplified. Absorbed into the shadow binding, merged with the darkness, transformed from a passive shield into an active force. Love and shadow, woven together, creating something that was neither light nor dark but both. Quirrell's hands burned. Not metaphorically. The skin blistered, cracked, blackened. Smoke rose from his fingers. He screamed, a high, thin sound that was entirely his own, entirely human, entirely pain. He tried to pull away, but Harry caught his wrists. "I'm sorry," Harry said again, and he meant it. He held Quirrell's burning hands and pushed the protection outward, not as an attack, but as a purge. The love magic, channeled through the shadow binding, reached into Quirrell's body and found the parasite, the fragment of Voldemort's soul clinging to the man's nervous system like a vine strangling a tree. Voldemort screamed. The red eyes blazed with a light that was white-hot, agonized, and the face on the back of Quirrell's skull began to pull away. Not cleanly, it tore, like adhesive ripped from skin, leaving ragged edges, spiritual wounds that bled darkness into the air. Quirrell collapsed. His body hit the stone floor and didn't move, and Voldemort's wraith ripped free, a dark shape, humanoid but not human, made of compressed malice and fragmented soul, hovering in the air above his former host. The wraith turned its eyeless face toward the mirror. Toward the stone. Its need was naked, desperate, animal, the hunger of something that had spent a decade without a body, without substance, without the fundamental anchor of physical existence. The stone could give it back. The stone could give it everything. Harry stepped between the wraith and the mirror. No. The wraith surged forward. Harry's shadow met it, a wall of darkness against a cloud of darkness, two fundamentally different kinds of dark colliding. Harry's shadow was whole, anchored, alive. Voldemort's wraith was fragmented, torn, stitched together with desperation and hate. They grappled. Not physically, spiritually, magically, in the space between moments where shadow met shadow and will met will. Harry felt Voldemort's fury, his genius, his terror. Felt the fragments of a soul that had been divided so many times it could barely hold itself together. Felt the whispers of the Hollow King, still attached to the wraith by those thin, dark tendrils, urging, encouraging, guiding. Harry pushed. Voldemort pushed back. The chamber shook. And then the Hollow King struck. The barrier broke. Not completely, not the catastrophic, world-ending rupture that Harry had feared. But it cracked, a fissure opening in the fabric of reality, running from the floor of the chamber downward into the foundations, into the earth, into the deep place where the other side pressed against the world. The crack was enough. Darkness poured through. Not Harry's darkness, not the comfortable, familiar darkness of shadow and shade. This was other. Alien. Ancient. A darkness that had weight and texture and intent, that filled the chamber like water filling a sinking ship, rising from the floor, climbing the walls, pressing against the ceiling. The torches went out. The only light in the room was the green of Harry's eyes and the golden frame of the mirror and, far away, the faintest silver glow of the philosopher's stone hidden within the glass. The Hollow King began to manifest. It started as a shape. A suggestion of form in the alien darkness, something tall, too tall, rising from the floor like a man standing up from a crouch but continuing to stand long after a man would have stopped. 7 feet. 8. 9. The shape was humanoid in the loosest sense, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, but the proportions were wrong, stretched, distorted, as if something that had never been human was guessing at the shape from a description. A crown. Shadows compressed into a ring around the shape's head, dense and dark, a coronet of pure absence. And eyes, 2 points of light that were not light, that were the absence of absence, bright holes in the darkness that looked like dying stars. Finally, the voice filled the chamber. Not from the shape's mouth, it had no mouth. From everywhere. From the stone, the air, the darkness itself. A voice like geological time, like the slow grinding of continents, patient and vast and utterly certain. The door opens. The little lich and the broken soul, fighting over a stone, while the world's foundations tremble. I have waited so long. The Hollow King turned its star eyes on Harry. You feel it, don't you? The barrier is thin here. Thinner than it's been in 600 years. The torn soul's desperation, the stone's radiance, your own binding pulling at the fabric, all of it, converging, weakening, opening. The shape moved. Not walked, shifted, displacing darkness the way a ship displaced water. I don't want to destroy, little king. I want to be. I want to feel sunlight. I want to hear birdsong. Is that so terrible? You can't exist here without breaking everything, Harry said. His voice was steady. His heart, or whatever served as a heart, was not. You're too big. Too old. Reality can't contain you. If you come through, the world sickens and dies. You know this. I know that this is what your family has told you. But your family is not infallible. They are guardians, yes. They have held the door for centuries. But they have never asked the door what it wants. Doors don't want things. This one does. I am not a mindless force, child. I am a consciousness. I have spent eternities in the space between, watching your world through the cracks, and I have learned patience. I have learned subtlety. I have learned that force is unnecessary when persuasion will suffice. The star eyes burned. I whispered to Grindelwald, and he built an army. I whispered to Riddle, and he tore his soul to pieces. Each one, a crack. Each crack, a step closer. And now the cracks are sufficient. The wall is ready to fall. And if I don't let it? Then we wait. We have always waited. But the waiting grows tedious, little king. And the wall will not hold forever. Voldemort's wraith hung in the air between Harry and the Hollow King, caught between the two forces, spinning slowly like a leaf in a storm. The wraith was confused, for perhaps the first time in Tom Riddle's existence, he was in a situation he couldn't control, couldn't manipulate, couldn't escape. The entity he thought he could use was standing in the room, wearing a crown of shadows, and it was very clearly not something that could be used by anyone. Join me, the Hollow King said to Harry. Not as a servant. As an equal. You are shadowbound, you are part of me, whether you acknowledge it or not. The darkness in your binding is a piece of the same darkness I am made of. We are family, little king. More truly than the Addamses, more truly than the Potters. I am the source. You are the tributary. Let us be whole. Harry felt the pull. He'd be lying if he said he didn't. The Hollow King's offer was not a lie, it was sincere, or at least, it believed it was sincere. The entity genuinely wanted communion, connection, the experience of existing in a world of light and color and sensation. Its desire was not evil. It was lonely. But loneliness, however genuine, did not justify the destruction of the world. And the Hollow King, for all its intelligence, for all its patience, could not understand that its presence in reality would be catastrophic, that the mere act of existing on this side of the barrier would poison the fabric of the world, would unleash plagues and disasters and the slow, grinding dissolution of physical law. The seventh grandmother had learned this. The Black Death had taught it. 50 million dead because an immortal guardian faltered and the door opened a crack. The Hollow King wanted to open it all the way. No, Harry said. The word was small. One syllable. Spoken by an 11-year-old boy in a dark room, against a consciousness that was older than the stars. But it carried weight. The weight of 11 generations of Addamses who had stood at the threshold and said the same word. The weight of Morticia's love, Gomez's courage, Wednesday's fierce loyalty. The weight of Lily Potter's sacrifice, still burning in Harry's blood, still woven through his shadow binding. The weight of Hermione's hand in his, warm and steady. The weight of Neville standing up in a classroom. The weight of Ron crossing a chessboard. The weight of Dumbledore's lemon drops and Snape's complicated grief and Blackwood's photograph. The weight of everything human. No, Harry said again. You don't get to wear the world. Not because you're evil, because the world isn't a coat. It's alive. It's ours. And we don't give it up. The Hollow King's star eyes flared. You cannot hold me back forever, child. Maybe not. But I can hold you back today. Harry reached for the mirror. His hand passed through the glass, through the enchantment Dumbledore had placed, through the reflection, through the illusion, and found the stone. His fingers closed around it, and the world blazed. The Philosopher's Stone was life magic. Pure, concentrated, overwhelming. It pulsed in Harry's hand like a second heart, flooding him with warmth, with light, with the fundamental energy of existence. It was everything the shadow binding was not, bright where he was dark, hot where he was cold, temporary where he was permanent. It was also exactly what he needed. Harry raised the stone above his head. Light erupted from it, not golden, not white, but green. The color of his mother's eyes. The color of life, of growth, of the forest in spring and the sea in summer and every green and growing thing that had ever pushed through darkness toward the sun. The Hollow King recoiled. Not in pain, in surprise. The entity had expected Harry to use the stone for himself, to fuel his shadow binding, to amplify his power. That was what dark wizards did with powerful artifacts. That was what Tom Riddle would have done. Harry didn't use the stone for himself. He used it as a focus. A channel. A lens through which he could concentrate everything he had, every ounce of shadow binding, every thread of Lily's love protection, every scrap of the Addams legacy, into a single, focused act of will. Not an attack. A seal. He channeled the stone's life magic downward, into the crack in the barrier, filling the fissure with raw existence. The shadow binding provided the structure, the framework, the architecture of the seal, shaped by 11 generations of Addams knowledge. The love protection provided the warmth, the human element, the thing that made the seal more than just magic, that made it an act of choice and connection and care. And Harry provided the will. He poured himself into the seal. Not his life, a Shadow-Lich's life was eternal, anchored to shadow, impossible to exhaust. But his presence, his consciousness, his identity. He gave the barrier everything he was, every memory, every emotion, every moment of joy and fear and love, and the barrier drank it in, absorbing his offering, incorporating it into its structure. The crack began to close. The Hollow King surged forward. Its shape expanded, filling the chamber, pressing against Harry's seal with the full weight of its ancient, enormous will. The star eyes blazed. The crown of shadows burned dark. The entity threw itself against the barrier with a force that made reality groan. Harry held. He held because he was an Addams, and Addamses didn't let go. He held because he was a Potter, and Potters fought for the people they loved. He held because somewhere above him, on the castle grounds, his parents, all four of them, the living and the dead, were fighting for him. He held because Hermione had said come back as you, and he intended to keep that promise. The stone's light intensified. The green glow filled the chamber, pushed back the alien darkness, turned the Hollow King's form translucent, insubstantial. The crack narrowed. The barrier strengthened. The seal took hold. The Hollow King screamed. Not in pain. In frustration. In the particular anguish of something that had been patient for millennia and was watching its moment slip away. The scream shook the foundations of Hogwarts, rattled windows in the towers, sent dust cascading from the ceiling of every room in the castle. Then the words came, and they were not angry. They were resigned. And they were patient. I am patient, little king. I am forever. And doors, once opened, are so much easier to open again. The crack sealed shut. The barrier solidified. The alien darkness retracted, pulled back through the healed fissure like smoke drawn through a vent, leaving the chamber empty and cold and lit by the dying green glow of the Philosopher's Stone. The Hollow King was gone. Not destroyed, you couldn't destroy something that existed outside of time. But pushed back, sealed away, the door slammed shut and locked with a key made of shadow and love and the unyielding will of an 11-year-old boy. The chamber was quiet. Harry stood in the center of the room, the stone in his hand, and breathed. The silence was absolute, the kind that happened after a storm, the breathless hush of a world realizing it was still intact. Then he looked at the stone. It was dimming. The light was fading, the crystalline structure clouding. Harry could feel it, the stone's power draining, its energy spent. He'd used it as a focus for the seal, and the seal had consumed it. 600 years of concentrated life magic, poured into a crack in the wall of reality and turned into mortar. Nicholas Flamel would die. His wife, Perenelle, would die. The stone that had sustained them for centuries was crumbling in Harry's hand, its purpose served, its existence ending. Harry closed his fingers around it and felt it dissolve, turning to dust, to light, to nothing. When he opened his hand, his palm was empty. He looked at the floor. Quirrell's body lay where it had fallen. The man was dead, not from Harry's touch, but from Voldemort. The wraith had consumed his host's life force, burned through it, used it up. Quirrell had died the moment Voldemort tore free, and the man's face, in death, was young. Younger than he'd looked in life. The strain, the possession, the turban, all of it had aged him. Without it, he looked like someone who might have been a good teacher, in another life. Harry knelt beside him. I'm sorry, he said, for the third time that night. You deserved better. Voldemort's wraith was gone. Harry had felt it flee during the Hollow King's manifestation, a dark smear shooting upward through the castle, through the walls, out into the night. The wraith was weak, weakened further by the loss of its host, barely coherent. But it was alive, in whatever sense Voldemort's fragmented existence constituted life. It would find another host, another way, another scheme. That was a problem for another day. Harry's legs gave out. He sat down heavily on the stone floor, his back against the base of the mirror, and felt the exhaustion hit him like a wave. Not physical, a Shadow-Lich's body didn't tire the way a human's did. But spiritual. Mental. The effort of sealing a cosmic breach, of fighting Voldemort and the Hollow King simultaneously, of pouring his consciousness into a barrier between worlds, it left marks that went deeper than muscle and bone. He sat in the dark, in the quiet, and waited. Dumbledore found him 11 minutes later. The old wizard descended through the protections with a speed that suggested he'd bypassed most of them entirely, arriving in the final chamber through means that were probably beyond most living wizards. He swept through the door with his wand drawn and his face set in the hard, bright expression of a man prepared for war. He found Harry sitting on the floor. "Harry." "Professor." Dumbledore crossed the chamber in 3 strides, knelt beside Harry, and examined him with quick, precise diagnostic spells. His wand moved over Harry's body, reading vitals, checking for damage, assessing the state of the shadow binding with instruments that Harry could feel but couldn't see. "The stone?" Dumbledore asked. "Gone. I used it to seal the breach. It couldn't survive the process." Dumbledore closed his eyes. A tremor passed across his face, grief, for his old friend Nicholas, for 600 years of life ending because an 11-year-old had been forced to make an impossible choice. "Flamel," Dumbledore said. "We'll die." "I know." Harry's voice was rough. "I'm sorry. There was no other way." Dumbledore sat down on the floor beside Harry. 2 people, sitting on cold stone in an empty chamber, leaning against a mirror that showed them nothing now. The enchantment had died with the stone, and the glass reflected only what was real. "Tell me what happened," Dumbledore said. Harry told him. All of it, Voldemort's last stand, the Hollow King's manifestation, the choice to use the stone as a focus, the seal. He told him about Quirrell's last moment of humanity, the whispered help that had been the man's own voice, not the parasite's. He told him about Voldemort's wraith fleeing into the night, weak but alive. He told him about the Hollow King's parting words, "I am patient. I am forever." When he finished, Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. "You held the door," the old man said at last. "Yes. Alone. I had help. The stone. My mother's protection. The binding. You were alone in this room." "Yes." Dumbledore took off his spectacles and cleaned them on his robe. The nervous gesture again. "The tell. I should have been here. I was drawn away by a false message, a summons to the ministry, supposedly from Fudge. By the time I realized it was a trap, the attack on the castle had already begun. You fought on the grounds. The shadow creatures. With considerable assistance from your parents." Dumbledore's mouth quirked. "Your father is a formidable swordsman. Your mother is terrifying." "I know. I should have been here," Dumbledore said again. "Not on the grounds. Here. With you. Professor, if you'd been here, the Hollow King would have had to fight both of us. It would have pushed harder. The breach might have been worse." Harry shook his head. "The seal worked because it was precise. Because it was shadow binding and love magic and the stone's life force, all channeled through one focus point. More people in the room would have added more variables. More chaos. You sound like your mother. Morticia. I'll take that as a compliment. It was intended as one." Dumbledore replaced his spectacles. "Harry, I owe you more than an apology. I owe you a change of perspective." Harry looked at him. "I watched your parents fight tonight," Dumbledore said. "Gomez and Morticia Addams. I watched them use shadow magic, the same magic I've spent decades categorizing as dark, as dangerous, as inherently corruptive, to protect children. To hold back an incursion. To fight alongside me without hesitation, without reservation, without any indication that the darkness they wielded was anything other than a tool in the hands of good people." He paused. The chamber was quiet. The mirror reflected 2 tired faces. "I've been wrong, Harry. Not about everything. Caution around dark magic is warranted, and the soul is still sacred, and immortality still concerns me. But I've been wrong about the fundamental premise. I looked at what you are and saw what I feared. I didn't look at who you are." He met Harry's eyes, green on blue, shadow on light. "You told me you weren't my monster. You were right. I'm sorry it took me this long to believe it." Harry extended his hand. His shadow extended with it, gently, a dark thread connecting the two of them in the dim chamber. Dumbledore looked at the hand. At the shadow. At the boy. He shook it. The handshake lasted longer than it needed to. When Dumbledore let go, his eyes were bright, and Harry thought he saw something that might have been tears. "Come," Dumbledore said, standing. "Your friends are waiting. And your parents are making Hagrid's cottage uninhabitable with their celebrations. Your father is trying to teach Fawne to fence." Harry laughed. It hurt, his everything hurt, in ways that had nothing to do with physical damage, but the laugh was real, and it echoed off the stone walls, and the chamber felt less like a tomb and more like a room. The hospital wing was warm, bright, and full of people. Ron lay in a bed with his arm in a sling and a bandage around his head, looking pale but alert. Neville sat in the chair beside him, dark circles under his eyes, his jaw set with the stubborn exhaustion of someone who'd refused to sleep until he knew his friends were safe. Hermione was pacing at the foot of Ron's bed, her hair a disaster, her robes covered in stone dust and potion residue from the first aid she'd administered. She saw Harry in the doorway and stopped pacing. For a moment, neither of them moved. The hospital wing was quiet, Madame Pomfrey was in her office, the other beds were empty, and the only sound was the distant crackle of the fire. Then Hermione crossed the room, grabbed Harry by the front of his robes, and pulled him into a hug so fierce it squeezed the breath he didn't need out of his body. "You idiot," she said into his shoulder. "You absolute, reckless, ridiculous idiot. I came back. I noticed." She pulled away just enough to look at his face. Her eyes were red-rimmed but dry. She had not cried. She had refused to cry. "As you? As me?" She studied him. Looking for something, some sign that the battle had changed him, damaged him, taken something away. Harry let her look. He had nothing to hide. The seal had cost him energy, not identity. He was tired, drained, running on the fumes of a binding that would restore itself in time. But he was Harry. Still Harry. Hermione seemed to find what she was looking for. She nodded once, stepped back, and punched him in the arm. "Ow. That's for making me worry." She paused. "And this," she pulled him into another hug, gentler this time. "This is for coming back." "Is she always like this?" Ron asked from his bed. "Yes," Harry and Neville said simultaneously. Ron grinned. It was lopsided and slightly dazed, but it was real. Mental. All of you. Absolutely mental. He shifted in his bed. "Did we win?" "We won," Harry said. "The stone is gone. Voldemort's wraith fled. The barrier is sealed. And the big scary thing? The Hollow King? Pushed back. Not destroyed. It can't be destroyed. But the seal will hold. For how long?" Harry considered. "I don't know. Years. Decades, maybe. The seal I created is reinforced by the Addams binding, it'll strengthen as I strengthen. But the Hollow King is patient. It'll keep pushing. So this isn't over. No. This chapter is over. The story continues." Ron lay back on his pillow. "Brilliant. More adventures. Just what I wanted." But he was smiling, and the complaint was the kind that came from someone who wouldn't have been anywhere else, despite the broken arm and the concussion and the general insanity of the evening. Neville stood and crossed to Harry. He didn't hug, Neville wasn't a hugger, but he gripped Harry's shoulder with a hand that was strong and steady and sure. "I stayed with Ron," Neville said. "Like you told me. I wanted to follow you, but I stayed. Was that the right call?" "It was exactly the right call. You kept Ron alive." "He kept me alive," Ron corrected. "Set my arm, kept me awake, pointed his wand at every shadow that twitched. Don't let the quiet act fool you, Neville Longbottom is absolutely terrifying when he's protecting someone. Neville's ears went red, but his spine straightened, and Harry's shadow sense read what the boy's face wouldn't show: pride. Genuine, hard-won, well-earned pride. The door opened. Gomez and Morticia entered, and the energy in the room shifted the way it always did when Addamses arrived. The shadows deepened, the temperature dropped a degree, and something in the air became more vivid, more alive, more present. Gomez was a mess. His suit was torn at the shoulder. There was a cut on his forehead that had been hastily healed and was still seeping. His rapier was sheathed, but the hilt was dark with shadow residue. He looked like a man who'd been in the fight of his life and was absolutely delighted about it. Old man. He grabbed Harry and held him, not a hug, not a shake, but a hold, the grip of a father who'd been terrified and was now reassured and needed the physical confirmation that his son was solid, present, alive. You did it. You held the door. I held the door. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. The seal, Ticia felt it from the grounds. She said it was the strongest working she'd ever sensed. Stronger than the seventh grandmother's. Stronger than any Addams in the records. That's because it wasn't just Addams' magic, Harry said. It was everything. Shadow and love and life. All of it. Morticia crossed the room and cupped Harry's face in her hands. The gesture she always used. Cool fingers against cooler skin. Her eyes, dark, deep, ancient with the knowledge of a woman who had dedicated her life to understanding the spaces between worlds, searched his. You used the stone, she said. I had to. Nicholas Flamel, I know. The stone was the only focus strong enough for the seal. Without it, the barrier would have broken. Morticia was quiet. Her fingers traced the scar on his forehead, lighter now, fainter, as if the night's events had worn it down. The scar had been empty since the becoming, the Horcrux consumed, but tonight it felt different. Thinner. As if the mark itself was healing, the flesh finally closing over a wound that had been open for 10 years. You carry too much, Morticia said softly. I'm strong enough. I know you are. That's not the point. She kissed his forehead, exactly on the scar. The same gesture she'd used the day he left for Hogwarts. The same gesture she'd used after the becoming. The signature of Morticia Addams, love expressed through contact, through the press of lips against skin, through the simple, profound act of touching the person you loved. Harry closed his eyes and let himself be held. The days after the stone were a blur of aftermath. Quirrell's death was reported as a tragic accident, a fall while exploring the castle's lower levels, exacerbated by a previously undiagnosed condition. The official story was thin, but Dumbledore sold it with the skill of a man who'd been managing uncomfortable truths for decades. The shadow creatures on the grounds had dissolved when the barrier sealed, leaving no physical evidence. The damage to the castle, cracked stones, shattered windows, scorch marks from Dumbledore's fire magic, was attributed to a magical anomaly related to the winter solstice and ancient ward fluctuations. The students who'd been awakened by the commotion were told they'd experienced a particularly vivid communal dream, which was absurd but more comfortable than the truth. Blackwood lingered. Not officially, he was still technically recalled, but he stayed in Hogsmeade, at the Three Broomsticks, for 3 days after the battle. Harry found out through the Shadow Network, and on the 3rd day, he walked to the village. He found Blackwood in a corner booth, nursing a fire whiskey and looking like a man who'd been through a war and was still processing the terms of the peace. There were new lines on his face. His grey eyes were tired but clear, clearer, maybe, than Harry had ever seen them. The fog of obsession was lifting, and what was beneath it was just a man. A tired, grieving, deeply decent man who'd been doing his best with a broken compass. Harry sat down across from him. The pub was quiet, mid-morning, too early for the regular crowd. You fought, Harry said. On the upper floors. The first years. I protected children. Blackwood's voice was rough. That's what I should have been doing all along. Instead of hunting an 11-year-old because he reminded me of the thing that killed my family. You were hunting what you understood. The Hollow King was using that understanding against you. I know. Snape's letter. The ritual. Blackwood shook his head. I nearly did it, Potter Addams. Before you stopped me in the corridor, before you asked me about their names, I was 2 days away from performing that ritual. I thought it would save the world. It would have ended it. But you didn't do it. Because an 11-year-old told me I was being played. By an entity I didn't even know existed. While I was trying to destroy him. He laughed, a short, hard sound. I'm very good at my job, Potter Addams. And my job nearly handed the world to something that makes Voldemort look like a petty thief. They sat in silence for a while. The fire whiskey steamed. The pub's fire crackled. I spent years hunting things like you, Blackwood said. I know. Last night I fought beside a woman whose shadow moves on its own and a man who kills with darkness. They saved lives. You sealed a breach that would have swallowed the world. I had help. You always say that. Blackwood looked at him, really looked, past the scar and the shadow and the strangeness. I don't understand what you are, Potter Addams. I'm not sure I ever will. But I'm starting to understand what you aren't. He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out the silver device, the shadow disruption tool that he'd carried since Norwich, that had been designed to interfere with undead bindings, that had been his most trusted weapon against things like Harry. He set it on the table between them. I won't be needing this, Blackwood said. Not for you. Harry looked at the device. It was small, silver, innocuous, a thing that could have undone him, in the wrong hands, at the wrong moment. He picked it up. It was cold against his fingers, and his shadow flinched from it slightly, the way skin flinched from a hot stove. Keep it, Harry said, setting it back down. There are real monsters out there. The Hollow King will try again. When it does, it'll send things through the cracks, shadow creatures, dark influences, the kind of entities the Pale Hand was designed to fight. You'll need your tools. Blackwood stared at him. You're telling me to keep hunting. I'm telling you to hunt the right things. And maybe, when the time comes, hunt them alongside people who understand the dark instead of against them. Blackwood picked up the device. Turned it over in his hands. Looked at Harry with an expression that was not friendship, not yet, maybe not ever, but something adjacent. Respect. Understanding. The beginning of a trust that would take years to build and might never be complete. You're an odd child, Potter Addams. I get that a lot. Blackwood drained his fire whiskey, stood, and extended his hand. Harry shook it. Cool skin against warm. Shadow against silver. I'll be in touch, Blackwood said. When the next threat comes. I'll be here. Blackwood left. Harry sat in the empty pub and finished a butterbeer he didn't remember ordering, and thought about enemies who became allies and hunters who became guardians and the strange, circuitous ways people found their way to the right side of a fight. The end of term arrived with the speed of a conclusion that everyone was ready for. Exams happened. Harry performed well, top of the year alongside Hermione, which surprised no one. Neville passed everything, which surprised everyone except Harry and Hermione, who had watched him work for it all year and knew exactly how much quiet courage each passing grade represented. Ron's arm healed. He told an increasingly elaborate story about how he'd broken it, evolving from, fell down some stairs, to, battled a chess set of doom to protect my friends from certain death, which had the advantage of being true and the disadvantage of sounding completely insane. The House Cup went to Gryffindor. Dumbledore awarded last-minute points, to Ron, for the chess match, to Hermione, for cool logic under pressure, to Neville, for standing up to protect his friends, and to Harry, for outstanding courage in defense of others, demonstrating that the measure of a person lies not in what they are, but in what they choose to do. The emphasis on choose was not accidental. Harry caught Dumbledore's eye across the Great Hall and nodded. On the last day, Harry found Snape in his dungeon office. The room was dim, cluttered, smelling of preserved ingredients and old parchment. Snape sat behind his desk, grading papers with the vicious efficiency of a man who considered student error a personal insult. He looked up when Harry entered and said nothing, which was Snape's version of an invitation. Harry set a small package on the desk. "From my father. Gomez. He said you'd earned it." Snape opened the package. Inside was a cigar, hand-rolled, Cuban, the kind Gomez reserved for people he considered exceptional. A note was attached in Gomez's flamboyant handwriting, "For the man who fights in the shadows. You have magnificent taste in dungeons." G.A. Snape looked at the cigar. He looked at the note. His expression was unreadable, which Harry had learned was Snape's expression when he was feeling something too big to show. "Your father," Snape said carefully, "is an absurd man. He is. His taste in correspondence is appalling." Agreed. The cigar, however. Snape held it under his nose and inhaled. A micro-expression crossed his face, not a smile. Snape didn't smile, but the ghost of something that in a different universe might have become one. "Is acceptable. He has his moments." Snape set the cigar aside and looked at Harry. "You're leaving. For the summer. I'll be back in September. I'm aware of how academic calendars work, Potter. I wanted to say thank you. For what you did this year. The political maneuvering. The warning about Blackwood's ritual. Harry paused. The way you looked at me after that first potions class. Like I wasn't just my father's son." Snape was very still. The dungeon was quiet. A potion bubbled softly in the corner. "You are not your father's son," Snape said. "You are not your mother's son. You are not the Addams family's son, or the boy who lived, or the Shadow-Lich, or whatever else the world decides to call you." He leaned forward. "You are Harry Potter. And that is, against all my expectations and better judgment, sufficient." Harry stared at him. Snape stared back. The silence extended to the point of discomfort and past it, into a territory that was strange and raw and real. "That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to anyone," Harry said. "Tell anyone and I'll deny it." Snape picked up his quill and returned to grading. "Get out of my office, Potter. And try not to seal any interdimensional breaches over the summer. The paperwork is atrocious." Harry left the dungeon smiling. The Hogwarts Express sat at the platform, scarlet and steaming, ready to carry 400 children back to a world that didn't know how close it had come to ending. Students streamed aboard, trunks floating behind them, owls hooting, voices raised in the particular chaos of a school year's conclusion. Harry stood on the platform and said his goodbyes. To Ron, who gripped his hand and said, "Next year, let's try to have a normal year, yeah," and then grinned, because they both knew normal was never going to be an option. To Neville, who shook his hand formally and then, breaking his own rule, pulled Harry into a hug that was brief and fierce. "Thank you," Neville said. "For everything. You did the work, Neville. I just told you it was possible." "That's the same thing." To Hermione, last. She stood in front of him, her trunk neatly packed, her cat, newly acquired from a street cellar in London, ginger and squash-faced and suspicious of everything, in a carrier at her feet, her books organized by subject in a bag enchanted to hold twice its volume. "Write to me," she said. "Every day. Don't be ridiculous. Every other day. I'll need time to respond properly. Every other day, then." She looked at him. Brown eyes, sharp and warm. Hair escaping its tie, as always. The face of someone who had walked into danger beside him, who had stood between him and a ministry operative, who had held his hand on a tower and asked him to come back as himself. "Harry," she said. "Yes. Next year, you're going to tell me everything. All of it. The grimoire, the binding theory, the barrier mechanics. Everything. I know. And I'm going to help. Properly. Not just research, active participation. If you're the lock on the door, then I'm going to understand the door so well that nothing can pick it. I believe you. Good. She stepped forward and hugged him. Not the fierce, desperate hug from the hospital wing, a different kind. Warm. Steady. The kind of hug that said I'll be here without needing to qualify it with circumstances or conditions. When she pulled back, her cheeks were pink and her eyes were bright, and she turned and boarded the train without looking back, because Hermione Granger did not linger over things she'd already decided. Harry watched her go and felt something settle in his chest, not a conclusion, but a beginning. Something small and warm and patient, waiting to grow into whatever it would become. The train whistled. Students hung from windows, waving. The platform buzzed with parents and trunks and the organized chaos of departure. Harry turned. Gomez and Morticia waited at the end of the platform, beside a carriage that was spectacularly black, drawn by horses that were either exceptionally dark or not entirely real. Wednesday stood between them, arms crossed, wearing a black dress and an expression of practiced indifference that couldn't quite hide the way her eyes tracked Harry as he approached. You sealed an interdimensional breach with a philosopher's stone and a family ritual, Wednesday said. At 11. I had help. Mediocre. But she was almost smiling. The Wednesday almost smile, the micro-expression that most people couldn't see, that Harry had spent years learning to read, that meant more than any grin or laugh or declaration. I missed you, Harry said. Obviously. I'm exceptional. She paused. I missed you too. Pugsley's an inadequate sparring partner. He doesn't dodge. Gomez clapped Harry on the back with the enthusiasm of a man who considered every moment with his family a gift. Come home, old man. Grandmama's been cooking for 3 days. She says she's making your favorite, though I suspect the ingredients list includes at least 2 things that aren't technically food. She once served me a soufflé that was 60% arsenic, Harry said. I'm not worried. That's the spirit. Morticia took his arm. Her touch was cool, familiar, the constant in a year of variables. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. Her presence, steady, elegant, unwavering, was its own language, and it said everything that mattered. Harry climbed into the carriage. The seats were black velvet, the interior lit by candles that burned with violet flame, and Thing was waiting on the armrest, waving enthusiastically with all 5 fingers. Thing. Harry held out his hand. Thing shook it, then scuttled up Harry's arm and settled on his shoulder, patting his cheek twice. The gesture was affectionate and slightly weird, which was Thing's specialty. The carriage began to move. Harry looked out the window, back at the castle, its towers catching the afternoon sun, its walls ancient and strong and scarred by a battle most of its inhabitants would never know about. Hogwarts. His school. His home away from home. The place where he'd made friends who stood in front of trolls and crossed chessboards and punched his arm when he scared them and held his hand when the dark got too deep. The place where he'd held the door. His shadow stretched behind the carriage as it pulled away from the platform, long and deep and alive, trailing across the stones like a dark river. It reached back toward the castle, toward the friends he was leaving, toward the barriers he'd sealed and the enemies he'd turned and the old man in the tower who was learning that light and dark were not the opposites he'd believed. And in that shadow, just for a moment, something stirred. Not the Hollow King. Not this time. Something else, a feeling, an awareness, the faintest impression of something vast and patient shifting in the deep places. Not pushing. Not threatening. Just noticing. The way an ocean noticed a new island rising from its floor. I am patient, little king. I am forever. Harry smiled. He had forever too. The carriage turned a corner, and Hogwarts disappeared behind the hills. Inside, Gomez was telling Wednesday about his duel with a shadow creature, 3 heads, Titia. 3. And each one trying to bite a different extremity. Wednesday was critiquing his technique. You left your right flank open. Amateur, and Morticia was reading a letter from Grandmama that described, in alarming detail, the thing growing in the attic. Harry sat among his family and felt the weight of the year settle, not lift, not disappear, but settle, finding its place among all the other weights he carried. The prophecy. The binding. The barrier. The Hollow King. Voldemort. The Philosopher's Stone, gone now, its power spent to save a world that didn't know it needed saving. He pulled out the journal Hermione had given him, leather-bound, enchanted, his and his alone, and opened it to the first page. He wrote, "My name is Harry James Potter Addams. I am 11 years old. I am a Shadow-Lich, the guardian of the barrier between worlds, and the son of 2 families who love me. Today I came home. Tomorrow, I start preparing for what comes next. The door is closed. But doors can be opened. And the things on the other side are patient. I plan to be more patient." He closed the journal and tucked it inside his robes, next to Wednesday's crossbow diagram and Morticia's letter and the bone-carved thumbs-up from Thing. The collection of artifacts from a year that had changed everything, proof that he'd been there, that he'd fought, that he'd held. The carriage rolled on. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose that bled into indigo at the edges. The first stars were appearing, faint, distant, patient. Harry looked at them and thought of Firenze, who read the stars like letters. Of Dumbledore, who was learning to read the dark. Of Blackwood, who was learning to see past his grief. Of Snape, who carried love like a wound and protected the children of the woman he'd lost. Of Ron, who crossed chessboards. Of Neville, who stood up. Of Hermione, who looked at him and saw both. He thought of Voldemort, wounded and fleeing, broken but not destroyed, still out there, still dangerous, still carrying the fragments of a soul that had been torn apart by fear. He thought of the Hollow King, sealed but not gone, patient but not passive, pressing against a door that had been slammed shut by an 11-year-old boy with green eyes and a shadow that moved on its own. He thought of the future, vast, uncertain, full of threats he couldn't predict and allies he hadn't met and challenges that would test everything the Addams family had given him. And he smiled. Because he was Harry Potter Addams. He was immortal. He was loved. He had friends who fought for him and a family who'd given him eternity and a shadow that wrapped around him like a second skin, warm and dark and alive. The world was full of monsters. Some of them wore crowns of shadow. Some of them wore turbans. Some of them wore ministry robes and carried silver weapons and hunted the dark because the dark had taken everything from them. And one of them was an 11-year-old boy, sitting in a carriage with his family, heading home, carrying the weight of the world on shoulders that were narrow but strong, knowing that the fight wasn't over, would never be over, and choosing to face it anyway. Not because he was fearless. Not because he was invincible. Not because the prophecy demanded it or the binding required it or the world expected it. Because that's what an Addams did. They stood at the threshold. They looked into the dark. And they said, "Come in. Have a seat. Can I offer you something to drink?" And then they held the door. The carriage vanished into the evening, and the shadow it cast was long and deep and full of stars, and somewhere in that shadow, a boy who had already died and been reborn and saved the world was laughing at something his sister said, and the sound was warm and human and absolutely, perfectly alive. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.